Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 131 I really that delicious. It's a goshawk. Furthermore, Sukainkian has encountered it before. FCK. Why would a goshawk attack a LV? 12 lion-headed beastman king. Does it have an irreconcilable feud with the LV? 12 lion-headed beastman king. Isn't it because of Sukainkian? Why? The viewers did not understand why a goshawk would attack a LV. 12 lion-headed beastman. Obviously, Sukainkian also recognized the goshawk. Wow! It's the big bird. Sukainkian saw the goshawk continuously attacking the LV. 12 lion-headed beastman king. Snap. After the goshawk attacked a few times, it flew away. Zhao Feiya and the others were shocked. What's going on? Why is this happening? I really don't understand what the creatures of the otherworldly beast world are thinking. Don't tell me. Is it here to save Sukainkian? Although the goshawk's attack power could not kill a LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king, it would not fly away after a few attacks. Right. What was the goshawk's motive for doing this? How dare this stupid bird snatch my food? Roar! The lion-headed beastman king roared at the sky, and the goshawk was already gone. At this moment, Zhao Feiya and the others understood that the goshawk was not trying to save Sukainkian, but was eyeing Sukainkian as food. Zhao Feiya and the others started to doubt. Was Sukainkian really that delicious to these demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts? Wu Lanking even thought that Sukainkian couldn't be Tang San Zhengo. Right. Eating it would allow one to live forever. On the other hand, Hu Yutan, who knew magic, could actually tell that Sukainkian had a very unique aura. However, Hu Yutan could not tell what kind of aura it was. In Hu Yutan's opinion, the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts could all sense this unique aura on Sukainkian. As for whether Sukainkian was really delicious, this was another matter. Sun Wire, on the other hand, thought that Sukainkian might have eaten a lot of otherworld delicacies, which caused Sukainkian's body to undergo a mutation. That was why Sukainkian became a rare delicacy in the eyes of those demons. Demons, ghosts, monsters, and beasts? Now wasn't the time to think about whether Sukainkian was delicious or not. It was the LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king in front of them that was the main issue. If Sukainkian bought a farm, Zhao Feiya and the others would have to die here. On the other side, the golden-backed ape was already covered in blood. However, the golden-backed ape beat 2 of the lion-headed beastman king's O to the ground. Boom! The 2 LV, 11 lion-headed beastman kings were actually releasing shock waves. Furthermore, they were attacking the golden-backed ape's head. The LV, 11 lion-headed beastman king from before also released a shock wave to attack the golden-backed ape's head. After all, beastmen were different from beasts. They knew how to quickly kill the enemy. Sukainkian took out a shiny stone from her pocket. Sukainkian had picked it up at the stream. She threw it at the LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king. Regarding the matter of Sukainkian throwing stones, this wasn't the first time Zhao Feiya and the others had seen it. Previously, Sukainkian had thrown rocks at the golden-backed ape. However, throwing rocks could not cause any damage to the golden-backed ape. This time would not be an exception. Sukainkian's first stone actually did not hit the LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king. The distance was short. It was obvious that she did not have enough strength. The lion-headed beastman king approached step by step without rushing over. Perhaps in the eyes of this lion-headed beastman king, Sukainkian and the others were simply weak prey. Bang! In an instant, Sukainkian threw out another small stone, and this small stone actually hit the head of the LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king. Just as Zhao Feiya and the others thought that nothing had happened, they were shocked to see the LV, 12 lion-headed beastman king, suddenly grab its head and roll on the ground. What's going on? Is a little stone that lethal? It's a spell. Hu Yutan could see very clearly that it was definitely a spell. What spell? Zhao Fei didn't think that the small rock that Su Kaiqian threw out just now could be related to spells. Zhao Fei, on the other hand, thought that it might have been a coincidence that she had thrown it at some vulnerable spot of the LV. 12. Lion-headed beastman. Then, Su Kaiqian threw out a small stone. The small stone hit the LV. 12 lion-headed beastman king, and the latter lost its breath on the spot. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were even more shocked. FCK. Can throwing little stones smash a LV? 12 male lion-headed beastman king to death. Are you sure you're not joking? It's really dead. It's dead. Is it a spell? Is there a spell that throws small rocks? One don't believe it. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's so unbelievable. It must be some treasure on her that killed the LV. 12 lion-headed beastman king. Although the netizens had seen it with their own eyes, they still did not believe that a small stone could kill a LV. 12 lion-headed beastman king. On the blue planet, in a villa, Lin Gongchuan was also watching the Heavenly Dao live broadcast. Is Qinqian's spirit energy so powerful? Lin Gongchuan sighed, but she didn't find it strange. She just felt that Su Kaiqian's growth speed was too terrifying. She was only 5 years old. Lin Gongchuan clearly knew some secrets about Su Kaiqian that no one else knew. It's almost over. Lin Gongchuan's gaze was only on Su Kaiqian. She did not even look at the other chosen ones, including Hu Yudong, who knew spells. Moreover, Lin Gongchuan was not interested at all. It was not that she did not understand, but what she touched was something Hu Yudong could not touch in her life. As for the meaning of Lin Gongchuan's words, it was most likely about a cruel ending. Of course, she never thought that Su Kaiqian would die in the island of wild beastmen. She had once told Wang Wanking that even if all the beastmen in the island of wild beastmen died, Su Kaiqian could still live safely and complete the otherworld instance dungeon trial in the island of wild beastmen. The island of wild beastmen. In the south, as the LV 12 lion-headed beastmen suddenly died, the 6 female lion-headed beasts surrounding the golden-backed ape fell into some kind of panic. Among the beastmen, there was also the problem of morale. After all, their family leader was dead. How could they not be terrified? When the golden-backed ape discovered this group of female lion-headed beastmen panicked, it began to counterattack violently. There were already 2 female lion-headed beastmen that were severely injured by the golden-backed ape. The beast blood in the golden-backed ape's body boiled to another level. Rip rip. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Every man for himself. Chapter 132. Every man for himself. The golden-backed ape caught a female lion-headed beastman and commenced torn apart SFX. Crack. The golden-backed ape forced open the mouth of a female lion-headed beastman. In just 3 seconds, the female lion-headed beastman was torn in half by the golden-backed ape. Seeing this, the other 3 female lion-headed beastmen who could move fled. The golden-backed ape looked at the 2 lion-headed beastmen who could not move on the ground, and dealt a fatal blow with a punch to each one. A few minutes later, the place became extremely quiet. Su Kaiqian is missing. At this moment, Zhao Fei and the others came back to their senses, and realized that Su Kaiqian was gone. They found it very strange. They had only been looking at the golden-backed ape for 2 to 3 minutes. So why did Su Kaiqian seem to have disappeared into thin air? They were incomparably panicked. Why? Wasn't it because they used Su Kaiqian as a shelter? Without Su Kaiqian's protection, they would not be able to survive after the 10th contraction of the life light circle. One had to know that a lion-headed beastman king could instantly kill them with a shock wave. Who took Su Kaiqian away? Zhao Fei looked around and counted the people present. However, after checking, she realized that not a single one was missing. What was going on? If someone hadn't taken her away, Su Kaiqian wouldn't have left the mobile house. Right? Zhao Fei asked Sun Wire. Don't tell me you know something? Sun Wire said straightforwardly. One had the idea to take Su Kaiqian away. After all, she can't care about so many people alone. However, one haven't made a move yet. Sun Wire said. I'm not the only one who had this thought. You all had this thought, didn't you? Zhao Feiya and the others fell silent. Of course. Zhao Feiya had the same idea, because Su Kangqian really couldn't take care of more than 10 people. Ever since the golden-backed ape appeared, everyone could tell that Su Kangqian was still a 5-year-old girl, and would never listen to them. To Su Kangqian, be it Qizin or Zhao Feiya, they were only familiar strangers. They could not even be considered family and friends, unless their relationship could be like Wang Wangqing's, at which point they'd be specially treated by Su Kangqian, and the latter would definitely protect them. Children's thoughts were very simple to begin with. Whoever treated her sincerely was the person she liked to play with. Unfortunately, they were not Wang Wangqing. Sun Wire was very regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have acted in advance and secretly taken Su Kangqian away. As long as she was with Su Kangqian, her life would be safe. But now, Su Kangqian was nowhere to be seen. Immediately, the golden-backed ape ran out. It seemed to be chasing after something. Is it chasing Su Kangqian? Follow it. Zhao Feiya and the others were extremely depressed. After all, the life-saving straw was gone just like that. However, Hu Yudong and Wu Lanking did not chase after them. They realized that the golden-backed ape was just running away. Furthermore, if they chased after it, they might be eaten by the golden-backed ape as a snack. Because Su Kangqian was not around, the golden-backed ape would not submit to anyone. Even with the enhancement of her sense of smell, Wu Lanking could not smell Su Kangqian's scent. If they thought that Su Kangqian hid her scent and was not discovered by everyone, it would obviously be unreasonable. How could a 5-year-old girl have so many thoughts? If she really did, it would be impossible for her to let others travel with her from the beginning. It happened so suddenly that Zhao Feiya and the others were caught off guard. Did someone really take Su Kangqian away? Or did some other beastman capture her silently? Wu Lanking felt that the latter was more likely. Everyone was only distracted for 3 to 5 minutes. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to quietly take Su Kangqian away. No matter what, Su Kangqian was not the kind of little girl who would listen to others. It's over. Zhao Feiya and the others chased after the golden-backed ape for more than 300 meters. But they realized that it had disappeared. They had just returned to their senses. The golden-backed ape had only run away, and not chased after Su Kangqian. It was impossible for a 5-year-old girl to walk more than 300 meters in a strange place in 10 minutes in such a rugged terrain. Sun Wire said to everyone angrily, "You can't even take good care of a little girl. You're too useless. Are you sure you're not our captain? What right do you have to point at us?" "That's right. Aren't you at fault? If it hadn't been for Su Kangqian, one wouldn't have been able to stand your arrogant look." Even Wang Qiuhui was scolding Sun Wire. It was not difficult to tell that Wang Qiuhui hated Sun Wire's self-righteous personality. Furthermore, she scolded her in all sorts of ways. What Wang Qiuhui could not tolerate the most was being told that she was flat-chested, and did not have any feminine charm. What's the point of arguing now? Either everyone huddles together for warmth, or we go our separate ways. Zhao Feiya didn't like to stick together with Wang Qiuhui and Sun Wire. It was not because of their different companies in the other world, but because of their methods. On the other side, Wu Lanking did not smell Su Kangqian within a radius of 500 meters. Like Hixia, Yu Jinfeng, and Pan Yuki had already completely collapsed. They didn't have any strength to begin with. They couldn't even deal with LV. One beastman. They had been on the verge of collapse from the start. It had only been when they met Su Kangqian that they had seen the so-called light in the tunnel. However, it had only been a few hours before the light disappeared. How could they not break down? Boo-hoo, all hope of living is gone. I don't want to live anymore. Instead of being tortured by the beastmen and eaten by them, I'd rather be killed. Like Hixia and Yu Jinfeng planned to end their lives. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but they were desperate to the point of seeking death. However, Yu Ming and Qizin, who were also powerless, did not give up on their lives, even if the chances of survival were extremely slim. As for Zhao Feiya, Wu Lanking, Wang Qiuhui, Sun Wire, and Hu Yudong, the 5 chosen ones who had some strength. They naturally would not give up on their lives. Although their chances of survival were very low, they were much higher than those of Yu Meng and Qi Zhen. About 5 minutes. Yu Meng, Wu Lenking, Qi Zhen, and Zhao Feya formed a team. However, Wang Qiuhui still went with Sun Wire. The reason was very simple. It was all for survival. At this moment, they were all thinking about a question. Who had captured Su Kaianqian? Chapter 133 Chapter 133 Mysterious and Unfathomable Ancient Chinese Divination Technique. Chapter 133 Mysterious and Unfathomable Ancient Chinese Divination Technique. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the viewers were extremely shocked. Heavens! How did we ignore Chosen One? No. 6. Xia Zhanglan. She's clearly still alive. But I didn't notice. It can't be helped. The view of her live broadcast is almost static. As for the other Chosen Ones, something happens almost every moment. She's really a noob. The netizens called this Xia Zhanglan. She had immersed herself in the game of chicken dinner to the point of perfection, and had reached the essence of being a noob. She was simply too good at hiding. Another question was placed in front of the netizens. How did Xia Zhanglan survive? Furthermore, she had taken Su Kaianqian away silently. Correct. Xia Zhanglan had taken Su Kaianqian away. Moreover, they appeared 2 eaters away from the lion-headed beastman's territory. As if that wasn't enough, Xia Zhanglan had hidden herself again. The scene in the Heavenly Dao livestream was frozen, focused on a dead tree. FCK. Perfect integration into the environment. Isn't this a trick? It's like ninjutsu. Ninjutsu that's just trash. Haven't you heard of a technique called ancient Chinese divination? The netizens exclaimed that Xia Zhanglan had this kind of skill. On the island of Wild Beastmen, the chicken dinner trial was simply tailor-made for her. The ancient Chinese divination had always been a divination technique. People who knew ancient Chinese divination could be unpredictable and magical. There was once a group of programs that reported about the ancient Chinese divination. That was a divination technique that could even revive a dead animal. It was much more profound than the best magic tricks. To this day, people still could not explain the fortune-telling of ancient Chinese divination. As for why Xia Zhanglan wanted to take Su Kaianqian away, it became another question. Why did she take Su Kaianqian away? The netizens could not understand why Xia Zhanglan was doing this. However, after Xia Zhanglan took Su Kaianqian away, those chosen ones who relied on Su Kaianqian were already in complete despair. Perhaps Xia Zhanglan's goal was to let the other chosen ones die. There was indeed a competitive relationship between chosen ones. If one less chosen one passed the trial, there would be an additional possibility of obtaining a special Heavenly Dao reward. In a small forest, Su Kaianqian looked around with a dazed expression. Alel. She only remembered a voice ringing in her ear. A few minutes later, she appeared in the forest. Where am I? Su Kaianqian tilted her head. Another voice sounded in the forest. If you find me, 111 take you to another place. The voice seemed to be coming from underground. However, Xia Zhanglan, who was completely disguised as a dead tree, was 5 meters behind Su Kaianqian. Not only did the dead wood look real, but one could not sense any aura or smell at all. Even a master-level camouflage expert could not compare to this concealment technique. Furthermore, Xia Zhanglan was not only good at disguising herself, but she was also proficient in catching wind and shadows. It was not a problem for her to fish out the moon in the water or even fly. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Su Kaianqian asked. However, Xia Zhanglan did not reply. It was also possible that the dead wood was real, and Xia Zhanglan was no longer in the withered tree. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were extremely surprised. FCK. The scene is still. How did she do it? Can you say that it's still called ancient Chinese divination? I never expected that other than Su Kaianqian, there would actually be someone who could clear the trial so easily on the island of Wild Beastmen. Compared to Zhao Feya and the others, the latter were like ants on a hot pan. They probably hated Xia Zhanglan to death. Moving forward, half an hour passed. The life light circle shrank, reaching the lion-headed beastman's territory. 3 more chosen ones kicked the bucket. They died outside the life light circle. These 3 people were chosen 1 no. 2. Lycaxia. Chosen 1 no. 9. Han Yuki. And chosen 1 no. 10. Yu Jingfang. They could have chosen to continue walking deeper, but their hearts had already collapsed to the point of despair. Even if Lycaxia and the other 2 left the lion-headed beastman's territory, they would not be able to survive. Currently, Zhao Feia, Yu Meng, Wu Lenking, and Qi Xin were about 500 meters away from the life light circle. This was already the 11th movement of the life light circle. Next, they would definitely encounter stronger beastmen and beasts. As for Sun Wire, Hu Yutong, and Wang Qiuhui, they walked towards the north of the island, about 500 meters away from the life light circle. Zhao Feia and the others didn't dare to walk further in. They looked around cautiously. If there was any movement, they would choose to escape. Could Su Kainqian have been captured by that big bird? I don't think it's possible. She must have been taken away by someone. Are there any other chosen ones? Zhao Feia, on the other hand, believed that there had to be other chosen ones that they did not know about. However, Zhao Feia still had no clue about the identity of all the chosen ones. Currently, only 9 chosen ones were still alive. However, they did not know what would happen next. In a yellow forest in the island of wild beastmen, it was a show of being besieged on all sides. Sun Wire, Hu Yutong, and Wang Qiuhui, who were in the yellow forest, seemed to realize that true death was approaching. A large group of yellow-skinned beastmen were actually sticking out their tongues. This group of beastmen had the head of a lizard and the body of a human. They were more than twice the size of an adult, and were 3 meters tall. Swoosh swoosh. This group of lizard beastmen actually kept shuttling through the yellow forest instantly. Their figures flickered very quickly, so it was difficult to catch their tracks with the naked eye. They were all lizard beastmen above LV 10, and there was no lack of LV 12 lizard beastmen kings. Lizards were originally Ruby Country's favorite, but the lizard beastmen here had become gods of death. Perhaps the lizard beastman's strength was far inferior to that of the lion-headed beastman and the golden-backed ape, but the lizard beastman's speed was simply too great. As the saying went, in the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be broken. When one's speed reached a certain level, it would also be an extremely terrifying strength. Sizzle! Suddenly, before Wang Qiuhui could react, her neck was bitten by a lizard beastman. When Wang Qiuhui came back to her senses, the lizard beastman who had just bitten her was gone. Wang Qiuhui, who had been bitten by the lizard beastman, felt her head become very heavy. Her entire body was soft and powerless, and her consciousness became blurry. Sizzle! In an instant, Sun Wire and Hu Yutong were also bitten in the neck by the lizard beastman. Their situation was the same as Wang Qiuhui's. Chapter 134 Chapter 134 Who gave you this beautiful dream? Chapter 134 Who gave you this beautiful dream? Sun Wire, Wang Qiuhui, and Hu Yutong were chosen ones who could deal with LV 8 beastmen, but they were actually powerless against this group of lizard beastmen. In the Heavenly Dao livestream rooms on various platforms, the viewers had already guessed the fate of Sun Wire and the others. They should hate Xia Zhanglan to death. Right. They don't know that Xia Zhanglan took Su Kainqian away. I can only say that they had beautiful plans. However, who let them think that it would turn into reality? You're right. Every man for himself. Xia Zhanglan is strong enough to pass the island of wild beastmen's otherworld instance dungeon trial. Where are they strong? The netizens seemed to understand Xia Zhanglan's ruthlessness. Actually, most of the viewers would have done the same if they had been Xia Zhanglan. For example, one could rely on my own strength to get 100 points, but you relied on others to get 2 points. As for why Xia Zhanglan didn't attack Su Kainqian, she really didn't dare. After all, Su Kainqian's father was a big shot in the otherworld. If Xia Zhanglan really attacked Su Kainqian, the consequences that Xia Zhanglan would have to bear could be imagined. Therefore, Zia Zhanglan only took Su Kangqian away and eliminated the unnecessary competitors. With one less competitor, the chances of obtaining special rewards were higher. At this moment, Sun Wire and the other two were being tortured by the lizard beastmen. After they were bitten by the lizard beastmen, they were delirious and did not know what was going on at all. Their brains were moving, and they were conscious, but they could not sense anything else. Bang! In an instant, a violent explosion sounded from the group of lizardmen. The entire yellow forest was set ablaze. The aftershock even spread more than 100 meters away. This was undoubtedly a cannon that was even more ferocious. It was Sun Wire. She had long exchanged for a miniature self-destruction treasure in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. Perhaps she had expected to die. So when this group of lizard beastmen jumped her greedily, she self-destructed. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked again. FCK. He's still alive. A lizard beastman's head was blown at a 90-degree angle. But he's still alive. How can a beastman's vitality be so tenacious? How terrifying. The viewers once again witnessed the terror of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the island of wild beastmen, which had a 4-star difficulty rating. If the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was not terrifying, how could it be called a human purgatory? The Chosen One's trial in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was simply like a trial in hell. Not every Chosen One could sweep through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 4-star difficulty like Yu Foxu. There was one remaining Chosen One that did not sweep through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 4-star difficulty level. But she could easily survive the contraction of the life light circle 11 times in the island of wild beastmen. This person was not Su Kangqian, but Zia Zhanglan. Was Su Kangqian here to train in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon? Everyone knew that Su Kangqian was here to play. Reality proved that Su Kangqian was really playing. Now, only 6 Chosen Ones were still alive. In less than an hour, half of the Chosen Ones went to buy a farm. Even Sun Wire, who everyone thought had an extremely high survival rate at the beginning, also kicked the bucket. In the various Heavenly Dao livestreams of the Dragon Nation, the viewers discussed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In the past 28 years, 5 alternate worlds have descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons. The highest level of difficulty someone passed was only 5 stars. A 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon is already terrifying enough. How terrifying would a 6-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon be? Who knows? One only know that Su Yong doesn't have the ability. Indeed, if Su Yong's strength is between LV 20 and LV 25, it's already enough for him to pass the 6-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. How can he pass a 6-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial? However, a Chosen One who can pass the 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon has already left the scope of the human world. Right. The so-called leaving the scope of the human world would mean not being interested in money and status. A super tycoon had once said that he was not interested in money. That was because he had too much money. By the same logic, why would one need money or status to pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial with a 5-star difficulty factor? Wasn't that something that could be done at will? In another forest in the island of wild beastmen, Su Kangqian only searched for 10 minutes before she felt sleepy. She found a pile of grass and lay down. At this moment, a tall woman in a very ordinary white sweater appeared in front of Su Kangqian. She was not considered a beauty. Perhaps it was because she looked a little chubby. But she looks to be no more than 19 years old. But her real age was 26. It was Zia Zhanglan. She picked up a purple cloth and waved it. A wooden bed seemed to appear out of thin air. This was not a magic trick, but ancient Chinese divination. It's so easy to take care of her. Zia Zhanglan carried the sleeping Su Kangqian and placed her on the wooden bed. Zia Zhanglan felt that Su Kangqian was really not picky about where to sleep. So she felt that Su Kangqian should be easy to raise. More than 11 hours after being teleported to the island of wild beastmen, Su Kangqian had already slept twice. If she was tired, she would sleep. When she woke up, she would play. It was the daily life of a 5-year-old child. Did you expect a 5-year-old child to save the world? However, in a sense, Su Kangqian could really do it. Zia Xianglin lifted the long purple cloth in her hand again, and the wooden bed actually disappeared into thin air. Even Su Qianqian, who was on the bed, was gone. This was even more magical than a magic trick. Following that, the live broadcast of Zia Xianglin froze again. The reason why the viewers had not noticed Zia Xianglin previously was because her live broadcast had basically been frozen. After all, it was a live broadcast from God's perspective. At this moment, the life light circle began to shrink for the 12th time. However, more chosen ones died outside the life light circle. They were Yumeng and Qi Xin. As the life light circle shrank, Zhao Feiya and the others encountered another group of lizard beastmen. Yumeng and Qi Xin chose to run back. Wu Lanking and Zhao Feiya ran to the east, especially Zhao Feiya, who ran away alone. After all, Zhao Feiya was the chosen one who had been transformed into a Kader girl. She moved extremely quickly. Moreover, Wu Lanking had been bitten by the lizard men. Although she was in the life light circle, her life was about to come to an end. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, a group of Qi Xin's fans were in grief. They were crying even more sadly than if their parents had died. Some diehard fans even chose to jump off a building to accompany Qi Xin, who gave these fans the illusion that Qi Xin could survive the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon on the island of wild beastmen. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. They are just some pretentious people. Chapter 135. They are just some pretentious people. Zia Xianglin, I want to kill you. You vicious woman. You killed our Xingxin. I will curse you for the rest of your life. Qi Xin's loyal fans were already in a frenzy. They blamed Zia Xianglin for Qi Xin's death. However, the fact that Zia Xianglin dared to do this meant that she did not care about the threats of the secular world at all. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream side. It turns out that it's better to rely on oneself than on others. That's right. Only when you're strong can you be truly powerful. What about Su Qianqian? Isn't she relying on her father? How can this be the same Su Qianqian as Su Yong's daughter? The viewers were even more envious of Su Qianqian for having such a powerful father. The island of wild beastmen. Zhao Feiya was hiding on a big tree. Her breathing was very light as she was afraid that the beastmen would find her. Her fear had never dissipated. This was the 6th time she had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system, but it was also the first time she had been teleported to the island of wild beastmen. An Otherworld instance dungeon with a 4-star difficulty factor. She knew very well that the danger in a 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon was more than 10 times stronger than a 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon. In fact, the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon was indeed 10 times more difficult than the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon. At this moment, Zhao Feiya was not thinking about looking for Su Qianqian, because she would be in greater danger. What she was thinking now was how to wait for the final time the circle of life light shrunk. The place she was in was still the lizard beastman's territory. Over the past 12 hours, she had finally figured out the situation of the beastman territories and forces on the wild beastman island. The beastman factions appeared to be in a circular distribution. For example, no matter which direction it was, as long as it was on the beach, it was the distribution of LV. 1 beastman. The deeper into the island, the higher the level of the beastman. This was an indisputable fact. Zhao Feiya was glad that she had been transformed into a catered girl in Crazy Asylum. Otherwise, she would not have had the slightest chance of survival. Even Sun Wire, who had been as famous as Yu Fuxu in the past, died in the island of wild beastmen. Although Zhao Feiya didn't know how Sun Wire and the others were doing, she could only guess one thing. They had been completely wiped out. But in reality, that was not the case. Wang Qiuhui, who was traveling with Sun Wire, was actually still alive. Not only could she move, but she could also walk. In the yellowing forest, the surroundings were filled with the smell of blood, scattered limbs, and pools of tomato juice. Wang Qiuhui's skin color changed. Her skin color changed from black to red. It was also because of the chameleon's power that she changed not only her pigment, but also removed the venom that seeped out of the pigment. This was also the power of the chameleon. Otherwise, Wang Qiuhui would have been dead by now. However, her body was still in extreme pain. She didn't remember what happened when she had fainted, but she could guess a little. The current Wang Qiuhui did not have the time to care about this. She used the power of a chameleon to disguise herself again. While disguising herself, she used a pool of tomato juice on the ground to cover her smell. After all, one could not hide one's scent by changing one's color. Wang Qiuhui had survived, but Hu Yuchan was not so lucky. Currently, the 4 chosen ones who were still alive were Su Kanqian, Xia Xianglan, Zhao Feiya, and Wang Qiuhui. Only 4 out of the 20 chosen ones survived after 12 hours. Moreover, the life light circle was still shrinking. At this moment, Wang Qiuhui glanced at a lizard beastman on the left. Half of the beastman's body seemed to have been blown up by some explosion. However, the lizard beastman who had lost half of its body could still move. Wang Qiuhui naturally knew that the lizard beastman's recovery speed was terrifying. For example, it would take a month or 2 for a human to recover from a serious injury, but lizard beastmen, especially those above LV 10, could recover to their original state in a day or 2. However, lizard beastmen who had lost half their bodies did not have the ability to regenerate. So even if they could move, they would die. However, Wang Qiuhui did not want this lizard beastman to wait for death. She wanted to go up and finish him off. It was for no other reason than her hatred. Beastmen are the race I hate the most. If one had the strength, I would definitely kill all the beastmen in the otherworldly beast world. Wang Qiuhui stepped on the lizard beastman that had lost half of its body. One kick was not enough. Wang Qiuhui stepped on it more than 10 times in a row. Then, she picked up a withered branch at the side and stabbed it into the lizard beastman's heart. The lizard beastman whose heart had been pierced by the dry branch was actually still alive. Wang Qiuhui stabbed straight through the lizard beastman's heart and stirred half of the withered branch until the lizard beastman died in fear. Even if it was a last hit, Wang Qiuhui's anger calmed down a little. Wang Qiuhui did not intend to take the risk to search for Su Kanqian. After all, she did not dare to. She walked around the island of wild beastmen, and every step she took now was abnormally cautious. Wang Qiuhui's faith in survival became incomparably strong. She wanted to be strong enough to sweep through all the otherworld instance dungeons. Unlike now, when she had to run crazily when facing beasts above LV 8. However, how could there be so many Destiny's children? They were just people who thought highly of themselves. It had to be said that Su Kanqian, Zhao Feiya, and the others formed a sharp contrast in the otherworld instance dungeon. Su Kanqian could treat the 4-star difficulty of the Island of Wild Beastmen dungeon trial as a place to play. However, Zhao Feiya and the others were conducting the trial here in fear. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the viewers' gazes landed on Xia Xianglan's live broadcast. She's moving. This woman is really amazing. I didn't realize it from the beginning. The same. One thought she was just cannon fodder, but I didn't expect her to know the ancient Chinese divination technique. And it's not as simple as it sounds. The viewers saw Xia Xianglan appear again. She was wrapped in a purple cloth. When the long cloth opened, a crossbow appeared. As for how Xia Xianglan produced the crossbow and why she used the long cloth, only someone who knew the ancient Chinese divination technique could explain it perfectly. Since Xia Xianglan had taken out the crossbow, it meant that she was preparing to make a move. She definitely didn't attack Su Kanqian. As for whom she would attack, no one knew. The viewers could only stare at the live broadcast and watch the next scene. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 LV 15 Tiger-Headed Beastman King. Chapter 136 LV 15 Tiger-Headed Beastman King. She's hiding. FCK. The scene is frozen again. No, there's someone. It's a beastman. In Xia Xianglan's live broadcast, a beastman with a tiger head and a human body appeared. It was no exaggeration to say that this tiger-headed beastman was larger than 5 adult men combined. Moreover, it was more than 3 meters tall. After all, beastmen were not humans. Be it their size or their height, they were several times bigger than humans. This is a LV 12 tiger-headed beastman. How is that a LV 12 tiger-headed beastman king? It's clearly a LV 15 Tiger-Headed Beastman King. Well, the netizens thought that Xia Zhanglin's ancient Chinese divination technique couldn't deal with this LV. 15 Tiger-Headed Beastman King at all. The LV. 11 Lizard Beastman King made Zhao Feiye and the other chosen ones unable to resist at all. The difference between LV 11 and LV 15 was simply the difference between the strength of a 3-year-old and an adult. As for the difference in strength, it was obvious. Moreover, 100 LV 11 beastmen could not defeat a LV 15 beastmen. This tiger-headed beastman king was clearly a lone wolf. Tigers were not social animals, so the tiger-headed beastman who had inherited the bloodline and habits of tigers would naturally not allow other tiger-headed beastmen to exist in its territory unless they were of different gender. Crack! An arrow was shot from somewhere suddenly, and hit the tiger-headed beastman's heart. It was Xia Zhanglin who had secretly launched the arrow. Unfortunately, this arrow only damaged the fur of the LV 15 beastman king. There was not even blood. Not only was LV 15 beastman extremely powerful, but its defense was also several times or even more than 10 times that of a LV 10 beastman king. Come out! Roar! The LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king roared in the forest. Even through the screen, the tiger's power could make the netizens' scalps tingle. However, Xia Zhanglin did not appear. She had always been hiding in the dark. Crack! The crossbow shot out from behind the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king. This time, it shot 3 arrows in a row, and the arrows hit the back of the tiger-headed beastman. Just like the first arrow, it only damaged the tiger-headed beastman's fur. Xia Zhanglin clearly knew that she could not hurt the tiger-headed beastman when she shot the first arrow. So what was the meaning of shooting 3 arrows in a row? In fact, Xia Zhanglin did not have the ability to sweep through the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon. Xia Zhanglin could only easily complete the trial on the island of wild beastmen. Xia Zhanglin shot 2 more arrows in a row. These 2 arrows shot towards the legs of the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king. The result was the same. They were only glancing hits. The crossbow was not weak. Even a tiger could be shot through by a crossbow. Xia Zhanglin released a total of 7 arrows from hiding. However, they did not cause any damage to the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king. Crack! Another arrow shot out and hit the tiger-headed beastman's head. Little did she know that the tiger-headed beastman's head had even stronger defense. This time, the arrow did not even hurt the fur of the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were very confused. Why did Xia Zhanglin do something useless? Actually, the netizens did not know that Xia Zhanglin was testing the defense of the tiger-headed beastman's different body parts. Xia Zhanglin couldn't possibly run out and fight that LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king head-on. Right. The tiger-headed beastman king was completely furious. The beast blood in its body boiled to another level. Ugly woman! Come out! Roar! The tiger's roar was deafening. The tiger's might brought out by the tiger's roar seemed to intimidate all creatures within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. No matter how crazy the lion-headed beastman was, Xia Zhanglin just hid in the dark and did not appear. If Xia Zhanglin appeared, there would only be 2 outcomes. Firstly, Xia Zhanglin would die. Secondly, the tiger-headed beastman king would die. There was no third possible outcome. Xia Zhanglin knew very well that it was impossible for this LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king to leave in anger. Of course, if Xia Zhanglin did not get rid of this LV 15 tiger-headed beastman, she would not be able to leave this forest. Su Kainqian was still here. It was just that Xia Zhanglin had used the ancient Chinese divination technique to hide Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian was probably still sleeping soundly. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 balls of flames attacked the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king from 3 directions. However, there was still no sign of Xia Zhanglin. These 3 balls of flames gathered at one point. Bang! Flames burned on the body of the LV 15 tiger-headed beastman king. However, this tiger-headed beastman king quickly extinguished the flames on its body. This attack completely angered the tiger-headed beastman king. an incomparably hot aura shot out from the tiger-headed Beastman King. Accompanied by the tiger-headed Beastman King's furious roar, a shock wave blasted forward. Boom! A huge pit appeared in front of him. If this shock wave hit a person, there would probably be nothing left. However, the shock wave of the tiger-headed Beastman King did not hit Xia Zhanglan at all. Something appeared. A figure appeared on a tree branch on the upper left. However, it was not Xia Zhanglan who appeared. It was a puppet. However, this puppet actually jumped back and forth on the tree, and could even release flying needles midway. 30-centimeter-long flying needles pierced the tiger-headed Beastman King's head. The tiger-headed Beastman King's scalp was filled with flying needles. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream were puzzled. Shooting arrows, setting fire, and flying needles. What kind of fortune-telling is the ancient Chinese divination? I think it's similar to magic tricks, but it's an upgraded version. Or rather, the tricks originated from ancient Chinese divination. Didn't X country create ninjutsu because they secretly learned a little? Is that puppet a secret technique of the Mohist school? The divine craftsman of the Mohist school's secret techniques is indeed very famous and is also the representative work of the Mohist school. However, it's not only the Mohist school's secret technique that can control the puppet, but also the ancient Chinese divination technique. In the Heavenly Tao livestream, many viewers still knew some divination schools. However, they did not know if Xia Zhanglan, who was proficient in the ancient Chinese divination technique, could deal with the LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King. Seeing the puppet on the tree branch, the tiger-headed Beastman King jumped up and pounced on it. The puppet could not dodge something moving at such a speed. The tiger-headed Beastman King bit the doll into pieces. However, the moment the tiger-headed Beastman King bit the doll, a huge explosion sounded. Boom! Heat waves swept down from the sky. At this moment, a long purple cloth blocked the impact of the remaining shock wave. But at this moment, Xia Zhanglan also appeared. Xia Zhanglan looked ahead and realized that the LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King was actually not swept away by the power of the explosion. Not only that, but this LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King also discovered Xia Zhanglan. Roar! The tiger-headed Beastman King pounced towards Xia Zhanglan. It was abnormally fast. Bang! The tiger-headed Beastman King's sandbag-sized fist hit Xia Zhanglan. Just as the viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream thought that Xia Zhanglan was about to die, a shocking scene happened. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 He's in existence, at the top of the world. Chapter 137 He's in existence, at the top of the world. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the tiger-headed Beastman King had been hit by a huge rock weighing tens of tons. It was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. It even rolled 5 to 6 times on the ground before stopping. The tiger-headed Beastman King stared at Xia Zhanglan in fear. It could not understand why Xia Zhanglan's defense was so high. Even beastmen would be terrified and timid when they encountered a powerful enemy. However, this tiger-headed Beastman King did not think that Xia Zhanglan's defense would be so powerful. Otherwise, why would she launch a sneak attack from the beginning? This lion-headed Beastman King was not stupid to be able to reach LV-15. However, it could not understand why it was reflected by its own power. In fact, it was another feature of Xia Zhanglan's ancient Chinese divination technique. As everyone knew, the ancient Chinese divination technique emphasized on a strange. It was unimaginable and exceeded one's expectations. A long purple cloth circled in the air and covered the tiger-headed Beastman King. When the long purple cloth was torn apart by the tiger-headed Beastman King, its limbs were fettered with chains. The chain extended to the tree where it branched out. For some reason, the viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream actually predicted it. Drawing heavenly lightning. FCK. There's such a thing? Does Xia Zhanglan have so many tricks up her sleeve? But from the looks of it, there are no clouds in the clear sky. How can she draw heavenly lightning? A poisonous oath, is she going to be struck by lightning? The viewers were very curious as to how Xia Zhanglan would draw heavenly lightning. The tiger-headed Beastman King, whose hands and feet were chained, was gathering strength and struggling. The Beastman King's blood boiled to a certain extent again. In less than 30 seconds, it would break the chain. There were only a few dozen seconds. It was not easy for Xia Xianglan to attract the lightning. Xia Xianglan threw a black bead into the air. When the bead exploded more than 20 meters in the sky actually began to change. The originally clear sky was instantly covered in dark clouds. The sound of thunder became more and more turbulent. Crack! In less than 10 seconds, a bolt of lightning struck down and passed through the chain to the tiger-headed Beastman King. The tiger-headed Beastman King was struck by the lightning and was caught in an explosion once more. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the ancient Chinese divination technique? DMN. It's really a show. She can even draw heavenly lightning. So the TV dramas were not fake. Drawing heavenly lightning really exists. The netizens had seen a lot of TV dramas that included drawing heavenly lightning. They had thought that it was just a pretense. But they did not expect it to be real. The LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King was actually still alive after being struck by the lightning that Xia Xianglan had drawn down. However, he had already fallen to the ground and was panting loudly. Even a LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King would not be able to withstand lightning. Fire. Immediately, a total of 15 strips of fire gathered towards the LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King like fire snakes. Whoosh! In just 3 seconds, the flames began to burn fiercely on the LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King. In less than 10 minutes, the LV-15 tiger-headed Beastman King was burned to death just like that. Amidst the burnt smell, there was also a hint of roasted meat. Not only was the ancient Chinese divination proficient in the 5 elements, but it was also good at all kinds of strange divination. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream finally saw it. They were also amazed by the ancient Chinese divination technique. It was really awesome. This is a true magic user. That's awesome. Although Xia Xianglan doesn't have the strength to sweep through the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon like Yu Fuxu, Xia Xianglan will definitely be able to complete the trial alive. Of course, if she can kill LV-15 Beastman King, then even if she can't deal with a great Beastman King above LV-16, she can still avoid it. Her hiding ability is also ridiculously strong. In our dragon country, there will always be some supernatural ability users chosen by the Heavenly Tao. The viewers all believed in the existence of the Dragon Clan. Why couldn't they believe in the existence of supernatural ability users? As the saying went, small secrets were in the forest, and big secrets were in the city. At this moment, the life light circle began to shrink for the 13th time. This time, the circle decreased in radius by 300 meters. However, everyone was far from finding Xia Xianglan's location. She was in the territory of the LV-15 Beastman King. The life light circle probably had to shrink 1,516 times before it could shrink to where Xia Xianglan was. The live broadcast of Xia Xianglan froze again. It was not difficult to see that Xia Xianglan had a stronger trump card. The island of Wild Beastman trial this time also made Xia Xianglan a hot topic. The prerequisite was that Xia Xianglan could survive and complete this Otherworld instance dungeon trial. Blue Planet, Dragon Country, Shenju Building Number 1. On the sofa, Yu Fuxu said in surprise. The ancient Chinese divination technique is really powerful. Dao Wenwen, who was at the side, said bluntly, I don't know much about the ancient Chinese divination technique. I only know that they are very good at using the right time, place, and people, coupled with the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and various strange divinations. Yu Fuxu asked. This Xia Xianglan's hidden identity is very extraordinary, right? Zhao Wenwen guessed. In our dragon country, there are many such supernatural ability users. Isn't there one in our department? Can Xia Xianglan pass the Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 5-star difficulty factor? Yu Fuxu asked. Zhao Wenwen shook her head and said, I don't know. From what I've seen and heard so far, Xia Xianglan probably doesn't have the strength to pass the 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. Zhao Wenwen then added, to be able to pass the 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, those chosen ones can be considered top people in the mortal world. Yu Fuxu asked again, is it the peak of mortals? That should be the case. Zhao Wenwen had also thought that if Yu Fuxu passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty, she would be at the peak of mortals. However, to be able to pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 6-star difficulty factor, the strength of such a person was enough to be considered an existence that transcended the mortal world. Dao Wenwen didn't think that Su Yong's strength had already transcended the mortal world. However, she felt that Su Yong's strength should be extremely close to this realm. To put it bluntly, Su Yong's strength should be below LV 25, and it was very likely that he had reached LV 24. As for levels, they were all divided according to the levels used to deal with the demons, ghosts, monsters, and beasts of the 5 alternate worlds. To be able to deal with LV 10 demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts, the chosen one's strength had to be at LV 10 or above. The several elders of our organization Yu Fuxu thought of the few elders who founded the Shenzhou Institute. They should be of about the same strength as Su Yang. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 Don't tell me she will sleep until the end. Chapter 138 Don't tell me she will sleep until the end. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the viewers were also discussing the peak of mortals. Speaking of which, if Su Yong's strength is at LV 24, then he's already in hiding. Right. The top of the mortal world can control the fate of the country. I always thought that only the Dragon Clan could do it. But one also feel that Su Yang is above LV 20, and is very likely a member of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was mysterious and powerful, but there was no conclusive evidence to prove its existence. However, it had always been the belief of the people of the Dragon Country. If you were to conduct an interview on the streets and catch 100 people to ask, at least 99 people would profess belief in the existence of the Dragon Clan. The last person might be a baby who could not speak. The island of wild beastmen. In the south, Zhao Feiyou was still alive. Wang Qiuhui was still alive. They were each in either the south and the west of the island of wild beastmen, only about 300 meters away from the life light circle. They could only move closer to the life light circle and accurately calculate when the life light circle would retract. Behind them was a bottomless abyss, and in front of them was a terrifying hell. They could not retreat, but they did not dare to go forward bravely. They only dared to move within the range of the life light circle. It was very likely that a LV 13 beastman or beast would appear in the range of the island of wild beastmen, especially Wang Qiuhui. When she disguised herself as a chameleon, she crawled forward and slowly rubbed the ground. Anyway, Wang Qiuhui's body was already so flat. No matter how much friction there was, it did not matter. However, it was precisely because her body was so flat that it was very suitable for her to crawl forward. Moreover, with the enhancement of the chameleon's power, she could be said to have reached an exquisite level of disguise. It was impossible to see where she was with the naked eye. Moreover, the smell on her body was covered by various mixed smells, as if it was the smell of a lump of something. In order to survive and pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial on the Wild Beastman Island, Wang Qiuhui's grievance was nothing. The live broadcast of Xia Xianglan was still frozen. As for Su Kaianqian, the netizens wondered if Su Kaianqian would sleep until the end. That was very likely. As long as Su Kaianqian was not disturbed, she might really be able to sleep until the end of the trial. The prerequisite was that it would depend on whether Xia Xianglan was strong enough. If she encountered a crisis, she could also resolve it like before. Moving forward, half an hour later, the life light circle began to shrink again. This was the 14th time the life light circle contracted. The radius of the circle still shrunk by 300 meters. However, it still did not reach where Xia Xianglan was. At this moment, Su Kaianqian actually woke up from her sleep. Seeing this, Xia Xianglan immediately appeared. Found you? When Su Kaianqian saw Xia Xianglan, She did not forget what had happened before she fell asleep. Zia Xianglin told Su Kaunqian that if Su Kaunqian found her, she would bring her to another place. Actually, it was Zia Xianglin who appeared automatically. The goal was simple. Zia Xianglin was preparing to leave with Su Kaunqian. If the circle closed for the 15th time, the life light circle would also cover this place. You found me. Zia Xianglin casually grabbed the air, and actually produced a small bag before handing it to Su Kaunqian. Zia Xianglin continued, "This is your reward." Su Kaunqian did not think too much about it, and took the small bag. Su Kaunqian opened it, and saw that it was actually a bag full of candy. "Do you know transforming magic?" Su Kaunqian asked. Zia Xianglin replied, "A little." "What magic do you want to see?" Su Kaunqian thought for a moment, and said, "I want to see transforming." Zia Xianglin frowned. What kind of magic was transforming, however? A child's brain definitely could not be thought of as an adult. "Will do." Zia Xianglin actually agreed. Zia Xianglin was not only trying to please Su Kaunqian because she was afraid of her father. In Zia Xianglin's opinion, Su Kaunqian was also extraordinary. Just think about it. Not only was a 5-year-old girl chosen by the heavenly Tao system, but the first time she was chosen by the heavenly Tao system, she already entered a 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Why didn't she start with the 1-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial? This could only mean that from the beginning, Su Kaunqian had the ability to carry out the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Secondly, Su Kaunqian's father was definitely someone she could not afford to provoke. In the end, Su Kaunqian had to have hidden her strength, but even Su Kaunqian herself did not know. Zia Xianglin had a detailed understanding of the 19 chosen ones in the island of wild beastmen. She naturally knew that Su Kaunqian had scared off a LV-7 bare-headed beastman by acting fierce, subdued a LV-11 golden-backed ape, and even used a small stone to smash a LV-12 lion-headed beastman king to death. Hence, Zia Xianglin knew very well that Su Kaunqian's hidden strength was definitely not inferior to hers. No matter what the reason was, Zia Xianglin could not make Su Kaunqian angry. She only had one motive for taking Su Kaunqian away for herself. It was obvious that Zia Xianglin also coveted the special heavenly Tao reward. If she wanted to stand at the top of the moral world, she could only obtain a special heavenly Tao reward through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Otherwise, even if she cultivated the ancient Chinese divination technique for another 4,050 years, she might not be able to stand at the peak of the moral world. Above the peak of the moral world were naturally existences that transcended the moral world. They could not be called mortals. What kind of person would that be? Zia Xianglin was not sure. Either. Zia Xianglin transformed. After covering herself with the long purple cloth, she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Correct. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. Zia Xianglin suddenly had 2 more heads. They were exactly the same, and they had their expressions. Her 6 hands were also moving. It was very magical. Wow. You're so awesome. Su Kaunqian clapped her hands in shock at Zia Xianglin's transformation. You can breathe fire. Right. For some reason, Su Kaunqian felt that Zia Xianglin could breathe fire. As soon as Zia Xianglin spoke, all 3 heads spoke at the same time. I can. With that, Zia Xianglin's 3 heads spat out flames at the same time. The flames extended for 5 meters and lasted for 6 to 7 seconds. Great. Su Kaunqian clapped again. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao live stream all started making a ruckus. FCK. She really has 3 heads and 6 arms. J. Her 3 mouths can still spit fire. Which 2 heads are fake? The head in the middle must be real. The heads on either side are fake. So are the arms. Only the arms in the middle are real, since she can become 3 heads and 6 arms. Does that mean that her lower body can also do it? Chapter 139. Chapter 139. What looks like a snake, but is not a snake. Chapter 139. What looks like a snake, but is not a snake. How could you have such thoughts? I guess she can. Haha. So what if she can? 100 of you won't be able to control a woman like Zia Xianglin. Of course. The netizens knew that Zia Zanglin's mind and abilities were too deep. They could not control her at all. Only a stronger man could subdue her. However, would a man with that ability really like Zia Zanglin? Wouldn't it be good to randomly pick a few celebrities? Moving forward, more than half an hour passed. The life-light circle began to shrink for the 15th time. Zhao Feya and Wang Qiuhui were still alive. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered beastmen before, and they had almost lost their lives. There was a 5-centimeter deep scratch on Zhao Feya's back. It was caused by a LV-15 tiger-headed beastman king. She could only use what little she had left to bandage the wound on her back. To be precise, it was bandaged with binding. The pain made her body tremble, but compared to the fear of death, it was nothing. Wang Qiuhui was being chased by a LV-15 rhinoceros beastman. She had originally relied on the power of the chameleon to crawl on the ground, but the rhinoceros beastman king did not care about virtue at all. It left something on her body, causing Wang Qiuhui to be unable to hold it in anymore. When she took a deep breath, she was discovered by the rhinoceros beastman king. The rhinoceros beastman king was also not slow, but it was a little blind. Wang Qiuhui, who was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the rhinoceros beastman and fell into a quagmire, also dodged a calamity. Wang Qiuhui directly became one with the quagmire through the change in color. However, the rhinoceros beastman was still churning in the quagmire, looking like he would not stop. At that moment, Wang Qiuhui had completely collapsed. If she was caught, she would be overturned by the rhinoceros beastman. In comparison, Zia Zanglin brought Su Kanqian to another valley. This place was extremely deep. Was there the sound of panting with a tongue out? Moreover, a scorching aura filled the entire valley. Are you afraid? Zia Zanglin asked Su Kanqian. Su Kanqian shook her head and said, I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid, you can enter that cave. There might be something new. Zia Zanglin then asked, Are you going in? Let's go in. Su Kanqian immediately nodded. Zia Zanglin brought Su Kanqian into a stuffy cave. The cave was not very humid, and it was very spacious, as if it was a different world. However, a loud breath came from the depths of the cave. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream saw that the cave seemed to be a natural cave through the livestream. However, a huge black shadow flashed out from the depths of the cave. Looking over, it was actually a beast man with a snake head and a human body. Moreover, the skin color of his body was black and white. When this snake-headed beastman spat out its tongue, it became apparent that its slightly curved fangs were 50 centimeters long. The viewers immediately knew that not only was this snake-headed beastman equipped with venom, but it was also LV-16 beastman king. Zia Zanglin wanted to bring Su Kanqian in to die. Of course, the answer was no. What a huge snake! Su Kanqian saw that the snake-headed beastman's head was bigger than a bucket. Moreover, it was 4 meters tall, and was larger than 6 adult men. Kanqian, help! Zia Zanglin wanted Su Kanqian to help her kill this LV-16 snake-headed beastman. As for why Zia Zanglin wanted to kill this snake-headed beastman, it might be to take the crystal in its body. Humans could not directly eat the crystals in the otherworldly beasts' bodies, or they would go berserk, and eventually die from the boiling beast blood. However, Zia Zanglin definitely had a way to use the crystals in the otherworldly beasts' bodies. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream seemed to have guessed Zia Zanglin's goal. However, the viewers did not understand. It was fine if she didn't avoid the LV-16 beastman, but she even had to personally provoke it. It had to be known that a LV-16 snake-headed beastman was enough to be called a great beastman king. It was not as easy to deal with as the LV-15 tiger-headed beastman from before. Back to the scene. Hearing Zia Zanglin, Su Kanqian shook her head and said, I'm not eating it. It stinks. Su Kanqian smelled a very special stench from the tongue of this beastman. It was a little like rotten eggs and stinky tofu. Zia Zanglin knew that Su Kanqian had misunderstood, but she did not say anything. Zia Zanglin took out a flag and handed it to Su Kanqian. At this moment, the snake-headed beastman became furious. You two clowns. Where did you get the guts to dream of killing me? This LV, 16 snake-headed beastmen already treated Su Kangqian as its prey and Xia Zhanglan as its plaything and food. However, this LV, 16 snake-headed beastman seemed to be more interested in food. Its gaze kept landing on Su Kangqian. Smells good. The snake-headed beastman spat out its tongue. It knew how to enjoy food. Swoosh! In an instant, Xia Zhanglan covered it with a long purple cloth. Su Kangqian and Xia Zhanglan disappeared in the cave. As for the snake-headed beastman left in the cave, although it did not smell anything, it detected airflow with its tongue. This LV, 16 snake-headed great beastman king rushed out of the cave. Coincidentally, Xia Zhanglan and Su Kangqian were outside the cave. Xia Zhanglan was luring the snake out of its hole. But she was not relying on the sound of the flute. However, the snake-headed beastman was not a snake, but a beastman. Xia Zhanglan used the ancient Chinese divination technique to create an identical version of herself. Su Kangqian could not tell which one was the real Xia Zhanglan. However, it was also possible that neither Xia Zhanglan was real. These two Xia Zhanglans, who seemed to have been cloned, attacked the LV, 16 snake-headed beastmen from the left and right. First, there were flying needles, then fire, and then an explosion. Under a series of fancy attacks, not only did they not injure the snake-headed beastman at all, but they also infuriated him even more. If LV, 16 snake-headed great beastman king was angry, the consequences would be quite serious. Why is it smelly? Su Kangqian's little head was slightly to the right, and she looked a little troubled. She couldn't understand. Did the snake meet her father? Had given her previously smell the same? Was there such a possibility? The snake meat Su Kangqian's father gave her was not real snake meat. Neither was it snake meat that only looked like a snake. But what kind of animal looked like a snake, but was not a snake, yet smelled like snake meat? Su Kangqian thought for a while and could not understand why. However, she really did not want to eat this smelly snake-headed beastman. Crack! In an instant, the two Xia Zhanglans were torn into pieces by the LV, 16 snake-headed great beastman king. The moment this LV, 16 snake-headed great beastman king stuck out its tongue, it actually opened its bloody mouth at Su Kangqian. Chapter 140 Chapter 140 Not eating snake meat, but flood dragon meat. Chapter 140 Not eating snake meat, but flood dragon meat. However, just as this LV, 16 snake-headed beastman was about to bite, an invisible thin line was stuck in its way. The snake-headed beastman seemed to be frozen. Xia Zhanglan had a surprised expression on her face. At the same time, she realized that the pupils of this snake-headed great beastman king were rapidly constricting. However, the viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream also exclaimed, "What line is this? I don't know. This thin thread can actually trap a LV, 16 snake-headed beastman king. It's several times tougher than my Waihai fishing line that has a pull of more than 500 kg. Could it be the legendary heavenly silk? In TV dramas, there were often scenes about heavenly silk. It was said that the heavenly silk could be impervious to fire, water, sabers, and spears. However, Xia Zhanglan realized that the LV, 16 snake-headed great beastman king's pupils did not contract because it was trapped by silk. It was because it sensed something extremely terrifying from Su Kangqian. It was as if this snake-headed great beastman king had seen the fear of death. Xia Zhanglan saw this as a great opportunity. A long purple cloth covered the snake-headed great beastman king. She also took out 3 nails from her body. As for what kind of nails it was, the viewers were puzzled. But when they saw these 3 nails enter the snake-headed great beastman king's body, there was actually an explosive sound. Thud thud. In less than 10 seconds, the snake-headed great beastman king fell to the ground and could not get up. When Xia Zhanglan lifted the long cloth, the snake-headed great beastman king had already lost all signs of life. That's amazing! Su Kangqian clapped her hands. However, Xia Zhanglan knew very well that it wasn't she who was strong, but Su Kangqian. Xia Zhanglan had only seized the opportunity to kill the snake-headed great beastman king so easily. Otherwise, She would probably have had to spend a lot of effort to have a chance to kill this snake-headed great beastman king. Actually, Zia Xianglin did not understand why the snake-headed great beastman king was so afraid of Su Kaienqian. What power was hidden in Su Kaienqian's body? Zia Xianglin had her guesses. She believed that it was most likely because there was an extremely powerful beast blood in Su Kaienqian's body. It might be the aura of a LV-20 beast blood. Once she encountered danger, she could automatically release a strange aura, making the snake-headed great beastman king feel fear. This was the fear of the weak towards the strong. As for how Su Kaienqian got it, Zia Xianglin believed that it was most likely because Su Kaienqian's father fed Su Kaienqian some otherworldly beasts all year round that she had a special physique. Moreover, as the daughter of a big shot from another world, wasn't it normal for her to be nurtured from the age of 2 to 3? Hence, Zia Xianglin felt that her guess was probably right. Because of this, Zia Xianglin guessed that Su Kaienqian's father, Su Yang, was definitely above LV-20, and there was nothing fake about it. What are those? Su Kaienqian pointed at the 3 nails on the snake-headed great beastman king. Zia Xianglin said, "These are soul-burying nails. They are specially soaked in medicine for 108 days and forged through 7 steps. They can subdue demons and kill ghosts and beasts." Zia Xianglin retrieved the soul-burying nails. This was one of her trump cards. How could she throw them away so easily? About 10 minutes later, Zia Xianglin took out a purple crystal from the body of the snake-headed great beastman king. Meanwhile, Su Kaienqian covered her nose, not wanting to get close to the snake-headed great beastman king's corpse. After the death of the snake-headed great beastman king, the stench emitted became even stronger. Clearly, Zia Xianglin knew very well how to use the crystals in the otherworldly beasts' bodies. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life even with Su Kaienqian by her side. Su Kaienqian was the kind of 5-year-old girl who did not know much, but could protect herself. "You'll go into the cave and look for anything good." Zia Xianglin naturally wanted to find something for Su Kaienqian to play with. However, Su Kaienqian had a look of disdain. Su Kaienqian thought that the snake-headed great beastman king was smelly. And so were its things. "I don't want." Su Kaienqian shook her head. However, Zia Xianglin still walked into the cave resolutely. Even if she found something novel and fun, and Su Kaienqian did not want it. Compared to the fun and novel things in the island of wild beastmen, Su Kaienqian wanted to see the things on Zia Xianglin more. In Su Kaienqian's eyes, Zia Xianglin was full of tricks. Suddenly, Su Kaienqian's big watery eyes flickered as if she had thought of something. "You'll give Daddy a call." Su Kaienqian was fiddling with the pink turtle children's smartwatch in her hand. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately thought that Su Kaienqian had been teleported to the otherworld instance dungeon, the island of wild beastmen. So how could she be able to make a call? However, in the next moment, Su Kaienqian really called her father. What? It got through. Damn. There's signal in the otherworld instance dungeon too. That's impossible. The viewers were dumbfounded. Why was Su Kaienqian able to make a call in the otherworld instance dungeon? And the call really got through. Su Kaienqian heard a click, and knew that the call had been picked up. "Hello, Daddy," Su Kaienqian called out. Her cute childish voice sounded like it could make any daughter-obsessed father immediately put down hundreds of millions of yuan's worth of work he was busy with. "Kaienqian, what's wrong?" The tone on the other end of the phone was still very calm. Su Kaienqian thought for a moment, and said, "Daddy, why are snakes smelly?" Only then did the viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream realize that the reason why Su Kaienqian called Su Yang was actually to ask this strange question. However, to Su Kaienqian, this was a very puzzling matter. Children were usually filled with curiosity about the unknown. Daddy didn't give Kaienqian snake meat, but it tasted a little like snake meat. Su Yang explained patiently over the phone. "Daddy, what meat was it?" Su Kaienqian asked. "Oh, that was the meat of a flood dragon." As soon as the words on the phone arrived, the various Heavenly Dao live streams exploded. Holy SHT! Flood dragon? What's a flood dragon? It's said that snakes can only have a chance to transform into flood dragons after 1 years of cultivation. That's impossible. The netizens directly denied it because flood dragons were too mysterious. Even in the world of demons and beasts, flood dragons were not existences that mortals could deal with. However, after thinking about it carefully, the netizens fell into deep doubt. But they still denied it with various guesses. Maybe he picked up the corpse of a flood dragon. There's another possibility. That was not a flood dragon at all. It just looks like it. Or perhaps the flood dragon that Su-yeon mentioned is not the kind that we know in Dragon Country. I mean, it's not a huge snake that transformed into one after 1 years of cultivation. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 I'll draw a circle and curse you. Chapter 141 I'll draw a circle and curse you. Soo Kyeon-kian was still on the phone with Su-yeon. Daddy, what is magic? Soo Kyeon-kian actually remembered this question. Magic is something you can intuitively understand. If you think of Daddy in your heart, Daddy can feel it immediately. The explanation from the other end of the phone sounded like nonsense. But some people seem to understand. If the Tao was natural, one could achieve the integration of heaven and man. As for the heart, it was a bridge to feel the profundities of the world. Soo Kyeon-kian suddenly changed the topic. Daddy, there's a gorilla, a huge snake, and a big tiger here. Did they listen to Kyeon-kian? Soo Kyeon-kian immediately replied. No, they all look like they want to eat me. Kyeon-kian, if they want to eat you, you don't have to be polite to them. There seemed to be a terrifying tone on the other end of the phone. Daddy, I threw a stone at that lion. Soo Kyeon-kian said honestly. Kyeon-kian, do you still remember the circle-drawing game Daddy taught you? Su-yeon's voice reached Soo Kyeon-kian's ears through the pink turtle children's smartwatch. Yes. I remember. Soo Kyeon-kian nodded. Those beastmen who want to eat you. Draw a circle for them, Su-yeon said on the other end of the phone. Soo Kyeon-kian nodded again. Okay, Daddy. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream took a deep breath. Is this the conversation between the big shot and his daughter? Drawing circles. What is it this time? Don't tell me it's that till draw a circle to curse you. Have you forgotten Su-yeon's deeds in the eerie world? You mean to say that Su-yeon knows ghost curses? And he taught Soo Kyeon-kian the eerie's ghost curse? The fickle netizens felt that it was very likely. After all, Su-yeon doted on his daughter so much that he would definitely teach Soo Kyeon-kian all the life-saving methods he should. As everyone knew, in the eerie world, those eerie creatures used their own yin energy to activate ghost curses. And curses were a power that gathered resentment. But the problem is the ghost curse effective on beastmen? It's definitely effective. Authorities have proven that everything in the world has a soul. Whether it's a tree or a stone, there's a soul. It's just that the strength of the soul is different. Since they have a soul, you can definitely cast a ghost curse on the beastmen. The viewers would definitely not use the common sense of the blue planet to understand the special powers of the 5 alternate worlds. Immediately, the life-light circle contracted for the 16th time. Can you believe it? Although Xiao Feia and Wang Qiuhui were injured, they lived until the life-light circle shrank 16 times. Xia Zhenglan did not find any treasures in the cave. After she came out of the cave, she did not see Soo Kyeon-kian in the valley. However, she could lock onto Soo Kyeon-kian's location. Xia Zhenglan took the long cloth and covered her body. As the purple cloth was laid down, her live broadcast actually froze. However, from God's perspective, when everyone caught her live broadcast again, they realized that she had appeared above the valley. After Soo Kyeon-kian walked out of the valley, she arrived at a vast flat slope. What a big rabbit! Soo Kyeon-kian tilted her head slightly. She realized that the rabbit on the flat slope did not look like a rabbit or a human. It was more than 3 meters tall, but it was more than 10 meters away when it jumped. Moreover, the fur on its body was yellowish brown. It was like a mutated kangaroo. Hee. In an instant, a huge black shadow flew down from the sky. However, this huge black shadow had a pair of black wings and a huge eagle's head. But its limbs were no different from human limbs. It was obvious that this was not a huge eagle at all, but a beastman. In the words of the blue planet, They were real birdman J. The birdman's wings were more than 8 meters long, and it was larger than the 5 adult men. Flap flap. In just 3 seconds, the kangaroo jumping on the flat slope was caught by the birdman. When he reached a height of more than 100 meters, the birdman relaxed his talons. Bang! When the kangaroo hit the flat slope, it was like a huge rock had fallen, and a deep pit more than a meter deep appeared. The kangaroo in the deep pit twitched and gradually lost all signs of life. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream saw the hunt of this huge eagle beastman through Su Qianqian's livestream. FCK. What kind of speed is this? It's even faster than a rocket. I didn't even see it clearly. There's another huge eagle beastman. There's more than one. Looking around, 4 huge eagle beastmen actually appeared in the sky. Furthermore, they were all heading towards the flat slope. It looked like 4 fighter jets. Although the live broadcast of Zia Xianglin, who was hiding, was frozen, Zia Xianglin also saw it clearly. It was a LV-17 eagle beastman. Flap flap. In the sky, there was actually a huge eagle beastman. It flapped its wings, forming a scorching wave. Boom! A gale-like impact blasted towards the other 4 eagle beastmen. Boom! The shock wave sent the other 4 eagle beastmen flying dozens of meters away. Then, the larger eagle beastman swooped down and landed in the direction where the kangaroo had fallen, beginning to eat. The other 4 eagle beastmen seemed to be groveling as they watched. At this moment, a huge eagle beastman noticed Su Qianqian, who was more than 100 meters away. Perhaps it was because Su Qianqian had moved. Flap flap. The huge eagle beastman that discovered Su Qianqian flew into the sky and swooped down towards Su Qianqian. Seeing this, Su Qianqian did not look flustered at all. She said a few words. Is this bird going to eat me too? Su Qianqian had personally seen the eagle beastman eating the kangaroo, so she could understand that the eagle beastman flying towards her also wanted to eat her. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Su Qianqian stretched out her slender index finger as if she was gesturing. She was drawing circles. After Su Qianqian raised her hand and drew 3 circles, the huge eagle beastman suddenly crashed. Bang! The huge eagle beastman fell from a height of more than 100 meters and landed less than 20 meters away from Su Qianqian. The fallen eagle beastman had completely lost all signs of life. That was a LV-17 eagle beastman. This scene stunned Zia Xianglin in the distance. The power of the curse. Of course, there were powers that Zia Xianglin could not understand. Furthermore, Su Yang, who could sweep through a 4-star eerie dungeon, might be able to impart the ghost curse to Su Qianqian. As for how the curse was activated, and what kind of backlash it would have, she had no idea at all. She only knew that Su Qianqian's curse power was really too powerful. Chapter 142 Chapter 142 No Comparison. No harm. Chapter 142 No Comparison. No harm. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream began to analyze the mysterious power of the curse again. It said that one has to pay a huge price to activate a curse. I checked the information just now. The prerequisite for the curse is resentment. Otherwise, it can't be activated. Su Qianqian's circle curse should be the curse of a plane crash. It's similar to the curse of choking to death from drinking water and falling to death from walking. I also found a way to remove the curse from the information. It's to use children under the age of 6 to p. The viewers did not care if the information was true or false. Since the curse existed, there had to be a way to remove it. That was how they understood the ghost curse of the eerie world. However, it could not be said that the netizens had all misunderstood. It could only be said that they were half right and half wrong. Flap flap. Back to the Fiat slope. 2 more eagle beastmen noticed Su Qianqian in the distance. After the 2 eagle beastmen flew into the sky, they left a cloud mark in the air and flew down at a rather high speed. Su Qianqian stretched out her hand again and drew circles in the air. Boom! The 2 eagle beastmen crashed too. It was not as simple as a plane crash. When they fell to the ground, it sounded like an explosion. The eagle beastmen never expected that they would actually crash and die. It was like a fish suffocating to death in water. Crack! 2 more eagle beastmen flew into the sky and swooped down. How could they have expected a 5-year-old girl to draw circles and curse them to crash? This terrifying power was completely incomprehensible to the Eagle Beastmen, even until their death. They could not understand what was going on. Therefore, these two Eagle Beastmen came to deliver their heads again. Boom! The two Eagle Beastmen crashed again. Not only did they fall from a height of more than 100 meters without any buffer, but they also accelerated several times. This speed could even crush an iron ball, let alone a big Eagle Beastman of flesh and blood. It was not that the Eagle Beastmen were not strong, but Su Kinkian's circle curse was too powerful. If Xia Xianglin were to deal with a huge Eagle Beastman alone, she might not be able to deal with it even if she used her ancient Chinese divination technique. The defense, power, speed, shock waves, and the advantage given by the ability to fly of the huge Eagle Beastmen were simply too terrifying. One didn't spin around. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Su Kinkian felt an inexplicable dizziness spread to her temples. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately understood what was going on. The side effect of the circle curse is here. But isn't this side effect too cheap for the cost? Is she just a little dizzy? If I knew this circle curse, one wouldn't be afraid even if it hurt 100 times. It was undeniable that curses had side effects. Moreover, the stronger the power of the curse, the stronger the backlash. The Eerie of the Eerie world were not affected, because they were not human. If they possessed a person, they would also feel the side effects. Xia Xianglin, who was hiding in the distance and watching Su Kinkian's curse power, also could not understand why such a powerful curse only gave Su Kinkian a faint backlash. According to what she knew, the curse that could deal with a LV-17 Eagle Beastman would at least cost the caster his life. Moreover, it was not just one circle curse being used here, but 5. Was this all to pay as the side effect of 5 curses? This was really strange. Su Kinkian sat on the lawn and actually forgot about her dizziness. It would be more accurate to say that she had had a dizzy spell. She had only been dizzy for 3 to 5 seconds just now. She felt like a person circling around 10 times on the ground. Moving forward, the life-light circle began to shrink for the 15th time. When the circle was closing, Zhao Feya actually appeared on this Fiat slope. The cat lady is here. Su Kinkian remembered Zhao Feya. After all, Su Kinkian had met Zhao Feya many times in the Crazy Asylum and the Island of Wild Beastmen. When Zhao Feya saw Su Kinkian, it was as if she had seen her savior. Before she could guess why Su Kinkian would appear here, she saw many huge beastmen corpses in front of Su Kinkian. Zhao Feya took a closer look and noticed the deep pits filled with LV-17 Eagle Beastmen. She was stunned for a long time. She looked around and only saw Su Kinkian. Therefore, she was certain that the 5 LV-17 Eagle Beastmen were all killed by Su Kinkian alone. Those were existences on the level of a great beastman king. They were actually killed by a 5-year-old girl. Zhao Feya couldn't help but think of her miserable state. How many times had she escaped death? The scratches on her body and the blood that seeped out were all covered in cloth. There was really no harm without comparison. Zhao Feya came to Su Kinkian. She immediately asked, "Little Kinkian, who brought you away?" "It's a very strange auntie. She can transform. She has 3 heads, 3 hands, and a strange appearance." Su Kinkian's words confused Zhao Feya. Su Kinkian added, "She can even breathe fire. She's so powerful." Xia Xianglin, who was hiding, also heard Su Kinkian's words. In Su Kinkian's eyes, Xia Xianglin was a very strange auntie. However, in Xia Xianglin's eyes, how could Su Kinkian not be the strange one? "Where is she?" Zhao Feya asked. Su Kinkian shook her head and said, "One don't know. She'll disappear in an instant." Su Kinkian also described how Xia Xianglin used a long purple cloth to create various things that had already disappeared into thin air. That's not an ordinary supernatural ability user. Zhao Feya took a deep breath. She had never thought that there would be such an extremely capable chosen one in this otherworld. Instance dungeon trial. Zhao Feya thought for a moment, but she couldn't figure out whom Su Kinkian was talking about. However, Zhao Fei was sure that the other party was a chosen one she could not afford to offend. Zhao Fei seemed to have guessed the reason why this chosen one took Su Kanqian away. Zhao Fei then asked, Kanqian, how did you kill these 5 eagle beastmen? Drawing circles, Su Kanqian said honestly. Zhao Fei raised her eyebrows, and her cat ears straightened naturally. She looked very confused. Drawing circles, Zhao Fei still didn't understand what was going on. Su Kanqian said, Daddy taught me to draw circles. The more Zhao Fei listened, the more confused she became. Su Kanqian shook her head again, and said, I'll feel dizzy if one draw circles. Zhao Fei felt that she and Su Kanqian were not on the same page at all. But Zhao Fei understood one thing. Chapter 143 Chapter 143 It's reasonable to have dinosaurs in the otherworldly beast world, right? Chapter 143 It's reasonable to have dinosaurs in the otherworldly beast world, right? That was. Zhao Fei knew that Su Kanqian's father was definitely above LV 20. He might have already reached the peak of mortals. For example, the trial of a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon was the highest level Otherworld Instance Dungeon the chosen ones on the blue planet could pass. If he could pass a 6-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, a chosen one would not be considered a mortal, because mortals did not have such strength. Aunt Catwoman, what are you doing? Su Kanqian watched as Zhao Fei came to a deep pit and used her cat claws to scratch an eagle beastman. Zhao Fei's claws were blunt. What hard flesh. Are these feathers made of iron? Zhao Fei was speechless. She originally wanted to take the crystal from the eagle beastman's body. However, she could not cut the skin and flesh of the eagle beastman. She could not even pluck out its feathers. Zhao Fei heaved a sigh of relief and answered Su Kanqian's question. I'm extracting the crystal. Zhao Fei said bluntly. Su Kanqian thought of Xia Xianglan who took out a crystal from the body of a snake-headed beastman. At this moment, a chosen one arrived at the flat slope. It was chosen one No. 7. Wang Qiuhui. She was not dead yet. The 4 chosen ones who had survived were all gathered on this flat slope. After all, the life-light circle had already shrunk 17 times. It was only natural that they would appear on the flat slope. The life-light circle would probably only contract 2 or 3 times more at most. As for the last 10 meters, one could pass this trial of the island of wild beastmen. Wang Qiuhui immediately saw Su Kanqian and Zhao Fei near a deep pit. When Wang Qiuhui saw Su Kanqian, her mood was exactly the same as Zhao Fei's. It was as if she had seen her savior. 10 minutes passed. In these 10 minutes, Wang Qiuhui also asked Su Kanqian some questions. However, Wang Qiuhui's questions were also questions that Zhao Fei had asked previously. After Su Kanqian answered, Wang Qiuhui was also confused. Wang Qiuhui stopped asking, Big sister, I'll be shy if you don't wear clothes. Su Kanqian looked at Wang Qiuhui's body. There was no concealment at all. Wang Qiuhui wanted to put on her clothes, but her chameleon power was meaningless if she wore clothes. A moment later, Su Kanqian had actually exchanged for a piece of clothing for Wang Qiuhui from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. How could the clothes exchanged in the Heavenly Dao coin shop be ordinary clothes? That was a treasure. The clothes that Su Kanqian exchanged for Wang Qiuhui were a LV 7 treasure panda costume. If the holder of the treasure wore it, they would be able to assume the attributes of a panda. However, Wang Qiuhui was not the treasure holder of this panda costume. She could only wear it for looks. However, Wang Qiuhui still put it on. Big sister, you've become a panda. Su Kanqian liked the look of this dress very much. Perhaps the panda costume looked really cute. Kanqian, the circle might reach here later. Let's leave quickly. Wang Qiuhui was worried that after the next life-light circle shrank, she would not escape in time and die here. However, just as Wang Qiuhui finished speaking, Su Kanqian ran far away again. She's even more mischievous than my 4-year-old niece. Wang Qiuhui thought that her niece was already mischievous enough. After all, every time she went out to play, she would disappear without a trace if she didn't pay attention. It would be abnormal if a 4 or 5-year-old child was not running all over the place energetically. However, Not only was Su Kangqian active, but she was also ridiculously bold. Wang Qiuhui could completely understand. After all, she was the daughter of a big shot in the other world. How could she be like a child? From a normal family, Wang Qiuhui could only follow Su Kangqian closely like a considerate maid. Wang Qiuhui could vaguely sense that the life light circle only had 2 to 3 contractions left, which was only 2 to 3 hours. As long as she survived for 2 to 3 hours, she would be able to complete the dungeon trial of the island of wild beastmen. Wang Qiuhui did not have the ability to deal with beasts above LV 10, so she naturally had to follow Su Kangqian closely. Zhao Feiya also gave up on taking out the crystal from the eagle beastman's body. She would definitely choose to save her life first. After all, if it was gone, there would be nothing left. Zhao Feiya followed closely behind Su Kangqian. As for Xia Zhanglan, she was completely capable of protecting herself on the island of wild beastmen. Moreover, ever since Xia Zhanglan came to this flat slope, she had never shown her face. She felt that there was no need to. What was that noise? Zhao Feiya was shocked. She looked at the forest hundreds of meters away. A loud roar came from the forest she saw. This was a roar that Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui had never heard before. It's not a dinosaur. Is it? It's very likely a dinosaur beastman. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui broke out in a cold sweat. On the blue planet, dinosaurs were indeed extinct. But they had existed. However, it did not mean that they were extinct in the otherworldly beast world, and could still be alive. It was not surprising for dinosaurs or dinosaur beastmen to appear in the island of wild beastmen, an otherworld instance dungeon. Dinosaur. When Su Kangqian heard the word dinosaur, her curiosity was immediately aroused. She quickened her pace and walked into the forest. Wang Qiuhui and Zhao Feiya looked at each other and hesitated. Should they keep up with Su Kangqian? If they followed Su Kangqian, would they die? Their original plan was to seek protection behind Su Kangqian, but Su Kangqian knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, and was walking towards it. However, if they didn't keep up with Su Kangqian, their chances of death were higher. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui struggled internally for a while before finally catching up with Su Kangqian. However, Xia Zhanglan, who was hiding, was also silently following behind Su Kangqian. About 10 minutes later, in a dense forest, Su Kangqian asked, "Where is the dinosaur?" Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui seemed to have telepathy. After exchanging a glance, they pointed exactly in the opposite direction. Kangqian, over there. Hearing this, Su Kangqian followed Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui's directions to the forest. Hence, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui heaved a sigh of relief. They even looked back, afraid that there would be a violent commotion. While Su Kangqian was not afraid of the dinosaurs, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were extremely afraid. They only hoped that they would not encounter dinosaurs in this forest. After walking for about 3 minutes, they reached a corner in the grass. Su Kangqian's big watery eyes suddenly flickered. Wow, one found it. However, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui's mood plummeted, and intense fear surfaced in the depths of their hearts. FCK, there really is a dinosaur. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not find it strange when they saw a dinosaur in the livestream. This was because they knew that in the otherworldly beast world, dinosaurs were nothing. The Chosen Ones had once descended into a 5-star otherworld instance dungeon. There were even strange beasts from the classic of Mountain and CO. On the blue planet, dinosaurs had really existed, but they were extinct. However, the strange beasts of the classic of Mountain and Sea had originally been mere legends, but they had also appeared in the otherworldly beast world. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Could it be that you're a gifted beast tamer? Chapter 144. Could it be that you're a gifted beast tamer? A dark green dinosaur that was less than 3 meters tall entered Su Kangqian's sight. Even Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui felt their scalps tingle when they saw a dinosaur for the first time, and not a dinosaur model. Zhao Feiya had no time to guess what kind of dinosaur it was. She was wondering how powerful this dinosaur was. This dinosaur roared at Su Kangqian. its voice very sharp. Strangely, this dinosaur did not charge at Su Kainqian and the others. Something's wrong. There's a rope around its neck. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui saw that the dinosaur's neck was tied up by a rope as thick as an adult's arm. As for this dinosaur, even if it had rows of steel-like teeth, it could not bite through the rope around its neck. Xia Xianglan, who had been hiding, also came here. She could tell at a glance, raising Dainanich's like a watchdog. A beastman who could raise dinosaurs as watchdogs must be above LV 18. Xia Xianglan still did not appear. She did not intend to appear next, and waited for the life light circle to finish shrinking. Even if she completed the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial, she probably wouldn't appear. This Dainanichus kept letting out roars. Thud thud. Suddenly, an even stronger commotion came from ahead. Shocks came from under Zhao Feiya's feet. Through the hazy leaves, an even larger creature appeared. It was a beastman. It was 5 meters tall and held a huge wooden club. It was more like an entire tree trunk than a wooden club. It had a python-like head, but its figure was humanoid. It had 4 limbs, but it also had a big black tail. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream widened their eyes. The screen flew up. A python's head. It's clearly the Titanoboa's head. Is it a python beastman? FCK. It's so big. There's actually such a beastman on the island of wild beastmen. The netizens knew very well that there were even mutated beasts recorded in the classic of mountain and sea in the otherworldly beast world. Moreover, it was simply unimaginable how powerful the otherworldly beasts were. Perhaps the island of wild beastmen was only the tip of the iceberg in the otherworldly beast world. The otherworldly beast world was not the only terrifying world. The demons and ghosts of the other 4 alternate worlds were also a nightmare. In comparison, humans seemed very weak in front of these demons. Demons, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. It stinks. Su Kenqian covered her nose. This was because when the python beastman stuck out its tongue just now, its breath could kill. However, the surrounding aura also became incomparably hot. It was the beast blood in this python beastman's body that was boiling. Bang! Seeing this, the python beastman held a wooden stick and hit the Dainanichus heavily, immediately knocking it to the ground. It's so noisy. The python beastman despised his guard dog for disturbing him, so he hit the Dainanichus heavily. How could the python beastman, who treated the ferocious Dainanichus as a watchdog, be weak? That was a genuine LV 18 great beastman king. When the python beastman looked in Su Kainqian's direction, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui shivered, and did not even dare to look at the python beastman. How could Zhao Feiya not know that she was no match for this giant python beastman? Weak and ugly humans. When the python beastman looked at Su Kainqian and the others, his tone was filled with disdain. In the eyes of this python beastman, humans were weak to begin with, and they were ugly. In the eyes of all the beastmen, humans were probably ugly. They were the only ones with true pure bloodlines. Right. Zhao Feiya knew that she couldn't escape, and Wang Qiuhui, who had the power of a chameleon, also felt that she couldn't escape. However, they did not have the strength to fight a LV 18 python beastman. Kainqian, quickly draw circles to deal with this python beastman. Zhao Feiya didn't know what kind of power it was to draw circles, but she knew that Su Kainqian had killed the 5 eagle beastmen by drawing circles. Su Kainqian shook her head and said, I don't want to. You'll get dizzy. Dizzy. Zhao Feiya looked confused. She did not know that Su Kainqian's curse would have side effects. Rather than saying that, Zhao Feiya had no idea that drawing circles was a curse in the first place. However, the side effect was that she would only feel dizzy for 3 to 5 seconds. And she would only feel a little dizzy. If Zhao Feiya knew that this was the only side effect, she would probably vomit blood, even if she only felt dizzy for 3 to 5 seconds. Su Kainqian was unwilling. Poor dinosaur. Su Kainqian exchanged glances with the Dainanichus lying on the ground. How could she pity the dinosaur at this time? Suddenly, the Dainanichus lying on the ground immediately got up. When it let out a sharp cry, it flipped and pounced, biting the python beastman's arm. For some reason, this Dainanichus seemed to have lost its fear. Furthermore, it was filled with anger, and did not want to live anymore. Dao Feia and Wang Qiuhui did not know what was going on. However, Xia Xianglin clearly saw that Su Kangqian's words had actually instigated that Daininichus to defect. What kind of power was this? Even the top beast tamers on the blue planet didn't have such ability. Thud thud. The python beastman kept hitting the Daininichus with the wooden stick in his hand. However, even though the Daininichus was bleeding from the wooden stick, it still did not let go. After the python beastman struck it more than 20 times in a row, the Daininichus fell to the ground, and was already on the verge of death. Before it died, the Daininichus let out an extremely sharp cry before dying completely. At this moment, the python beastman was very violent. It did not expect to be bitten by its watchdog. In an instant, sharp cries sounded from all directions of the forest. It was the cry of the Daininichus. There was definitely more than one Daininichus in this forest. Swish swish. An abnormal commotion came from the forest. One after another, swift shadows flew over. In less than 2 minutes, 13 Daininichi had gathered around Su Kangqian. All the Daininichuses in this forest were here. Then, the 13 Daininichi, like the previous Daininichus, just pounced and bit the python beastman. Zhao Feia and Wang Qiuhui were simply shocked. At this moment, Zhao Feia and Wang Qiuhui finally reacted. Could it be that Su Kangqian had summoned them over? But how had Su Kangqian done it? The two women only saw Su Kangqian say a few words to the dead Daininichus. Then, they looked at each other. That Daininichus seemed to have gone crazy as it pounced and bit the powerful python beastman. It was clearly overestimating itself, but it was not afraid at all. Bang! Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Daddy said that this is the primitive taste. Chapter 145 Daddy said that this is the primitive taste. The python beastman was pounced on by a group of Daininichuses. After being pounced on, the python beastman was still knocking the Daininichi on its body crazily. The Daininichuses would not let go even if they were beaten to death. They became incomparably brave because they no longer felt any fear. The python beastman could not understand why the Daininichuses had suddenly gone crazy and become so terrifying. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream all started making a ruckus. What ferocious Daininichuses! Isn't Su Kangqian awesome? Actually, I discovered long ago that she has an extremely high talent in beast taming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tame that golden-backed ape. Right. Who? Your hindsight. You clearly don't know anything, but you're still pretending to be an expert. The viewers did not know why Su Kangqian had such a talent as a beast tamer. The giant python beastman fought with a group of Daininichuses until the 18th time the light circle shrank. Of course, whether the light circle shrank or not, it would not cause any damage to the otherworldly beasts, let alone kill them. The only ones who were killed were the chosen ones who entered the island of wild beastmen. The otherworld instance dungeon trial. Rip rip. One of the Daininichuses bit the python beastman's throat. Rows of bloody teeth marks appeared. It was obvious that the bite was not deep enough. However, the python beastman was in a deadlock. In the past, 13 Daininichi would not have been able to deal with the python beastman. But today, they went crazy. Their strength seemed to have increased by more than 2-3 times. If these 13 Daininichuses were added together, they would be quite terrifying. Bang bang. The wooden club in the python beastman's hand shattered. He had only killed 5 Daininichuses. An extremely hot aura suddenly condensed in the python beastman's mouth. It was a shock wave. The python beastman was a LV-18 great beastman king. The power of its shock wave was more than 3 to 5 times stronger compared to the eagle beastman. Boom! Who knows if that the python beastman was a fool, but it actually released a shock wave at its body. Wasn't this the style of killing 1 enemies and sacrificing 800 allies? However, this shock wave also had an immediate effect. A total of 6 Daininichuses were sent flying by the shock wave and lost their mobility. However, the remaining 2 Daininichi seemed to have grasped the weakness of the python beastman. After the python beastman released the shock wave, the boiling beast blood in its body decreased by more than half. The Python beastman did not have unlimited firepower, so it would naturally be exhausted. Moreover, launching a shock wave was a matter of energy consumption. Otherwise, all the beastmen kings above LV-10 would continuously release shock waves when they encountered the enemy. Then, the two Dainanichuses that attacked from both sides actually bit through the throat of the Python beastman. At this moment, it was as if a large bucket of tomato juice had poured out. The Python beastman clenched his fists and tore off the two Dainanichus that were biting his throat. However, as it tore them off, the Python beastman's blood vessels ruptured. The Python beastman slammed the Dainanichuses in his hands to the ground and punched them a few times. Bang bang. It was only when the last two Dainanichuses had completely lost all signs of life that he stopped. However, the Python beastman also fell to the ground. As its entire body twitched, tomato juice kept spraying out of its throat. 5 minutes later, the Python beastman also stopped breathing. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui had never expected that a group of Dainanichi would perish together with a LV-18 Python beastman. Zhao Feiya glanced at Su Kainqian. She thought that Su Kainqian would be frightened by this bloody scene, but she realized that Su Kainqian was talking about how brave the Dainanichuses were. Zhao Feiya frowned. Her cat ears were vertical. She thought to herself, "Isn't it because of your talent as a beast tamer?" Perhaps Su Kainqian didn't know anything about beast taming. Wang Qiuhui wondered why Su Kainqian wasn't afraid at all when she saw such a bloody scene. "Kainqian, don't you think it's very bloody?" Wang Qiuhui asked curiously. "Is it the smell?" Su Kainqian asked without even blinking. Then, Su Kainqian said honestly, "Daddy told me that blood is a very primitive taste." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuhui's worldview and understanding were overturned. Even Su Yan, who was a big shot in the other world, had started to instill such terrifying thoughts into Su Kainqian at such a young age. However, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui also completely understood why Su Kainqian was so bold. Su Kainqian, who had been in contact with such things since she was a child, was already used to bloody scenes. However, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui no longer treated Su Kainqian as a normal 5-year-old girl. If it had been a normal 5-year-old girl, she would have bought countless farms in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. If she had been a normal 5-year-old girl, how could she have been chosen by the Heavenly Tao system? Moreover, she had entered the Demon-Eating Forest, an Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 3-star difficulty level. Right at the beginning, that Su Kainqian became such a little girl was Su Yong's responsibility as a father. However, it also made everyone think of Su Yong, who was much more powerful than his daughter. Right now, none of the viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream doubted that Su Yong's strength was above LV-20. More than half of them even thought that Su Yong's strength had already reached the peak of mortals. Xia Xianglin, who was hiding, knew from the beginning that Su Kainqian was extraordinary. However, she did not expect Su Yong's way of educating his daughter to exceed her expectations. However, in Su Kainqian's eyes, Su Yong was not only a great father, but also a father who doted on her in every way. The forest was incomparably calm. However, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui didn't dare to relax at all. They were afraid that they would die here if they weren't careful. They all thought that the life light circle would only shrink once or twice more, which would end the trial in an hour or two. However, this was not the so-called safety zone. In other words, they had to leave this forest that had temporarily gained peace. Zhao Feiya looked around. Although Zhao Feiya did not discover where Xia Xianglin was hiding, she was certain that Xia Xianglin had to be hiding nearby. She had to be wary of Xia Xianglin. After all, Zhao Feiya knew one thing very well. The chosen ones were also competitors. With one less competitor, the chances of obtaining the special reward of the Heavenly Tao were higher. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui knew that they were not as strong as Xia Xianglin, but the fact that they could survive until now meant that they were still capable. If Xia Xianglin really wanted to attack Zhao Feiya, there was a lot of uncertainty. She was not afraid of Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui, but of Su Kainqian. Therefore, there was a 70 to 80 chance that Xia Xianglin would hide until the end of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial in the Island of Wild Beastmen. Moreover, they had yet to enter the so-called safety zone. Chapter 146 Chapter 146 I'm a duckling who can swim. Chapter 146 I'm a duckling who can swim. The life-light circle had already shrunk 18 times, so at most 1 or 2 times were left. According to the shrinking radius of every 300 meters, there was only a radius of 600 meters left. It could be determined where the safety zone of the island of wild beastmen was. However, would Su Kangqian be the kind of person who would stand in the safety zone and wait quietly for an hour or 2? Obviously not. Why is it so hot? Wang Qiuhui followed behind Su Kangqian, feeling as if her body was on fire. She originally thought that it was because she was wearing a panda costume, but the scorching aura seeped in from the outside, and not from the inside. Could there be a volcano ahead? Zhao Feiya believed that the volcano was no less dangerous than the LV-18 or LV-19 beastmen in the island of wild beastmen. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui followed behind Su Kangqian uneasily. Kangqian, there might be a volcano ahead, Zhao Feiya reminded her. It was fine if Zhao Feiya didn't mention it, but when she did, Su Kangqian's interest was piqued. In Su Kangqian's eyes, the volcano was definitely a novel and fun place. They walked for about 8 minutes. They still had not walked out of this forest. However, the fog in front of them was lingering, and the temperature had increased by several degrees. The visual range was condensed to about 2 meters. Could it be a natural hot spring? Of course. Wang Qiuhui had soaked in hot springs many times. Furthermore, they were natural hot springs, not artificial hot springs. The comfort level of an artificial hot spring was hugely different from the comfort level of a natural hot spring. Of course, it was not a matter of price. Only by soaking in a natural hot spring once could one personally feel the difference. But was this the time to soak in a hot spring? Even though Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were covered in wounds and looked exhausted, they didn't dare to soak in a hot spring. Moreover, the visibility here was extremely low. There might be terrifying otherworldly beasts hidden in the hot spring. It's indeed a natural hot spring. Zhao Feiya touched the spring water. It was about 40 degrees Celsius. She also smelled the spring water. It had a very special smell. As for what it smelled like, she couldn't answer. However, for some reason, Zhao Feiya felt that soaking in the hot spring could heal her injuries faster. Plop. While Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were still hesitating, Su Kangqian had already jumped into the hot spring that was less than a meter deep. Su Kangqian was not here to soak in the hot spring. She was here to learn how to swim. Su Kangqian gestured with her hands in the hot spring, as if she was learning how to swim. Zhao Feiya was stunned. Learning how to swim in the hot spring, what kind of action was that? Moreover, the surrounding fog was so thick. Who knew if there would be any danger in the hot spring? However, if there was danger, she probably wouldn't be able to escape. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui looked at each other, and actually entered the hot spring. At the same time, water rippled in the hot spring less than 5 meters away from Su Kangqian. It was the hidden Xia Zhanglan. Even Xia Zhanglan had entered the hot spring to soak in it. This meant that this hot spring was still very attractive to Xia Zhanglan. It might not just be the effect of soaking in the hot spring. Perhaps only women understood. I'm floating. After Su Kangqian completely relaxed, she felt that she was floating in the hot spring. As for Wang Qiuhui, she was very nervous at first when she soaked in the hot spring. However, as the comfort spread throughout her body, she could not help but relax. Zhao Feiya was the same. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feiya clearly felt that the pain in her back had reduced by more than half, as if the wound was healing. Moreover, the fatigue in her body immediately disappeared. However, Su Kangqian was floating alone in the hot spring, and she was still blowing bubbles. Her hands were like a little duck's feet, slapping the hot spring. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were puzzled. Do you have to be so relaxed? I want to soak in the hot spring. Why do I have a bad feeling that there's danger in the hot spring? I feel the same way. The viewers had been watching Su Kangqian and the others. They had encountered danger everywhere. It was impossible for them to soak comfortably soak in the hot spring after the life light circle only had the last 1 or 2 contractions left to go. Their intuition was very accurate. Something really happened. Zhao Feiya, who was in the hot spring, snorted softly. "Don't touch my place." Wang Qiuhui also said, "Don't hold mine to compare with me." Wang Qiuhui was already feeling sad for her figure. Many people kept joking about her, saying that she was raised by her maternal grandmother, not her paternal grandmother. However, after Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui looked at each other again, their expressions became terrified. As they trembled, a dark red python appeared in the hot spring. There was not just one red python, but a nest. At that moment, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui realized that they were soaking in a python's nest. Each python was not big, and could only swallow an adult man. However, there was a nest of pythons in the hot spring. It made one's scalp tingle. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui quickly left the hot spring. Meanwhile, Su Kainqian was fiddling with a treasure. She had just exchanged for a treasure in the Heavenly Dao Coin Shop Elevated Edition. Su Kainqian exchanged for treasures in the Heavenly Dao Coin Shop not to deal with the pythons in the hot spring, but purely for fun. After all, Su Yong had said that treasures that used Heavenly Dao coins would let her have a better experience and play more happily. I'm a little duck that can swim. After putting on little yellow duck clothes, she actually swam in the water. However, from Zhao Feiya's perspective, a nest of red pythons was chasing after Su Kainqian. However, Su Kainqian's swimming speed in the hot spring could outdo even a swimming champion. After all, the little yellow duck clothes were a treasure. What was the genre of this scene? Horror funny? Kainqian, there are snakes under the water. Zhao Feiya hurriedly called out to Su Kainqian. Even though Su Kainqian was very powerful, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if Su Kainqian was really swallowed by that nest of red pythons? Zhao Feiya knew that if Su Kainqian was gone, she wouldn't be able to live either. However, Su Kainqian was having fun and didn't listen to Zhao Feiya at all. I'm so tired. It's so fun. After a few minutes, Su Kainqian actually left the hot spring unscathed. If not for the fact that Su Kainqian was thirsty, she would not have wanted to leave the hot spring at all. As for the nest of pythons under the hot spring, she did not see them at all. Aunt Catwoman, do you have water? I want to drink water. Su Kainqian asked politely. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui felt thirsty. Su Kainqian shook her body like a little duck. Her clothes were all dry. After all, it was a little yellow duck treasure, so it naturally had the effect of shaking water like a duck. A bottle of milk. Su Kainqian looked to the side, and actually saw a bottle of milk beside her. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were stunned. Why was there milk in the island of wild beastmen? It's her. Zhao Feiya realized that it was Xia Zhanglan who had brought out the milk. As for why Xia Zhanglan had milk, are you sure this is milk? Su Kainqian wouldn't think so much. She started drinking. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Wild Beastmen Islands, Safe Zone. Chapter 147 Wild Beastmen Islands, Safe Zone. After drinking milk, Su Kainqian even said thanks. Thank you, strange auntie. Su Kainqian knew that it was a bottle of milk placed by Xia Zhanglan. Kainqian, we can't stay here for too long. Zhao Feiya believed that since there was a nest of pythons in the hot spring, there had to be a bigger one around. It might be out for food or something. It might even be a python otherworldly beast that was stronger than the python beastman. Okay. Su Kainqian actually nodded in agreement. It wasn't that Su Kainqian listened to Zhao Feiya, but she also wanted to leave this place. Now, Su Kainqian, Zhao Feiya, and Wang Qiuhui looked very strange in their clothes. Su Kainqian was still wearing the yellow duck clothes, while Zhao Feiya had been modified into a cat-haired girl. As for Wang Qiuhui, she was wearing the panda costume that Su Kainqian had given her. From afar, one might really think that they were three animals. Su Kainqian and the others walked out of this dense forest. The life light circle is shrinking. This was the 19th time the life light circle was shrinking. However, it was still not limited to the safety zone of the island of wild beastmen. In other words, the life light circle would shrink for the 20th time. However, The 19th contraction of the life light circle happened to be at the hot spring. Zhao Feiya jumped and climbed up a tree. She looked straight ahead, through the lush foliage. She saw what was 300 meters away. Building ruins. Zhao Feiya looked into the distance again. There were indeed some ruined buildings more than 300 meters ahead. Even if it was a beastman, it might not be a primitive life. However, beastmen had the bloodline and habits of otherworldly beasts, and liked a pure and natural primitive life. However, high-level beastmen also had human intelligence. Nonetheless, compared to humans, beastmen were even more brutal. Their lust for battle was far from what humans could compare to. What did you see? Wang Qiuhui asked. Zhao Feiya said, there are ruins more than 300 meters ahead. If she was not wrong, the center of the island of wild beastmen, which was the safety zone, would be in the ruins of those buildings. Zhao Feiya didn't see any movement in the ruins for the time being. She hoped that she wouldn't encounter any beastmen in the final circle. Ruins treasure hunting. Su Kangqian treated the ruins as a spot for a treasure hunt. This was also something she had learned from cartoons. However, there might really be treasure in the ruins of the building. However, what was the beastman's treasure? However, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were wondering why it was in ruins. A territorial battle that only the beastman race could participate in. They could not rule out this possibility. Less than 10 minutes later, Su Kangqian had already entered the ruins. One would not know if they did not get close. When they entered the ruins of the buildings, they realized that this was like a lost city. In the ruins of the building, there were 3 skeletons, and all of them were more than 3 meters tall. From the bones, it seems to be a bull-headed beastman. The building seemed to have been destroyed in the past 2 to 3 years. It's very strange. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui thought at the same time that the bull-headed beastman who could appear here had to be a beastman. Above LV 17 or LV 18, how did they die? Moreover, only the bull-headed beastman's bones are intact. The other skeletons don't have heads. Was there a fierce battle here? Maybe 2 different beastman races fought here. If one side won, why didn't they occupy this place? Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were discussing the situation. They still could not understand the various strange things in the ruins. There were too many doubts that they could not solve, causing them to be even more afraid now. Something doesn't seem right. The more Zhao Feiya thought about it, the more she had an ominous feeling. But Zhao Feiya couldn't say anything. It's terrifyingly quiet. Why isn't there a single beastman in such a good place? Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui could not understand why. Kangqian is missing. Wang Qiuhui was distracted for a moment, and could not see where Su Kangqian was. It's her work. Zhao Feiya knew very well that Zia Zhanglan had used some strange method to make Su Kangqian disappear under her nose. Swish! Swish! In an instant, a heavy aura covered the entire ruins with a breeze. It's the aura of a beastman. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui panicked. After all, Su Kangqian was not by their side. Wang Qiuhui immediately changed out of her panda costume. She did not have any concealment on her, but her skin color seemed to blend into the surrounding buildings. Although Zhao Feiya was panicking, she was very calm. She found a covert place to hide. To the south of the building ruins, a group of minotaur-like beastmen appeared. Their fur was black and red. They were more than 3 meters tall, exactly the same as the bones in the ruins of the building. The ceremony is about to begin. With that, the bodies of the 20 bull-headed beastmen immediately released a red aura and entered another state hunting. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw this scene through Zia Zhanglan's livestream. FCK. They look so high level. LV 18 or LV 19 bull-headed beastmen. Why do one feel like it's a movie? You mean the Predator Prey? Yes. 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 That's it. Many viewers said that they had seen a movie where the Predator's goal was to hunt and achieve his so-called glory ritual. The bull-headed beastman here was very similar to the Predator in the movies. The viewers started guessing again. Could this ruin be a hunting ground exclusive to bull-headed beastmen? I think so too. I didn't expect there to be such a tradition in the otherworldly beast world. No wonder these ruins were terrifyingly quiet from the beginning. So it's a hunting ground. The viewers naturally knew that Su Kankian and the others were the prey of the bull-headed beastmen. Moreover, the viewers were surprised to discover that there were only 20 bull-headed beastmen participating in the so-called hunt. Could this be a coincidence? One had to know that there were exactly 20 chosen ones chosen by the heavenly Tao system to be teleported to the otherworld. Instance dungeon, the island of wild beastmen. However, 16 chosen ones had already bought a farm before this. If they had all still been alive and arrived at these ruins, wouldn't the number have corresponded to the hunting ritual of the 20 bull-headed beastmen? Many viewers seem to have an answer in their hearts. That was the real trial in the island of wild beastmen. The otherworld instance dungeon began here, and the safety zone of the wild beastmen island would most likely shrink into these ruins. Wasn't this a test of who could become the true chosen? Chapter 148 Chapter 148 Hunting Ritual. Who is the real prey? Chapter 148 Hunting Ritual. Who is the real prey? What's this? Su Kankian stretched out her finger and touched a red object. It actually exploded. However, what dropped was not anything poisonous, but some furry seeds. She immediately started playing. A bull-headed beastman had already appeared behind Su Kankian. Su Kankian turned around and looked at the 3-meter-tall bull-headed beastman. Bully! Su Kankian still did not look afraid. The strange thing was that this bull-headed beastman did not attack Su Kankian. Not only that, but it also walked away silently. Could it be that this bull-headed beastman felt that Su Kankian was still a 5-year-old girl, and could not bear to attack her? The answer was no. So why? In the Heavenly Tao livestream, the viewers also began to guess. Don't tell me he thinks Su Kankian is too cute. Are you sure you're not joking? Let me ask you. Do you think the small fish you usually catch are cute and let them go? A small fish is better than returning empty-handed. Unless one can catch a big fish. Big fish one understand. I'm really a FC King genius. It must be related to the hunting ritual of the bull-headed beastmen. They all want to hunt stronger prey. The netizens seem to have grown a brain for once. They had really guessed correctly. The bull-headed beastman felt that Su Kankian was too weak, and did not hunt her. However, they did not know that among the 4 chosen ones in this ruins, the strongest was Su Kankian, who was only 5 years old. It could only be said that this bull-headed beastman disdained Su Kankian, this prey, but it did not mean that the other bull-headed beastmen would let Su Kankian off. However, it was still unknown who had spared whom. Who was the real prey in this bull-headed beastman's hunting ritual? Su Kankian didn't care about the bull-headed beastman that appeared for a while before leaving. But on the other side of the ruins, there was a huge commotion. Boom! Zhao Feya was discovered by the 3 bull-headed beastmen. However, only 1 bull-headed beastman started hunting Zhao Feya. The remaining 2 bull-headed beastmen watched from the side. It was not that the bull-headed beastmen had ethics. This was their hunt's rule. The first bull-headed beastman to discover prey started hunting Zhao Feya. If Zhao Feya could kill the bull-headed beastman, the remaining 2 would take turns next. However, how could Zhao Feya kill a LV-19 bull-headed beastman? Even a LV-9 bull-headed beastman was beyond her ability. Wang Qiuhui, who was disguised not far away, trembled as she watched. She did not even dare to breathe. However, it was only a matter of time before Wang Qiuhui was discovered by the bull-headed beastman. Zhao Feya was not very fast, but her movements were extremely sharp. She actually dodged 3 attacks of the bull-headed beastman. This was the only advantage she had after being modified into a cat-haired girl. As for the bull-headed beastmen, they were power-type beastmen. Naturally, their movements were not as sharp as Zhao Feya's. However, their speed was not low at all. No matter how Zhao Feya ran, the bull-headed beastman who was hunting Zhao Feya could always maintain a distance of 2 meters from her. If anything disturbed Zhao Feya, she might be killed by the bull-headed beastman. As expected, Zhao Feya's right foot stepped on a piece of gravel, causing her to lose her balance. By the time she recovered, she was grabbed by the bull-headed beastman. Kitty, one got you. As the bull-headed beastman spoke, his nose spewed out a hot mist. There had been beastmen who spouted steam from their mouths so far, But this was the first one that spouted steam from his nose. Bang! The bull-headed beastman smashed Zhao Feya into a wall. The wall collapsed in the wake of the impact. Zhao Feya spat out a mouthful of tomato juice on the spot. The heavy injury just now almost made Zhao Feya hate the Northwest. Of course, Zhao Feya knew that her strength was worlds apart from this bull-headed beastman's. How could she resist? At this moment, Zhao Feya felt intense pain all over her body, and she couldn't use any strength at all. She almost died. So how could she run away? Now, Zhao Feya could only wait for the bull-headed beastman's decision. Aunt Catwoman, why are you lying on the ground? Su Kainqian appeared. She had been attracted by the commotion. When Zhao Feya saw Su Kainqian appear, it was as if she had seen her savior on the spot again. Her originally despairing eyes were filled with hope. I was beaten by this bull-headed beastman. Save me. Zhao Feya asked Su Kainqian for help. Without Su Kainqian, there was no way she could survive. When the bull-headed beastman looked at Su Kainqian, he did not take her seriously at all. Just as the bull-headed beastman was about to tear Zhao Feya's head off, he suddenly froze. You're not allowed to hurt Aunt Cat. Su Kainqian actually drew a circle in the air. Zhao Feya didn't know what was going on. She only saw the bull-headed beastman opening his mouth and panting, as if he had choked on something. Moreover, this bull-headed beastman's face had turned green, and his expression was extremely painful. Bang! In a minute, the bull-headed beastman fell. The moment the bull-headed beastman fell, he pressed down on Zhao Feya. Zhao Feya crawled out from under the bull-headed beastman. She finally understood what Su Kainqian meant by drawing a circle. It turned out to be an extremely terrifying circle curse. However, this curse was not a plane crash, but suffocation. He wouldn't die if he didn't breathe for a minute. But holding his breath for a minute in panic was fatal. I'm not dizzy. Su Kainqian thought that she would feel a little dizzy, but in the end, she did not. Perhaps this curse was not strong. However, under certain circumstances, especially when panicking, it would be infinitely magnified. What a terrifying curse power. Zhao Feya also knew what a curse was. She knew that curses were similar to sorcery and so-called black magic. They both had side effects. However, she had no idea why Su Kainqian knew the power of the curse and how she could use it so easily. Zhao Feya could only guess that it was because Su Kainqian had a father who was at the level of a big shot of the otherworld. However, to be able to cast the curse on a LV-19 bull-headed beastman, it was enough to show that Su Kainqian's circle curse was a curse power above LV-19. If the power of the curse was not strong enough, it was impossible to cast it on a stronger enemy. Moreover, the stronger the curse, the greater the side effects. However, the side effects that Su Kainqian suffered were negligible. Two bull-headed beastmen rushed over. Their goals seemed to be very clear. One of them charged at Su Kainqian, while the other charged at Zhao Feya. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Su Kainqian sweeps the island of wild beastmen. Chapter 149. Su Kainqian sweeps the island of wild beastmen. Whoosh! Su Kainqian drew circles again. After being cursed, the two bull-headed beastmen were in the same situation as the first bull-headed beastman. Another minute or so passed. The two bull-headed beastmen actually died from suffocation. However, the backlash on Su Kainqian was still minimal. Putting aside the fact that she had to pay the same price to release the power of the curse, at the very least, she would not only feel a little dizzy, but she would also feel dizzy for 3 to 5 seconds. There was only one explanation: this was the lowest level of curse power. However, the lowest curse power could actually kill a LV-19 bull-headed beastman. Be it Zhao Feya or the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream, they all thought that this curse power was too terrifying. They thought of a LV-19 curse or something. In fact, this was really the lowest level curse. Su Kainqian drew a circle to curse the group of eagle beastmen, but it only caused their bodies to cramp, and they could not fly, causing them to crash. If a person had cramps, they would not die at all. There was also this curse power that could suffocate the target for less than a minute, because he did not know that it was short. Every Second was a long period of fear and struggle. If he had known in advance, the person would not have suffocated to death after holding his breath for 2 minutes. However, under certain circumstances, the power of the curse could be infinitely magnified. This was also the horror of the curse. Wang Qiuhui walked over. However, Xia Xianglan still did not appear. Xia Xianglan did not want to fight to the death with the bull-headed beastmen in the ruins of this building. Moreover, there was no need for Xia Xianglan to deal with LV-19 bull-headed beastmen. Moreover, with Su Kaiqian present, wouldn't the bull-headed beastmen be easily dealt with? What was the point in her making an appearance? Xiao Fei staggered to her feet. Her injuries had worsened. If not for Su Kaiqian, she would not have survived. No matter how heartless a person was, they would still be grateful to the person who saved them. However, the danger had yet to be resolved. One had to know that in these ruins, there were 17 bull-headed beastmen carrying out their so-called hunting ritual. To these 17 bull-headed beastmen, it was also a trial. Soon, one of them appeared again. A bull-headed beastman flew over from Su Kaiqian's front. Thud. After this bull-headed beastman collided with a wall, it was reflected in the eyes of Su Kaiqian and the others. This bull-headed beastman did not immediately attack Su Kaiqian and the others. He looked at the 3 bull-headed beastmen lying around. He realized that there were no external injuries on their bodies. It was as if they had not fought intensely. But why were there no signs of life? How did they die? When the bull-headed beastman spoke, his nose was spewing steam, and his voice sounded very empty. If a cow were to speak, maybe it would sound like that. After all, the bull-headed beastman's head was that of a bull. Zhao Fei and Wang Qiuhui inadvertently looked at Su Kaiqian. The bull-headed beastman immediately understood. Did you kill them? The bull-headed beastman did not feel incomparably indignant because the other 3 bull-headed beastmen had been killed. On the contrary, this bull-headed beastman laughed in a bull's voice. Human child, how did you do it? The bull-headed beastman looked at Su Kaiqian and carefully sized her up. He did not find anything extraordinary about Su Kaiqian other than a very fragrant smell on her body. However, this fragrance made the beast blood in the bull-headed beastman's body boil. I drew a circle for them, Su Kaiqian actually replied, and even told the truth. Hearing this bull-headed beastman could actually understand Su Kaiqian's explanation. Perhaps it was because it realized that the 3 dead bull-headed beastmen had died too calmly. Just like this, Su Kaiqian drew another circle on the bull-headed beastman in front of her. Suddenly, the bull-headed beastman in front of her had a problem. Its body seemed to be out of control as it charged to the left and right. In less than a minute, he died of suffocation from fear. Zhao Fei and Wang Qiuhui looked at Su Kaiqian in horror. It was not that they felt that Su Kaiqian wasn't playing fair, but that Su Kaiqian's curse was too terrifying. A LV-19 bull-headed beastman died just like that. A moment later, as if nothing had happened, Su Kaiqian carried out her treasure hunt in the ruins. Aunt Catwoman, what is this? Su Kaiqian pointed at a large round platform with many small holes. Xiao Fei's scalp went numb. Wasn't this a place used for carrying out sentences? Those small holes were certainly hiding sharp spikes within them. It's an execution platform. Zhao Fei didn't understand why beastmen also had punishments. In Zhao Fei's impression, beastmen were a race that fought whenever there was a disagreement. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a continuous commotion from all directions, as if a vast team was charging over. As expected, a bull-headed beastman after a bull-headed beastman surrounded Su Kaiqian's group next to this round platform quickly. Zhao Fei and Wang Qiuhui were already panicking. However, Su Kaiqian was counting the number of bull-headed beastmen. 1 cow, 2 cows, 10 cows, 11 cows. Su Kaiqian did not count wrongly. 11 bull-headed beastmen appeared at once. The bull-headed beastmen attacked. However, only 3 bull-headed beastmen attacked Su Kaiqian, Zhao Fei, and Wang Qiuhui. It seemed that this group of bull-headed beastmen advocated a one-and-known martial spirit in their so-called hunting ritual. Su Kaiqian's way of dealing with the crisis was naturally to draw circles. Su Kaiqian drew circles at the attacking bull-headed beastmen. The pupils of the three bull-headed beastmen constricted. Moreover, they were still opening their mouths and panting in fear. They wanted to breathe, but they could not. Incomparably intense fear was dominating their bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into hell. Thud. The three bull-headed beastmen could not last for more than a second before they died from suffocation. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were scared to death. What kind of power is this? Another bull-headed beastman attacked. The moment it attacked Su Kyankian, it actually opened its mouth wide and condensed an extremely hot aura. Su Kyankian drew circles again. Boom! Before the scorching shock wave could be released, it actually exploded in the bull-headed beastman's body. Thud. From a spectator's point of view, it was as if this bull-headed beastman self-exploded. In just 3 minutes, Su Kyankian drew 11 circles of curses in a row. The 11 bull-headed beastmen had already fallen, and were no longer breathing. Dao Feya and Wang Qiuhui were shocked and sighed deeply. Even the LV-19 bull-headed beastmen could not resist Su Kyankian. To Xiao Feya and Wang Qiuhui, every bull-headed beastman was a nightmare. What was steamrolling? Su Kyankian was truly relying on her own strength to steamroll across the island of wild beastmen. Chapter 1/5 Trial ends. Obtaining special heavenly Dao reward. Chapter 150 Trial ends. Obtaining special heavenly Dao reward. The viewers in the heavenly Dao livestream were also stunned. A LV-19 bull-headed beastman is clearly at the level of a great beastman king, but Su Kyankian, a 5-year-old girl, killed him with a circle. This is clearly the most difficult moment of life and death. But to Su Kyankian, it's like a game, as expected of the daughter of a big shot above LV-20, even if she's only 5 years old. Back then, Yu Fuxu wasn't even able to sweep through the otherworld instance dungeon with a 4-star difficulty factor so easily. Of course, the viewers knew that Yu Fuxu had swept through an otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. Otherwise, how could she have become a legendary trump card of the Dragon Country? However, in addition to Yu Fuxu, there was another chosen one who could sweep through a 4-star otherworld instance dungeon. This person was Su Kyankian, who was in kindergarten. Regardless of whether Su Yong was powerful or Su Kyankian was powerful, it all emphasized Su Yong's strength. The island of wild beastmen. It had only been a while, and 5 more bull-headed beastmen appeared in a row. When the 5 bull-headed beastmen saw the 11 bull-headed beastmen lying on the ground, their pupils rapidly constricted. They naturally could not understand why these 11 bull-headed beastmen did not have any fatal wounds on their bodies when their expressions in death were very painful, as if they had eaten something poisonous. There's powerful prey among them. A bull-headed beastman spoke. Its voice still sounded hollow. As he spoke, his nose was spewing hot air. Although these 5 bull-headed beastmen looked a little shocked, they wanted to carry out the ritual to the end, which meant that they had to attack Su Kyankian and the others. Kyankian. Before Xiao Feya could finish speaking, Su Kyankian had already drawn circles in the air. Although Su Kyankian did not know much about societal interactions, could it be that she did not know that these 5 bull-headed beastmen were coming to hurt her? After the 5 bull-headed beastmen were cursed by Su Kyankian, their eyes almost popped out. A second of being unable to breathe made them feel the fear from the endless abyss. The more these 5 bull-headed beastmen wanted to breathe, the more afraid they became. Some bull-headed beastmen grabbed their necks and tried to catch their breath. Didn't they know that the more they struggled, the faster they suffocated? Clearly, these 5 bull-headed beastmen could not understand it even until their deaths. Bang bang. One bull-headed beastman after another fell to the ground. On the other hand, Su Kyankian didn't feel dizzy from the backlash. She only panted 5 times. She had to pant more than 5 times after running more than 10 meters. The side effects of the curse could be ignored. The matter of the bull-headed beastmen conducting a hunting ritual using the chosen ones in the ruins might have become a joke. Zhao Feya and Wang Qiuhui were still in a state of shock when they saw the life-light circle begin to close for the 20th time. The circle is closing. At this moment, the life-light circle quickly shrank. 10 meters. Where is it? Where was the safety zone of the island of wild beastmen? The retraction speed was extremely fast. The highest possible speed of humans could not match the shrinking speed of the life light circle. At all. Over. After the 20th contraction of the life light circle, the safety zone was actually on the 10-meter round platform. At this moment, Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui collapsed to the ground. They were not so scared that they went limp. It was rather that their tense nerves had completely relaxed at this moment. I've passed the trial. Zhao Feiya had never felt so relaxed before. She had already gone through 5 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. However, the previous 5 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials combined were far inferior to this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. It was even way more scary and dangerous. It was undeniable that Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui relied 10 on their own strength and 90 on Su Qianqian. Is it over? Su Qianqian had yet to find any treasures in these ruins, but she had experienced a lot of fun in the past 20 hours. However, she also slept for a few hours. Listen to this was this human language. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui didn't want to stay in the island of wild beastmen for a second longer, since they were all in the safety zone, and had completed the island of wild beastmen's Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. There had to be a heavenly Dao reward. Ring ring ring. After the wind chime sounded, a broadcast-like sound spread. Congratulations to the chosen ones for successfully completing the trial of the island of wild beastmen in the otherworldly beast world. Congratulations to chosen one. No. 1. According to the comprehensive assessment, you have received 341 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Congratulations. Chosen one. No. 6. According to the comprehensive evaluation, you have received 321 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Congratulations. Chosen one. No. 7. According to the comprehensive evaluation, you have received 881 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Congratulations. Chosen one. No. 12. According to the comprehensive assessment, you have received 999 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui were both elites of otherworldly companies. Although hundreds of thousands of heavenly Dao coins were equivalent to billions, they wanted the special heavenly Dao reward more, even if it was just a treasure above LV. 15. Congratulations to chosen one. No. 1 for obtaining an additional special reward Kit Girl transformation power. Seeing this, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream began to guess. What is the Catgirl transformation power? I don't understand. Either. Could it be that she has transformed into a K-haired girl? Isn't Zhao Feiya a K-haired girl now? I just checked the information. Materialization means death. I die. The viewers were shocked again. Zhao Feiya had obtained the power to die after the trial. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 4-star difficulty, the special Heavenly Dao reward obtained was not very powerful. But it was. Not to the extent of killing people. Right. At the same time, on the Blue Planet, at the headquarters of the Tianren Company, in the chairman's office, Secretary, can you explain to me what the K-haired girl transformation power or whatever is? Ding Sheng, I asked. Yang Zai said, it's definitely not the power to die like those netizens said. She continued, Boss, you've heard of the story of the cat-faced old lady, right? One think the materialization of the K-haired girl is actually similar to the power of reincarnation. Ding Sheng, I said in shock. You mean Zhao Feiya can be resurrected after death? It's just my guess. However, boss, Zhao Feiya has obtained such a powerful special heavenly Dao reward, it's very difficult to control her. Of course. Yang Zai knew that the company only treated Zhao Feiya as a tool to earn money. Once the money-making tool became uncontrollable, it was very likely to backfire on the company. How could Ding Shengai not know this? Ding Shengai held the 2 balls in his hand and curled them back and forth. At this moment, he felt very upset. Ring ring ring. Another wind chime sounded. There was another chosen one who obtained a special heavenly Dao reward. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Even the perfect woman will be jealous. Chapter 151, Even the Perfect Woman Will Be Jealous. Congratulations! Chosen One No. 6. For obtaining an additional special reward power opening the 8 gates. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream kept exclaiming, "Holy SHT! That's strong. The 8 gates of the ancient Chinese divination have opened up the structure of heaven, earth, and humans. They can predict people, and understand the profundities of heaven and earth. Doesn't that mean she's going to ascend to heaven?" The netizens all knew that Xia Xianglan was very powerful to begin with. Then, she obtained a special Heavenly Tao reward. Wouldn't that be heaven? Ring ring ring. The wind chimes sounded again. Everyone knew that yet another Chosen One had obtained a special Heavenly Tao reward. Congratulations to Chosen One No. 7 for obtaining an additional special reward transparent chameleon power. It appeared Wang Qiuhui's chameleon power could change to any color. But it was not transparent. The viewers seemed to have discovered a pattern. Firstly, Zhao Feiya had obtained the so-called catgirl transformation power on the basis of transforming into a cat-haired girl. Then, Xia Xianglan, who was proficient in the ancient Chinese divination technique, actually obtained a power related to 8 gates. The ancient Chinese divination technique would reach a higher level. Even Wang Qiuhui's chameleon power had become a true complete body. What about Su Kaianqian? Could it be that she's the only one who didn't obtain a special Heavenly Tao reward? That's impossible. According to the comprehensive evaluation, she's the Chosen One who's the most qualified to obtain the special reward. The viewers guessed that Su Kaianqian would definitely be able to obtain a special Heavenly Tao reward. Another wind chime sounded. Congratulations! Chosen One No. 12. You have received an additional special reward power opening your eyes is mental power. Huh. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream were stunned. What is power opening your eyes is mental power? Do you still remember that Su Kaianqian received a special reward for her first time? I remember. That power of satiation from breathing. It's actually power opening your eyes is mental power this time. Does that mean she won't be sleepy when she opens her eyes? The netizens had mixed opinions about the special reward Su Kaianqian had received. To be honest, I think Su Kaianqian's special Heavenly Tao reward is a little lacking compared to those of Zhao Feiya and the others. I don't agree with the gentleman above. In the past, I also had a dream of being talented. But I wished I could study 365 days a year. In the end, sleep delayed me. In terms of practicality, isn't that a power tailor-made for Su Kaianqian? Everyone knew that children were especially hungry and easily sleepy. However, with the enhancement of these 2 special powers, they would definitely give Su Kaianqian an extremely good experience. In the ruins in the island of Wild Beastmen, 4 teleportation arrays appeared at the feet of Su Kaianqian, Zhao Feiya, Wang Qiuhui, and Xia Xianglan. Zhao Feiya and Wang Qiuhui looked at another teleportation array. This was the first time they had seen Xia Xianglan. They just stared at her, and did not say a word. We're going out. Even though the trial of the island of Wild Beastmen this time only lasted for 20 hours, the Chosen Ones had never relaxed. Except for Su Kaianqian. The danger level was naturally not comparable to that of the 3-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon or the 4-star Yellow Springs Station. After all, the island of Wild Beastmen, this Otherworld Instance Dungeon, could already be considered to have a difficulty of 4 and 12 stars. However, in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the island of Wild Beastmen, the survival rate of the Chosen One was not low. 20 Chosen Ones had been teleported to the island of Wild Beastmen, and in the end, 4 Chosen Ones survived. The 2 Otherworld Instance Dungeons with a 4-star difficulty factor, the Yellow Spring Station Instance Dungeon and the Island of Wild Beastmen Instance Dungeon, were all carried by Su Kaianqian, who increased the survival rate of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 4-star difficulty factor. As for how much it increased, it was at least 10. Moreover, only the Chosen One of the Dragon Country survived. Long before Su Kaianqian had been chosen by the Heavenly Tao system, the Dragon Country was the most outstanding in clearing the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. There were no survivors among the chosen ones of the other countries on the blue planet. Even in the one-star Otherworld instance dungeon, no chosen ones from other countries had passed the trial. The chosen ones of the other countries were not here to be bystanders. They were all here to buy a farm. The number of heavenly Dao coins on the blue planet increased by about 1/10. It was because of Su Qian again. Moving forward, on the blue planet, in the vast land of the dragon country, Su Qian appeared at the entrance of her house. However, Lin Gongchuan was waiting for Su Qian at the door. Sister Gongchuan, I'm back. Su Qian entered the house and changed out of the little yellow duck clothes. She even took out some small stones. She had picked them up alone by the stream in the island of wild beastmen. Not only were there all kinds of strange stones in that stream, but there was also a large piece of gold. After picking for a while, Su Qian actually handed a crystal stone to Lin Gongchuan. Sister Gongchuan, this is for you. Su Qian was picking out small stones again. These 2 pieces are for Daddy. This one is for Big Sister. And the rest are mine. Su Qian had already treated these strange stones as her treasures, but she had shared them with others. In the beginning, Lin Gongchuan was very happy. However, when she heard that Su Qian actually wanted to give Wang Wangking a piece, she felt a faint sadness. It couldn't be said that Lin Gongchuan was petty. Of course, what Lin Gongchuan cared about was not rocks. With her strength, it was not a problem for her to obtain a gem worth 10 digits. Why would she care about a mere stone? What Lin Gongchuan cared about was the meaning behind the stone. Wang Wangking was just an ordinary female university student. She was just a little kind-hearted. But Su Qian had a good impression of her. One had to know that Su Qian had entered the Otherworld instance dungeon 4 times, and had gotten to know many female chosen ones. However, she treated Wang Wangking the best. Why was that so? Of course, Su Qian did not know the ways of the world, but the intuition of a 5-year-old girl couldn't be underestimated. Su Qian knew that Wang Wangking was genuinely good to her. Well, that was indeed the case. Wang Wangking had never thought of asking for anything in return for the kindness she had shown to Su Qian. Moreover, at that time, she had not known that Su Qian had a father at the level of a big shot. So there was no need to mention her motives. At this moment, Lin Gongchuan actually secretly started to compete with her. Qian, can you give me another piece? Lin Gongchuan sounded like a child. Su Qian actually hesitated for a long time, but she still nodded, and finally gave Lin Gongchuan an extra stone. Lin Gongchuan, who had received the small stone, seemed to be happier than if she had received a gem worth billions. However, Lin Gongchuan seemed to know one thing very well. That was, her importance in Su Qian's heart still did not exceed Wang Wangking's importance in Su Qian's heart. Chapter 152 Chapter 152 Everyone is helping Su Yong choose his consort. Chapter 152 Everyone is helping Su Yong choose his consort. The next day, the number of posts on the Otherworld forum reached its peak in 5 years. Moreover, most of the posts were about Su Qian and her father, Su Yong. There was a post titled Helping the Big Boss Choose a Consort. There were actually chosen ones who had appeared so far, such as Wang Wangking, Lin Gongchuan, Zhao Feiya, Xia Zhanglan, and Yu Fuxu. As expected, the one with the highest turnout was Yu Fuxu. Next was Zhao Feiya, followed by Xia Zhanglan, Lin Gongchuan, and then Wang Wangking. Although it was just an internet post, it reflected the real situation. Yu Fuxu's popularity was still very high. In their opinion, someone like Yu Fuxu, the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, had to be together with someone who was worthy of her, such as a big shot in the Otherworld. If Yu Fuxu married an ordinary person, most netizens wouldn't be able to accept it. However, there were also many female netizens who voted for themselves. Of course, they wanted to marry a man who stood at the top of the moral world. After all, they would not have to worry about money. Other than some gossip, there were also some more serious posts on the Otherworld forum. For example, how to analyze Su Qian's curse power. What do you think of Su Kainqian's talent in beast taming? Would Su Kainqian be chosen by the heavenly Tao system again? A serious analysis of Su Yong's strength. Is he LV 23 or LV 24? Conclusion on how Su Yong became a big shot in the otherworld. Although these posts were not as popular as those gossip posts, there was still something fishy about them. They were netizens who had identified Su Kainqian's curse. It was just an ordinary curse. There was also Su Yong's strength analysis. The netizens also obtained a satisfactory result based on Su Kainqian's training in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. There was sufficient evidence to show that Su Kainqian's father's strength was only about 13, likely to be at LV 23. The possibility of his strength being at LV 24 was actually 78. But of course, they didn't know the exact answer. And they wouldn't, unless they could personally see the level of strength Su Yong displayed in an Otherworld Instance Dungeon. They had not even seen Su Yong himself yet. However, the netizens had at least seen Su Yong's photo. Shenzhou Building No. 1. Many staff members at Shenzhou Institute felt that it was a pity that one of the higher-ups in the otherworldly beast department, Wu Lanking, had died. After all, Wu Lanking had also passed through 6 Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials, and was a chosen one with extremely rich experience. However, experience was useless in front of absolute strength. However, how many chosen ones could successfully pass a 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial? How many people could sweep through a 4-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon like Su Kainqian and Yu Fuxu? Yu Fuxu, who had just returned from paying her respects, asked Zhao Wenwen. Wenwen, have you ever thought that one would die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon one day? Zhao Wenwen nodded and said, I have. But you're different. Yu Fuxu said, do you think my survival rate is higher? Zhao Wenwen said honestly, it's not just because of this, but more importantly, your ambition is there. Zhao Wenwen knew Yu Fuxu very well. Even if she died, she would want to die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Zhao Wenwen knew Yu Fuxu. She was simply a person who lived for the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Without the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Yu Fuxu wouldn't have her current glory. Perhaps she would have been just a sports enthusiast. Now, however, after the 5 alternate worlds descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons, Yu Fuxu had basically found her calling in life. It was also Yu Fuxu's long-cherished wish to die in an Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Even if such a person really died in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, what would there be to be sad about? Of course, Yu Fuxu was still very strong. Even if she was chosen by the Heavenly Tao system one day and entered a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, she might not die easily. Moreover, Yu Fuxu was the kind of girl who grew at an extremely terrifying speed in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In addition, Yu Fuxu had obtained the power of devil devouring and could cultivate the devil Tao and learn magic. So her potential was very great. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the 4-star Yellow Spring Station, someone had obtained the Ghost Tao pill. This person was Long Lion Fang of the leading authorities company. Therefore, if Long Lion Fang was chosen by the Heavenly Tao system in the future, she would also have great potential. However, it was far inferior to Yu Fuxu's growth potential in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. When will we go to Su Kainqian's house together? Yu Fuxu said. Zhao Wenwen said, any time is fine. It depends on what you think. Yu Fuxu seemed to understand Zhao Wenwen's words. Yu Fuxu asked, are you saying that we can't see Su Yong? Zhao Wenwen nodded and said, I don't think so. I don't know if Su Yong will meet you on account of your identity. But, Yu Fuxu asked, but what? Zhao Wenwen smiled and said, didn't you read the Otherworld forum? I haven't seen much recently. Yu Fuxu wasn't the kind of person who liked to browse the forum and read gossip. Zhao Wenwen said honestly, there's a post on the Otherworld forum that specially chose a concubine for Su Yong. You're also being chosen. Am a concubine? Yu Fuxu asked. Yes. And the number of people voting for you is the highest. Zhao Wenwen said. Yu Fuxu said bluntly. I'm not interested in love. Zhao Wenwen continued. What if you really see Su Yang? Yu Fuxu couldn't answer. Zhao Wenwen really saw through Yu Fuxu's thoughts. Although Yu Fuxu was not interested in love at all, if it was a like-minded and powerful big shot from another world, it would be different. Not only was Yu Fuxu interested, but she might also fall headfirst into it and be unable to extricate herself. Wenwen, you're too evil. You're messing with my feelings again. Yu Fuxu glanced at Zhao Wenwen fiercely. However, Yu Fuxu had to admit that the current Su Yang was getting more and more attractive. Not only was he mysterious, but he was also powerful. She could not be sure if she wouldn't fall in love with Su Yang when she saw him. In the concubine selection, Yu Fuxu had the most votes. In other words, in the eyes of the netizens, Su Yang might get together with Yu Fuxu. If two powerhouses joined forces, it would be of great help to both sides. They could advance towards a higher level otherworld instance. Dungeon trial. The chosen ones of the Dragon Country would also have more strength in the otherworld instance dungeon. This was also the outcome that the netizens were looking forward to. However, it was not up to the netizens to decide whether Su Yang chose a consort or not. Sometimes, the falling flowers had feelings, but the flow of water was heartless. Chapter 1-3 Let me tell you a secret. Chapter 153 Let me tell you a secret. It had been 3 days since the Island of Wild Beastmen's Otherworld Instance dungeon trial ended. The Vast Sky Commercial Alliance from before was silent. The people Mei Jiaqing had arranged to stay at the Jingxiu Manor also left. The entire Vast Sky Commercial Alliance seemed to have gone silent. Did they not want to rope Su Yang in anymore? Of course not. However, they knew that Su Yang was no longer a big shot they could rope in. They knew that Su Yang was already a LV-24 big shot from another world, and stood at the top of mortals. Such a person could not even be roped in by the richest man in the world. If the soft approach didn't work, would she use the hard approach? That would only make the members of the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance die faster. They could not afford to provoke him. The current Vast Sky Commercial Alliance could only follow the development of the matter, and did not dare to exert any pressure. As for the Church of the East, no matter how well connected they were, they couldn't rope in such a phenomenal big shot. Currently, there were still many people who thought that Su Yang was very likely a member of the Dragon Clan, and had an extremely high status in the Dragon Clan. There was no existence to prove the Dragon Clan's existence. If Su Yang was really from the Dragon Clan, offending the Dragon Clan would be equivalent to going against the entire Dragon Country. After all, the Dragon Clan was the faith of the Dragon Country. One could imagine the serious consequences of blaspheming their faith. In the past 3 days, something big happened in the Tianren Company. The former CEO of Celestial Corporation, Ding Sheng'e, had actually resigned. Everyone seemed to know very well whether he had resigned or was being threatened, because the new chairman of Tianren Company was Zhao Feiya. It was the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance's decision. If the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance wanted to keep Zhao Feiya, they had to make her a member of the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance, and replace the chairman of the Tianren Company. Businessmen were all after benefits. After all, the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance had gathered more than 50 people that were CEOs of different companies. Wouldn't it be easy for them to join forces to destroy the Tianren Company? Zhao Feiya's current strength was already quite shocking. Even though she had suffered a lot of humiliation before, she had washed away her previous humiliation this time. As for the other two chosen ones who had passed the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial, the Island of Wild Beastmen, Wang Qiuhui did not leave the South Heaven Company, but her authority in the company was not inferior to that of the chairman of their company. If Wang Qiuhui was willing, the Vast Sky Commercial Alliance could still follow suit and support Wang Qiuhui to the position of the chairman of the South Heaven Company. Xia Xianglan, on the other hand, had been completely silent for the past 3 days. Although she had obtained 650 heavenly Dao coins, which was equivalent to more than 6 billion, she did not choose to travel the world and enjoy life. Instead, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one knew her whereabouts. However, Xia Zhanglan was the inheritor of the ancient Chinese divination technique. It was easy for her to escape the eyes and ears of others. As for Xia Zhanglan, she did not disappear because she was afraid that Qizin's brainless fans would take revenge. Xia Zhanglan did not take them seriously at all. What everyone guessed the most was that Xia Zhanglan might be like those otherworldly experts who were invisible. As for Su Kanqian, she usually did whatever she wanted. It was as if nothing had happened. In a villa, Lin Gongchuan was making breakfast for Su Kanqian. Su Kanqian was especially obedient today as she sat quietly at the dining table. Actually, she was looking forward to something. Yesterday, she had a call with Wang Wangking. Today, she was going to the swimming pool to learn how to swim. Last week, Wang Wangking had promised Su Kanqian, and Su Kanqian had always remembered this. It was just that Wang Wangking had to take the high-speed rail for more than 2 hours every time she came over. Lin Gongchuan, who had served breakfast, asked Su Kanqian, "Kanqian, why don't you learn how to swim with the other children in the kindergarten?" Su Kanqian said, "I don't wanna. One like big sister learning how to swim with me." Su Kanqian remembered that when she was learning to skate previously, it was also Wang Wangking who taught her patiently. Perhaps in Su Kanqian's heart, Wang Wangking was equivalent to her teacher. Perhaps their relationship was even closer. Su Kanqian didn't let Lin Gongchuan accompany her, because she felt that Lin Gongchuan was completely different from other women. However, Su Kanqian couldn't quite put her finger on it. Perhaps it was because Lin Gongchuan was her father's friend that Su Kanqian wouldn't do that. Daddy is so busy and tired every day. I have to be obedient so that Daddy doesn't have to worry. Su Kanqian did not know why her father was so busy and tired. She only knew that she could not let her father worry too much. Hence, Su Kanqian would not cause trouble for Lin Gongchuan at home. For a 5-year-old girl, it was already very impressive to be able to think to this extent. However, that was not what Lin Gongchuan was thinking. However, as the nanny and housekeeper, Lin Gongchuan would naturally go to the swimming pool with Su Kanqian. 3 hours later, Shangping District, Rainbow Swimming Center. This place was empty and cold. No one seemed to have come here to swim. Actually, that was not the case. Today's Rainbow Swimming Center had been booked by Su Kanqian. To be precise, Lin Gongchuan had booked the entire venue. Su Kanqian, Lin Gongchuan, and Wang Wangking, who had just arrived, also changed into swimsuits in the changing room. Su Kanqian took a swim ring and entered the pool. Lin Gongchuan and Wang Wangking had yet to enter the water. The two of them stood by the pool. However, when the two of them were compared, the proportion of their figures was obvious. Be it in terms of figure or looks, Lin Gongchuan was superior. "Your figure is really amazing." Wang Wangking sighed from the bottom of her heart that Lin Gongchuan's figure was really perfect. Although it was not particularly big, it was not ambiguous at all. Furthermore, it was fair to the point of perfection. "You're not bad either." Of course, Lin Gongchuan wasn't being polite. After all, Wang Wangking's figure and appearance were better than more than 90 of the girls. It was just that she could not compare to Lin Gongchuan. "Big sister, get in the water." In the pool, Su Kanqian kept splashing the water with her feet. "All right." Wang Wangking also entered the pool and began to teach Su Kanqian how to swim. Lin Gongchuan didn't go into the water. She walked out of the pool and seemed to have gone to get something. She went to get milk and fruits. After all, swimming was a very exhausting exercise. "Big sister, the little yellow duck can swim so quickly." Su Kanqian recalled that she had used the little yellow duck clothes to swim in the hot spring in the island of wild beastmen. Not to mention that the hot spring was not a place to swim. Under that hot spring was a nest of red pythons. Just thinking about it made one feel a lingering fear. "Big sister, let me tell you a little secret." Chapter 154 Chapter 154 Want to become a real cultivator. Chapter 154 Want to become a real cultivator. Su Kanqian leaned close to Wang Wangking's ear and said, "Sister Gongchuan likes my father." Hearing this, Wang Wangking revealed a slightly surprised expression. The reason for her surprise was not because Lin Gongchuan liked Su Yang, but because Su Kainqian said it. One had to know that this was a 5-year-old girl who actually knew the meaning of love between a man and a woman. Actually, Wang Wangqing had long noticed that Lin Gongchuan liked Su Yang. Rather than saying that, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Otherwise, why would such a perfect girl be a nanny at Su Kenqian's house just to rely on Su Yang? This otherworld big shot. If it wasn't because she liked him, it wouldn't make sense. Wang Wangqing knew that Lin Gongchuan was not short of money. Although she did not know Lin Gongchuan's identity and background, Wang Wangqing guessed that Lin Gongchuan had to have a powerful background. After all, Wang Wangqing knew Lin Gongchuan knew many things about the otherworld that she herself did not know. Moving forward, 3 p.m. In a villa in Jingxiu Manor, Wang Wangqing and Lin Gongchuan took turns teaching Su Kainqian how to swim. On the other hand, Su Kainqian's learning ability was very strong. In just an hour, she learned the dog paddle. In the next hour, she actually learned the breaststroke. However, swimming was not difficult to learn, especially for children. Otherwise, why would they say that everything had to start from a child? Lin Gongchuan went to prepare afternoon tea. Meanwhile, Su Kainqian went to her house and took out her small stones. Big sister, this is for you. Su Kainqian handed a dark red stone to Wang Wangqing. What a beautiful stone. Thank you, Kainqian. Wang Wangqing did not refuse. After all, she knew that this was a stone that Su Kainqian had picked up from a stream in the island of wild beastmen. Moreover, it was unknown if it was precious. What was important was Su Kainqian's heart. However, the moment Wang Wangqing took the small stone, her body trembled slightly, as if she had been enlightened. She felt a subtle aura from the small stone. Not just this time. Ever since Wang Wangqing put on the dark green ring that Su Yang gave her, she felt that things seemed to have changed. Yesterday, when Wang Wangqing was eating in the school canteen, she could actually feel a flow of people. Lin Gongchuan walked out with some afternoon tea and snacks, and her gaze landed on Wang Wangqing. Su Kainqian was eating her dessert with relish. It was not hard to tell that Su Kainqian liked Lin Gongchuan's food, whether it was breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, or dinner. They were all delicious. Seeing Wang Wangqing's puzzled expression, Lin Gongchuan sat on the sofa and started chatting with her. This is a sign of enlightenment, Lin Gongchuan said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Wangqing asked, do you mean that my mind has been enlightened? Lin Gongchuan said, humans have 12 meridians. After opening 8 extraordinary meridians, their potential will be stimulated. If you can even open the last 4 meridians, you can enter the 365th cultivation paths. This is the enlightenment period. Cultivation. Why did Wang Wangqing sound like she was talking about immortal cultivation-related knowledge? Although Wang Wangqing had never come into contact with what cultivation was, it was not surprising that there were cultivators on the blue planet, since all 5 alternate worlds had strange cultivation methods. However, all of this was too sudden for her. The dark green ring on your finger is a medium for cultivation. Have you had a different feeling recently? Lin Gongchuan asked. Wang Wangqing nodded and said, yes, it feels different. One thought there was something wrong with my mental state. Wang Wangqing thought this way because after the demon-eating forest trial ended, she had reached the level of thinking about the otherworld instance dungeon day and night. Just like before the college entrance examination, she had only recovered after half a month of the college entrance examination. Wang Wangqing looked at the dark green ring on her hand. If it was really as Lin Gongchuan said, then Su Yang was definitely a cultivator. Actually, Wang Wangqing had also vaguely realized this. After all, Su Yang's daughter, Su Kenqian, knew magic. However, it was undeniable that cultivators were undoubtedly a hard counter to demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. It had to be known that the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the 5 alternate worlds all had a clear hierarchy and a cultivation path. In particular, the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts that appeared in otherworld instance dungeons with a difficulty level of More than 4 stars were definitely not something ordinary people could deal with. Passing the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 4-star difficulty coefficient was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. For now, Yu Fuxu had mastered the cultivation method of the Devil Dao with the power of devil devouring. It was the same for Long Lionfang, who had obtained the Ghost Dao pill. Lin Gongchuang said, "You're in the enlightenment period now. One reckon that it won't be long before you complete your enlightenment and become a true cultivator." However, Wang Wangking still looked confused. Lin Gongchuang told Wang Wangking this because she knew what Su Yang was thinking. Otherwise, why would she give Wang Wangking a ring that could be used as a cultivation medium? "Sister Gongchuang, are you also a cultivator?" Wang Wangking asked. Lin Gongchuang nodded and said, "You can say that." Lin Gongchuang didn't deny it, but she didn't give a clear answer either. Then, Lin Gongchuang said, "Take it slow. There's no hurry. You've just touched this domain. You must have many doubts in your heart. But it's natural," just as Lin Gongchuang said. At this moment, Wang Wangking was filled with doubts. First of all, what was a cultivator? Then there was the experience of enlightenment. Secondly, how should she cultivate? Would she lose her mind? Finally, would she really become a true cultivator? It was only natural for her to be puzzled because she was confused. Since Lin Gongchuang had already said so, there was no hurry to think about it, because there were some things that could not be understood no matter how one thought about it. Just like an animal with a 2-dimensional perspective, how could it understand the perspective of a 3-dimensional animal? Only by completing and experiencing it would it be self-evident. Ever since the 5 alternate worlds descended on the blue planet in the form of a dungeon, selecting chosen ones to enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon for trials. What was the purpose? Until now, no one knew the purpose of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Was it for the heavenly Dao coins or for treasures and power? However, it was clear that the candidates who passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial would become stronger and stronger. "Sister Gongchuang, thank you for telling me so much." Wang Wangking thanked her politely. Lin Gongchuang said calmly, "One just mentioned it to you. It's not much help." Actually, there was a question in Lin Gongchuang's heart that she could not figure out. Chapter 1-5 Chapter 1-5 5-star difficulty Otherworld Instance Dungeon descends. Chapter 1-5 5-star difficulty Otherworld Instance Dungeon descends. Lin Gongchuang could not understand why Su Yong specially let Wang Wangking step into the cultivation field, going to the extent of pretty much forcing her. Not everyone could be enlightened. Even Lin Gongchuang herself was unable to enlighten others. Of course, Su Yong could do it. As for why Su Yong forced her to do this, only he knew. Right. Lin Gongchuang was jealous, but she couldn't understand. 3 days later, it had been exactly a week since the last Otherworld Instance Dungeon. The island of wild beastmen arrived on the blue planet. The bustle of the Dragon Country's alternate world forum still did not decrease. There was a post that specifically listed the levels and titles of the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the 5 alternate worlds. Just like the monster world, monsters below LV 5 were lesser monsters. LV 5-9 monsters were greater monsters. LV 10-14 were monster kings. LV 15-19 were the greater monster kings. However, the OP did not know what kind of monster a monster above LV 20 would become. After all, monsters above LV 20 only appeared in a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In the past 28 years, a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the Monster World had only descended on the blue planet once. Moreover, none of the chosen ones could survive the 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial in the Monster World. After all, it had only been 28 years. If the 5 alternate worlds had descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons for hundreds of years, the chosen ones of the blue planet would definitely not have been so weak. The netizens had discussed the mysterious dragon clan many times. Due to the recent Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the island of wild beastmen, the chosen one of the ancient Chinese divination spell, and the chosen one who knew spells were drawn out, including Su Kaienqian, The netizens began to believe that not only did cultivators exist, but they also felt that there would be many cultivators. Of course, the netizens felt that Su Yang could also be a cultivator. After all, Su Kanqian knew magic. Not all people who knew spells were cultivators. However, cultivators always knew spells. To become a cultivator, one had to be enlightened. Once a person opened their apertures, they would be able to sense something different. It was the same for Wang Wangqing recently. The thing she felt seemed to be more real, making her have an indescribable feeling. Lin Gongshuang had also told Wang Wangqing that this was the enlightenment period of cultivation. Wang Wangqing was enlightened by Su Yang, not on her own. Lin Gongshuang knew very well that Wang Wangqing was just an ordinary female university student. Even if she spent her entire life, she could not rely on her own efforts to step into the cultivation field. Even if it was by chance, she would only open one aperture at most. However, in the Enlightenment period, one had to open 12 apertures to step onto the 365 paths, which was to become a true cultivator. Those who had opened their apertures could deal with demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts below LV 10 without using any treasures. After Yu Fuxu obtained the power of devil devouring, although she cultivated the devil Dao, she was not much different from a cultivator. Half a year ago, Yu Fuxu's strength level had reached LV 19. She was now able to absorb demonic energy on her own and transform it into her own strength. Just like a refinement stage cultivator, who had entered the Kai drawing realm queue, they all had one thing in common, and that was Kai. The Kai of devil cultivation and the Kai of cultivation were naturally different. At this moment, at the top of the Otherworld forum, answer me below. If the Otherworld instance dungeon trial reaches a 5-star difficulty factor, how should I pass the trial? I don't know. Didn't an expert say before that LV 25 is a barrier that transcends mortals? It's the limit that we mortals will never be able to pass the Otherworld instance dungeon trial. LV 24 strength is already the limit of mortals. In the past 28 years, only 3 people have passed a 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. One wonder if they are still alive. Therefore, an Otherworld instance dungeon with a difficulty level of more than 5 stars is not a trial the humans can pass. How terrifying. Another netizen mentioned cultivators. Our dragon country has a long history. Moreover, all kinds of books have recorded sages. If you transcend mortals, you'll be a sage. Right. Isn't that a cultivator? There are many cultivation methods on Taiba now. Can you believe this on the internet? I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to deliver food. The netizens naturally believed in the existence of cultivators, just like how they firmly believed in the existence of the Dragon Clan. But why didn't the cultivators show off on the internet? For example, flying on a sword. It wasn't that they didn't want to show off, but they couldn't. Flying on a sword was not a spell that ordinary cultivators could master. However, showing off some basic fireball spells was treated as adding special effects. If a cultivator knew the spell of flying on a sword, would he still care about the opinions of the world when he reached another realm? One had to admit that the netizens had mentioned something that was correct. Namely, if one wanted to pass an Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 5-star difficulty, they would definitely be at the top of a moral world. If one wanted to fight against demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts above LV 24, one had to have strength that surpassed mortals. To qualify, the netizens felt that there had to be a big shot who transcended mortals in Dragon Country, but they did not think Su Yang was one. Using the big data and Su Kanqian's situation, the netizens analyzed that Su Yang was at most LV 24, which meant that he was standing at the top of the mortal world. In an instant, an earth-shattering rumble shook the entire blue planet. The busy, lazy, suffering, and happy people all felt the vast heavenly might. Everyone knew very well that the Otherworld was about to descend on the blue planet again in the form of a dungeon. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. In the extremely chaotic aura, a huge vortex formed, like a door. The black aura that seeped out of the door seemed to have opened a purgatory on Earth. The vast power spread to every corner of the blue planet. Thousands of gazes looked at the sky. Everyone's heart trembled again. An incomparably shocking voice spread. Otherworld Instance Dungeon. The 9 Nether Demon Cave of the Devil Realm is about to descend on the blue planet in the form of a dungeon. Difficulty 5 stars. The voice of the heavenly Tao system carried the might of thunder. The voice resounded in the world and could not dissipate for a long time. This was because everyone started to tremble when they heard that a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon had descended. An Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty. Oh my god. In the past 28 years, this is the 5th time a 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon has appeared. Moreover, it's the most violent 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon in the Devilkind world. If someone gets selected, won't he be finished immediately? It's finally here. Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Legendary Trump Card of the Dragon Country. Ufuksu. Chapter 156 Legendary Trump Card of the Dragon Country. Ufuksu. As everyone knew, the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty had only descended 5 times. However, it had descended from the Demon World, the Otherworldly Beast World, the Eerie World, and the Monster World. And the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty this time was in the Devilkind world. At the top of the Otherworld Forum, I think I've discovered a pattern. What pattern? The Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty level will descend once every 5 years. Nonsense. That's because no one has passed the trial in the past 5 years. That's why they entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 1-star difficulty. It doesn't descend once every 5 years. It was undeniable that the higher the difficulty of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the lower the chance of descending. However, even if there was a pattern to the appearances of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty, the key was still the situation of the chosen ones. Some viewers even thought that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty was directly related to Ufuksu. After all, Ufuksu had swept through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon in the Devilkind world 4 times in a row. And now was time for the 5-star one. Therefore, the Otherworld Instance Dungeon in the Devilkind world with a 5-star difficulty this time had to have a lot to do with Ufuksu. Therefore, many people guessed that it was very likely that Ufuksu would be chosen by the Heavenly Tao system to enter the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. In Shenju Building No. 1, when Ufuksu discovered that it was the Devilkind world, and that it was the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor, she was already excited. She was the kind of woman who would die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Moreover, she had already swept through the Devil Realms dungeons below 5-star. Now that a 5-star dungeon had descended, how could she not be excited? The Heavenly Tao system randomly chose people from the blue planet to become chosen ones and enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to train. However, there was a special addition in front of this randomization. Ufuksu seemed to be able to sense that she was about to be chosen by the Heavenly Tao system again. I've waited for half a year. It's finally here. Ufuksu had long made preparations to enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. It's not just you. It's very likely that Su Kankian will also be chosen. Dao Wenwen guessed. Ufuksu said. I know. Ufuksu had been paying attention to Su Kankian. After all, Su Kankian had also cleared 2 Otherworld Instance dungeons with a difficulty level of 4 stars in a row. The possibility of her being chosen by the Heavenly Tao system to enter the Otherworld Instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty was also very high. Zhao Wenwen said. In a 5-star Otherworld Instance dungeon, especially in this 9 Nether Demon Cave, it's very likely that LV 20 or even LV 24 Devilkind will appear. Zhao Wenwen naturally knew that the current Ufuksu did not have the ability to sweep through the 5-star 9 Nether Demon Cave Otherworld Instance dungeon. However, this didn't mean that Ufuksu couldn't pass this Otherworld Instance dungeon. Ufuksu's growth speed was quite shocking. Swoosh! In an instant, beams of black and red light enveloped the blue planet from the sky. Everyone counted and realized that there were a total of 25 heavenly Tao lights. In other words, there would be 25 people chosen by the heavenly Tao system this time. However, there were actually 15 pillars of light that enveloped the vast land of Dragon Country. It was the same again. There were hundreds of countries on the blue planet. However, only the Dragon Country accounted for 60 of the beams. It was really random. However, this kind of randomness was equivalent to placing 60 people from Dragon Country and 40 people from other countries in A square to choose 10 people. Dragon Country, Shenju Building No. 1. Yu Fuxu was enveloped by a black and red pillar of light. She had been chosen by the heavenly Tao system. Even though the 9 Nether Demon Cave was filled with danger, and she could die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Yu Fuxu was still extremely excited. Compared to an actual lunatic, Yu Fuxu was more like a real lunatic. As the saying went, if you don't go crazy, you won't become a demon. Without this, her current strength wouldn't have existed. Of course, Yu Fuxu was also afraid, but her ambition covered up her fear. Although Xiao Wenwen was Yu Fuxu's assistant, she had nothing to say, other than some data. Yu Fuxu wouldn't listen to her at all. Moreover, Yu Fuxu had entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to train. She was stubborn, and had never thought of retreating. In a villa, a black and red pillar of light also appeared. Wow! Su Kainqian was enveloped by this pillar of light. Su Kainqian, who had already entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon 4 times, naturally knew that she had been chosen again. Lin Gongchuang, who was at the side, seemed to be as calm as ever. She seemed to be used to it. She said, Kainqian, do you want to take your small school bag? Su Kainqian asked. Where am one going? Lin Gongchuang explained. It's the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave in the Devilkind world. Is it fun there? Of course. Su Kainqian wanted to play. Lin Gongchuang thought for a while, and said, it should be fun. I've never been there before. Kainqian, why don't you call and ask your father? Of course. Lin Gongchuang did not think that Su Kainqian would die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. However, how did Su Kainqian feel about teleporting into the Otherworld Instance Dungeon? At the same time, the other 23 chosen ones' identities were also revealed in the Heavenly Tao livestream. The netizens' comments flooded the screen. 25 chosen ones. Our Dragon Country actually has so many chosen ones. There are only 10 chosen ones in other countries. Look at the name of chosen one No. 1. When the netizens discovered that the name that appeared on the first split screen of the Heavenly Tao livestream was actually Yu Fuxu, they all exclaimed. The legendary trump card of the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Fuxu, appeared again. It had to be known that when the chosen ones entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, it was unknown how aggrieved, how humble, and how painful they were. However, Yu Fuxu was different. Even if she encountered demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts that were stronger than her, she would never retreat. Even if she were to die, she would fight them to the death. Moreover, in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, Yu Fuxu became braver and braver as she fought. Her growth speed was extremely terrifying. One moment, she was not a match for the Devilkind. In the next moment, she could completely kill them. She was the chosen one of Dragon Country and a famous face in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. It was also a form of dignity and glory. That was why Yu Fuxu was so popular. Many otherworldly companies tried their best to rope her in. It wasn't that Yu Fuxu wasn't interested in money. She just didn't want to be tied down by the so-called benefits of capitalists. Su Kainqian, the daughter of the Otherworld Big Shot, has also been chosen by the Heavenly Tao system. Chapter 1 and Chapter 1 and the Big Boss doesn't play in line with common sense. Chapter 105 and the Big Boss doesn't play in line with common sense. She's chosen one No. 15. Do you think Su Yang, this big shot in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, can still let his daughter undergo a trial in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon as if she was going to the playground? Everyone will know after a rational analysis. First of all, Su Yang's strength is at LV 24, standing at the peak of mortals. If he gives Su Kankian treasures or power he can give. There should be no suspense in dealing with LV. 22 Devilkind. You call this a rational analysis? Aren't you the only one talking? You're thinking too simply. I don't think it's that simple. Either. After all, Su Kankian is only a 5-year-old girl. Even if she has the support of her father's strength, she can only protect herself against LV. 22 Devilkind. However, it's clearly impossible to deal with LV. 22 Devilkind. Instantly, the viewers turned into experienced experts. Actually, the netizens' analysis was not wrong, but it was based on a wrong premise. If Su Yong's strength had really been at LV 24, there would definitely have been no mistake in their analysis. However, who said that Su Yong's strength was at LV 24? Su Kankian is calling her father again. In the 15th compartment of the Heavenly Tao livestream. Hello, Daddy, Su Kankian said to the pink turtle children's smartwatch in her hand. In less than a second, Su Yong's voice sounded from the pink turtle children's smartwatch. Kankian, have you finished your breakfast? His voice was still as calm as ever. Mem, Sister Gongchuang's breakfast is delicious. One finish it every time. Su Kankian said honestly. There was no way Su Kankian would lie to her father. Not only was Lin Gongchuang good at cooking, but she was also good at everything else. Lin Gongchuang, who was at the side, felt very gratified. Because she had received Su Kankian's full approval. This did not mean that Lin Gongchuang was a humble girl. She was only so subservient to the people and things she liked. However, she didn't think that being Su Kankian's nanny was letting her down. On the contrary, she felt that it was an honor to be Su Kankian's nanny. Dad. One was chosen by the Heavenly Tao system again. Su Kankian said in a puzzled voice. What otherworld instance dungeon is it? The voice on the other end of the phone was as calm as ever. Su Kankian said. 9 Nether Demon Cave. She had heard it once and heard Lin Gongchuan mention it again. So she remembered the name of the otherworld instance dungeon. The 9 Nether Demon Cave. The instance dungeon of the Devilkind. Su Yong's voice sounded from Su Kankian's pink turtle children's smartwatch again. Kankian, what did Sister Gongchuang say? Hearing this, Su Kankian reached out to let Lin Gongchuan talk to Su Yong. Master, I originally wanted Miss Kankian to carry her small bag to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Lin Gongchuan's tone was very nervous, as if she was afraid of saying something wrong. However, one could tell how much he respected Su Yong. Just leave the small bag at home. That's too cumbersome, Su Yong said, and continued, bring a box of matches at home to Kankian. As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were stunned. A box of matches. Haha, a little girl selling matches. Did Su Yong augment the matches with some power? A big shot is indeed a big shot. He's always unpredictable. If it had been in the past, the netizens would have scolded Su Yong. However, after knowing that Su Yong was a big shot in the other world, his reputation about-faced. Actually, Lin Gongchuang could not understand why she had to bring a box of matches to Su Kankian to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Master, if the 9 Nether Demon Cave is too cold, isn't it good to put a warm treasure on Miss Kankian? Lin Gongchuang asked. On the other end of the phone, a voice was heard after a while. A warming treasure isn't bad, either. Take the dog chain at the door and give it to Kankian. Su Yong's words stunned the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream again. Slice of life. Afraid of the cold. But what's the use of bringing a dog chain over? Su Yong's voice sounded from Su Kankian's pink turtle children's smartwatch. Okay. Forget about the dog chain. Prepare a thermos for Kankian. From his voice, it felt like an otherworld big shot wasn't particularly special. In fact, he sounded pretty careless. However, the netizens thought that it was because the big shot did not care about trifles. And what appeared stupid at first glance was actually pretty smart. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be treated as the biggest joke in the world. How could a father prepare a warming treasure and a thermos flask for his daughter to go to the 9 Nether Demon Cave? If it was really a cold place, wouldn't it be better to prepare a few more clothes or gather more Heavenly Tao coins to exchange for some warming treasures than a single warm treasure and a thermos. Sister Gongchuan. One don't want to drink boiling water. One want your milk, Su Kainqian said. Lin Gongchuan nodded gently and said, 111 prepare it for you now. With that, Lin Gongchuan walked into the kitchen. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were spamming again. I want to drink her milk too. Me too. One want a double. Just right. Hee hee. One bet you old dogs all have the expression now. Right. Lin Gongchuan's appearance was simply impeccable. After all, Lin Gongchuan was a peerless beauty. A moment later, Lin Gongchuan prepared a thermos flask and 3 warming treasures for Su Kenqian. The thermos was filled with hot milk. This was no different from children going to school and talking about the things they had prepared. The difference might be that it was something Su Yang had prepared. Su Kainqian was already looking forward to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. To her, the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was a very novel place. Although the people of the Blue Planet recognized the Otherworld Instance Dungeon as a novel place, it was also a hell on Earth that they did not want to go to in their lives. A fan posted a genuine question in the Heavenly Dao livestream. Do you really think that Su Kainqian will be safe and sound? Do you really think that a LV-24 big shot can let his daughter successfully pass the trial? It's impossible for Su Kainqian to sweep through the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. However, I think there's a high chance that she can pass this Otherworld Instance Dungeon's trial. One estimate that Su Kainqian is 70 to 80 confident. That's right. Otherwise, why would Su Yang be so calm over the phone? One believes Su Yang was already prepared. More than half of the viewers thought that Su Kainqian could pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. But there were also many viewers who felt that Su Kainqian could not pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. There was also a portion of viewers who felt that as long as Su Kainqian and Yu Fuxu were together, the possibility of passing this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial would be more than 90. Chapter 158. Chapter 158 Speeding up whenever there's a disagreement. Right. Chapter 158 Speeding up whenever there's a disagreement. Right. Those conservative netizens actually did not belittle the strength of the father who was a LV-24 big shot. However, the specific situation still needed to be analyzed. At the moment, it was unclear whether Su Kainqian could go with Yu Fuxu. Moreover, nobody knew what kind of trial the 9 Nether Demon Cave Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty in the Devil-kind world was. In short, the netizens felt that Su Kainqian couldn't pass this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial easily like she did with those with 3 to 4-star difficulty. The viewers looked at the identities of the 15 chosen ones of Dragon Country. Chosen 1 No. 1 Yu Fuxu. Age 23 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Super Elite of the Shenzhou Institute's Devilkind Department. Personal assets 212 dragon coins. 3. 121. 211 Heavenly Dao coins. Power of Devil Devouring. Treasure LV. 15 Rainbow Gauntlets. LV. 15 Whirlwind Boots. LV. 16 Hemline Dress. LV. 16 Flower Burst Spear. At this moment, the viewer sighed. Awesome. Her personal assets have reached 21.2 billion yuan. She's already a super rich woman. You haven't counted the Heavenly Dao coins. That's equivalent to 300 small goals. It's mainly because her power of devil devouring is a priceless treasure. There are also priceless LV-15 and LV-16 treasures. Actually, with Yu Fuxu's strength, she can even triple her personal assets. It's just that she didn't go to those capitalist companies. How can Yu Fuxu, who doesn't lack money at all, be roped in by those capitalist companies? Hee. The viewers were tempted more than once when they saw Yu Fuxu's assets, power, and treasures. How could they not know that Yu Fuxu had risked her life to get these things? The prerequisite was that they had the strength. If they fought with their lives on the line without the strength, it would be equivalent to courting death. The viewers looked at Su Kainqian's identity information again. They made a comparison between Su Kainqian and Yu Fuxu. Chosen 1 No. 15 Su Kainqian. Age 5 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Identity Rainbow Starlight Kindergarten's senior class child. Personal assets 320 dragon coins. 1. 645. 615 heavenly Tao coins. Power of satiation from breathing. Opening your eyes is mental power. Treasure warming treasure. Thermos flask. What? The heating treasure and the thermos are both treasures. I understand. Su Yong. This big shot has a trick up his sleeve. I knew it. How could he let her daughter bring ordinary things so they're treasures? But Su Kankian is so rich. I'm referring to the heavenly Tao coins. When the netizens saw this amount of heavenly Tao coins, they were also tempted. However, they were even more curious about how powerful the two treasures, the warming treasure and the thermos, were. After all, each was an item that had been given power, so it naturally became a treasure. A moment later, in addition to Yu Fuxu and Su Kankian, there were actually 4 other chosen ones worthy of attention. Chosen ones no. 3. No. 7. No. 8. And no. 12. Chosen one no. 3 Lai Jingliang. Age 32 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Miracle Dr. King Hai. Personal assets 10. 233 million dragon coins. 1. Declare 1 heavenly Tao coins. Power magic healing hands. Treasure none. The viewers remembered the man called Lai Jingliang. Not long after, just 3 months ago, Lai Jingliang passed a 2-star Otherworld instance dungeon and obtained a special heavenly Tao reward, which was the power of magic healing hands. From that moment on, he began to rely on the power of magic healing hands to crazily earn money. He specialized in treating those rich and famous people. In just 3 months, he had actually earned more than 10 billion yuan. It was simply terrifying. FCK. He can actually earn so much money with magic healing hands. And it's only been 3 months. If he was given 3 years, wouldn't he become a super rich person? He's rich now, but he's done for this time. No matter how good his medical skills were, he would not be able to survive in this 5-star difficulty 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon. Lai Jingliang probably did not expect to be chosen by the heavenly Tao system again. Moreover, he had to enter the Otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. Many chosen ones who passed the trial for the first time were not chosen after that. They accounted for more than 90, especially through the Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 1-star difficulty. The chances of those chosen ones being chosen were even lower, just like being an idle intern for 2.5 years. The viewers looked at chosen one no. 7. Chosen one no. 7 Gao Shangfeng. Age 28 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Executive Director and Special Elite of the South Heaven Company. Personal assets 3 billion dragon coins. 0 heavenly Tao coins. Power none. Treasure Locks Frog Jump Garment. The viewers started talking about the next person. Someone who made the charity headlines last month. He inherited 10 billion yuan at such a young age. I heard that he has a powerful background. So what if he has a powerful background with his Locks Frog Jump Garment? Can he survive in the 9 Nether Demon Cave with a 5-star difficulty? First of all, I'm not someone who hates rich second-generation heirs. One just hate rich heirs. Is there a difference? But I'm the same. Why should I be a Master Tony Q when I'm so handsome he's so ugly? But he can inherit a company with a market value of tens of billions. Through the live broadcast of the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizen saw that this man called Gao Shengfang was less than 1.6 meters tall and indescribably ugly, but he had won in life the moment he was born. They immediately felt that it was unfair. So is chosen one no. 8. Chosen one no. Qian Tengfei. Age 33 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Executive Director of One Teng Corporation. Personal assets 1. 8 billion dragon coins. 0 heavenly Tao coins. Power none. Treasure Star Stilling Moonpicking Gloves. The viewers all knew that this was the first time Gao Shengfang and Qian Tengfei had been chosen by the heavenly Tao system. But they had treasures. After all, treasures could be exchanged in the heavenly Tao coin shop. Heavenly Dao coins could be exchanged for with dragon coins. The viewers looked at the identity of Chosen One No. 12. Chosen One No. 12 Hua Kingyun. Age 51 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position lying flat at home. Personal assets 300 million dragon coins. 11. 121 Heavenly Dao coins. Power eightfold vibration. Treasure none. Chosen One No. 12. Hua Kingyun. He's the only chosen one over 50 years old. He can still be an emperor at 60 years old. What's 51 years old? I remember that he obtained this eightfold vibration through a 3-star dungeon trial. He'll probably have a good time using it. Right. What do you mean? FCK. Can you old dogs not always drive at high speed? That's right. I was originally a very pure person. The viewers seemed to have realized the problem regarding the chosen ones this time. Chapter 159, Chapter 159 Yu Fuxu's female version of Neja's clothing. Chapter 159 Yu Fuxu's female version of Neja's clothing. Apart from Su Kanqian and Yu Fuxu, no one else had passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Trial with a 4-star difficulty factor. Among the other 23 chosen ones, only 2 had passed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 3-star difficulty factor. Compared to last week's Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the Island of Wild Beastmen, the chosen one lineup this time was really incomparable. Perhaps it was because Su Kanqian and Yu Fuxu were chosen ones for this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. The viewers looked at the names of the other chosen ones carefully. Chosen One No. 2. Su Lingjai. Chosen One No. 4. Yuan Zhao. Chosen One No. 5. Fang Xiaoling. Chosen One No. 6. Huang Nian. Chosen One No. 9. Mu Lamlun. Chosen One No. 10. Qin Beiguan. Chosen One No. 11. Tang Yingji. Chosen One No. 13. Tang Dijiano. Choose One No. 14. Mao Yao. The viewers discovered that the identities of the 9 chosen ones were simply ordinary. They were no different from ordinary people. Some of them were still in debt, while others had been squatting at home for 20 years. The chosen ones from overseas are already done for. Among the 15 chosen ones in our dragon country, only Yu Fuxu and Su Kanqian have a chance of survival. Facts have proven that it's useless to cozy up to them. If you don't have any strength, how can you carry anyone? The lineup is indeed inferior to the chosen ones of the Island of Wild Beastmen. How could the netizens not know that there were a total of 12 chosen ones from the Dragon Nation in the Island of Wild Beastmen last time? Moreover, 6 of them were chosen ones who had the strength to deal with the Beastmen. However, among the chosen ones of the 9 Nether Demon Cave this time, only Su Kanqian and Yu Fuxu had the necessary strength. The other chosen ones didn't seem to have the ability to deal with them at all. However, they could not rule out the possibility that there might be chosen ones who hid their strength like Xia Xianglin and those ordinary identity information. The viewers felt that the possibility was extremely low. At this moment, Shenju Building No. 1. Yu Fuxu put on her equipment. LV. 15 Rainbow Gauntlets. LV. 15 Whirlwind Boots. LV. 16 Hemline Dress. And LV. 16 Flower Burst Spear were all equipped by her. At a glance, it seemed to be a magnified version of the female Neja. The viewers had seen Yu Fuxu's treasures. That pair of LV. 15 Rainbow Gauntlets could make the Devilkind spit out a rainbow with a punch. The LV. 15 Whirlwind Boots could make Yu Fuxu's legs step wind and fire wheels. But there was no fire. As for the LV. 16 Hemline Dress, as the name suggested, it was a treasure that reduced the enemy's accuracy. The most special one naturally was Yu Fuxu's Flower Burst Spear. One stab could cause the enemy to explode. As for where the best stab was, there was no need to say anything. Everyone knew that. This entire set of equipment and treasures could no longer be measured by price. Fuxu, why don't you tie your hair into 2 balls? Zhao Wenwen also felt that the current Yu Fuxu was very similar to the enlarged version of the female Neja. If her hair was tied into a bun on both sides, She would be even more similar. I don't want to. One don't have power to control that. Yu Fuxu refused. But was this the main point? Yu Fuxu didn't seem to be picky or disdainful of her outfit at all. She was very excited now. Not afraid. It wasn't that Yu Fuxu's strength could sweep through the 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon, the 9 Nether Demon Cave. But, because of her confidence. When Yu Fuxu thought about how she could catch up to Su Yang's strength as long as she could pass the 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial in the 9 Nether Demon Cave, she was extremely excited. Of course, her goal was more than that. She wanted to surpass Su Yang, surpass the peak of mortals, and reach a new height. Until now, no chosen one could pass the 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. Of course, no 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon had descended on the blue planet. After 28 years, 5 alternate worlds would descend on the blue planet in the form of dungeons. Could this golden age mean she could do as she wished? The key was still to see if Yu Fuxu could successfully pass the 9 Nether Demon Cave. This 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. Yu Fuxu looked at her female ninja outfit and said, "One quite like it. But it's too low." Even though Yu Fuxu was about to be teleported into the Otherworld instance dungeon, she still didn't feel any fear. Whether it was the first time or now, it was still the same. Dao Wenwen said honestly, "Actually, you're quite beautiful, and your figure is so good. If you had a little more womanly charm, you'd definitely be considered a near-perfect beauty." Yu Fuxu was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed 54 kilograms. Her figure was just of the right shape, without any problematic vagueness. Moreover, Yu Fuxu's facial features were very exquisite, making her a classical Eastern beauty. If one looked at her photo, she would definitely be ranked on the Dragon Country's beauty list. However, when Yu Fuxu moved, she seemed to have changed. Yu Fuxu wasn't the kind of girl who likes to dress up. She basically didn't put on makeup. Her tone and actions were completely unrelated to the word demure. It couldn't be said that Yu Fuxu was carefree, but she wouldn't care less about her appearance. She cared about inner beauty more. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible for her to love beauty and focus on the Otherworld instance dungeon trial at the same time. About 10 minutes later, a teleportation array appeared under the feet of the 25 chosen ones of the blue planet. The teleportation array under their feet was gradually shrinking. This teleportation was to the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon in the Devilkind world. Some chosen ones were extremely excited. Some were crying until they broke down. And some chosen ones looked like they had nothing to live for. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream stared intently at the livestream. The female version of Neja, Yu Fuxu, is really beautiful. Can you believe she's 25 years old and hasn't been in a relationship? She is worth tens of billions. Would she lack men? Would she lack handsome men? What she lacks is a heart that can fall in love. How could the netizens not know that Yu Fuxu wasn't in the mood to date at all? It was as if she wasn't interested in men. That was not the case. If she really met a man she liked, she would probably fall deeper than anyone else. After all, girls who had never been in a relationship were the most innocent in romance. The 25 chosen ones have all been teleported in. As the teleportation array finished shrinking, the 25 chosen ones disappeared from the blue planet, until they appeared in the live stream of the Heavenly Dao livestream. The 25 teleportation arrays instantly entered the 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Location 9 Nether Demon Cave. Layer after layer of blood-colored fog enveloped the entire demon cave. It was filled with gloominess and terror. It also carried a heavy aura that filled every corner. Chapter 160 Chapter 160 Welcome to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Chapter 160 Welcome to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. This time, unlike the dungeon trial in the island of wild beastmen, the chosen ones were not spawned separately. Instead, they were all gathered at a towering hill. Many chosen ones of the Dragon Country consciously stood beside Yu Fuxu. As for why they did not stand by Su Kainqian's side, the reason was very simple. Su Kainqian was only 5 years old. Even if she had the ability to save their lives, It was impossible for her to take care of everyone. Yu Fuxu was different. She was very strong, and she was from the Shenzhou Institute with the highest credibility. In addition, Yu Fuxu wouldn't leave others in the lurch. Su Kangqian looked around the hill and realized that the surrounding soil was red, and there were no signs of weeds. Yu Fuxu's gaze landed on Su Kangqian. She had seen Su Kangqian many times in the live broadcast of the Heavenly Dao livestream. However, the real person was even livelier than the live broadcast. Moreover, she was not afraid this time either. In fact, her curiosity was still strong. Ring, ring, ring. In an instant, the wind chime sounded in the ears of the chosen ones. Following that, a broadcast-like voice spread. Welcome to the 9 Nether Demon Cave of the Devilkind world. There are a total of 5 trials in this otherworld instance dungeon. When these chosen people heard that there were a total of 5 trials, their souls almost flew out of their bodies. 5 trials? Can we still live? FCKU. It's really a useless bastard. Other than Yu Fuxu and Su Kangqian, the other chosen ones began to curse. Yu Fuxu felt that 5 trials were too few. She would need at least 100 trials to be satisfied. However, Su Kangqian did not seem to care. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system sounded like a broadcast. Trial 1, please go to the devilish mountains and subdue a devilish creature. There is no requirement as to its level. After completing Trial 1, you will obtain a Heavenly Dao reward and activate Trial 2. Warm reminder: the time limit is 3 days. In case of failure, you will be erased. Good luck to the chosen ones. After the Heavenly Dao system finished speaking, the chosen ones panicked again. What is a devilish creature? Our blue planet has animals, and the Devilkind also has something similar to animals. That is called a devilish creature. Can devilish creatures be compared to animals? That's crazy. If we try to subdue a devilish creature, what we become its food. At that point, many chosen ones began to look for a solution from Yu Fuxu. Sister Fuxu, you've been passing the dungeon trials in the Devilkind world previously. You must know how to subdue devilish creatures. Right. Can we subdue devilish creatures in a friendly manner? Can you help me subdue a devilish creature too, please? Help me too. In the face of the entanglement of these chosen people, Yu Fuxu said helplessly, I can't help you. I've never subdued a devilish creature. I've only killed devilish creatures. While these candidates were talking, Su Kangqian had already left the hill. She didn't know where she was going. Subdue a devilish creature. Su Kangqian only understood these words, but it was enough. She did not even know what a devilish creature was, so it did not matter. Moreover, Su Kangqian was very excited. To her, subduing a devilish creature was equivalent to adopting a puppy. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao livestream exploded, and the screen flew up. FCK, do you still remember what Su Yong said? Didn't he say before that he would let Lin Gongchuan bring a dog chained to Su Kangqian? However, the first trial is actually to subdue a devilish creature. Could it be that Su Yong knows about the trial of this 9 Nether Demon Cave? It's hard not to be suspicious. Rather than saying that he knows, it's more like he has undergone the trial of the 9 Nether Demon Cave otherworld instance dungeon. However, the viewers could not understand, because Su Yong did not get Lin Gongchuan to bring a dog chain for Su Kangqian and, instead, he changed it to a thermos. What kind of mysterious decision was this? Everyone, look, something is about to happen in Su Kangqian's live broadcast. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream stopped discussing this problem and looked at Su Kangqian's livestream. A black dog that was twice as big as Su Kangqian, but about 80 centimeters tall and with a cross on its head, entered Su Kangqian's sight. This black dog was unusual. It would release a red aura from its body, and its fangs were about 30 centimeters long. It looked very ferocious. The devilish creatures of the Devilkind world were naturally not something the animals on the blue planet could compare to. For example, this black dog devilish creature could probably instantly kill the lion in the blue planet savannah. Puny human, how dare you spout such nonsense? Q. The black dog demonic creature barked and actually spoke. One had to know that when the chosen ones entered the otherworld instance dungeon, they could understand the language of the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from other worlds. Similarly, those demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts were the same. It was equivalent to having an automatic translation machine. Su Kainqian was not afraid, and didn't retreat. She just watched quietly. After she looked at the black dog devilish creature for 3 seconds, the black dog devilish creature actually started trembling. Moreover, it began to lie in front of Su Kainqian and wag its tail like a docile puppy. The black dog devilish creature said, "I'm willing to be subdued by you and worship you as my master." Su Kainqian hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No, you look fierce." As soon as these words were spoken, the black dog devilish creature immediately looked ashamed. The black dog devilish creature was heartbroken and ran wildly, falling down a hill. Correct. This black dog devilish creature seemed to have suffered 100 points of damage, and was actually courting death. The viewers in the Heavenly Tao livestream were simply dumbfounded. What happened? I don't know, either. But it's rare for a devilish creature to willingly submit to Su Kainqian. Why don't you want it? Saihof seeking willful. The viewers could not understand why the black dog devilish creature would submit to Su Kainqian, but they did not find it strange. After all, Su Kainqian was the daughter of Su Yang, the big shot in the otherworld. This explanation was enough. Su Kainqian continued to walk and look. Her thermos was hung around her neck with a thin rope, making it easier for her hands to play. Su Kainqian opened the thermos and took a sip of Lin Gongchuang's special milk before continuing to search. She was completely unaware that she had actually walked into a sinister mountain range. All kinds of strange sounds came from the mountains. The sounds of wailing, crying, burning, and mocking laughter were all gathered. As if they were playing a terrifying song, Su Kainqian entered the devilish mountains in the 9 Nether Demon Cave. The sky was hazy at this moment, but it was not night. However, the scenery in the mountain range looked very strange. Wow, there's a big spider. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Can I have the luck to be your magic pet? Chapter 161 Can I have the luck to be your magic pet? Su Kainqian raised her head and looked at the large purple spider. As for how big it was even bigger than an adult. However, this purple spider was different from ordinary spiders. Its legs were like sharp scimitars, and its head was filled with barbs. IMA 18 Big Spider. Can one be your familiar? The large purple spider spoke, and it even made tearing sounds, as if it was very excited. This scene stunned the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream again. What's going on? Let's not talk about the black dog devilish creature from before. This purple spider devilish creature seems to have been waiting for Su Kainqian on purpose. It even put on a very sincere expression, and requested to become Su Kainqian's devilish pet. Aren't devilish creatures very ferocious? Why are devilish creatures so friendly to a human? Devilish creatures don't even care about the devil kind. What a strange thing. The more the netizens watched, the more confused they became. They felt that Su Kainqian had too many secrets. From their point of view, Su Yang did not just leave a trump card for his daughter. He might have left several trump cards instead. Back to the devilish creature mountain range. Su Kainqian tilted her head slightly, and looked at the spider devilish creature carefully. I don't like spiders. These words were like sharp swords that pierced through the spider devilish creature's heart. Even devilish creatures would feel heartache. The spider devilish creature fell from the tree and shrunk into a ball, as if it had fainted from heartbreak. Su Kainqian did not stop and walked past the spider devilish creature. Subdue the devilish creature. Su Kainqian looked around. There were clearly 2 devilish creatures that had voluntarily become Su Kainqian's familiars. But Su Kainqian looked down on them. Either it looked fierce or she simply didn't like it. At the same time, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream seemed to have some clues. Could it be that these devilish creatures are also undergoing a trial with the goal of becoming a pet of the chosen ones and embarking on a mysterious journey? They could not rule out this possibility. The heavenly Tao coins are common in the 5 alternate worlds of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. In that case, the first trial of the Otherworld instance dungeon in the 9 Nether Demon Cave is still very easy. When the netizens saw these devilish creatures, the latter automatically petitioned to become the familiar of a chosen one. As long as the other chosen ones came to the devilish mountains, they would definitely be able to subdue a demon and complete trial. 1. Ufuksu and the others have also come to the devilish mountains. The scene continued to unfold. The 13 chosen ones all came to the devilish mountains with Ufuksu. There clearly were 25 chosen ones in total. When Ufuksu came back to her senses, she realized that Su Kenkian was gone. The 13 chosen ones who followed Ufuksu were all from the Dragon Kingdom. There was no way Ufuksu would bring the 10 chosen ones from the other countries with her too. The reason was self-evident. Suddenly, the pupils of the spider devilish creature that was shrinking on the ground emitted red light, and its body released dark red, demonic aura. Swish, swish. In an instant, a purple spider web enveloped Ufuksu's group. 3 of the chosen ones were trapped by this purple spider web. Seeing this, some chosen ones seemed to have been scared out of their wits by this spider devilish creature. Some even left a pool of mysterious liquid. After all, this spider devilish creature was too big, and it had eyes like a demon. Its 8 feet were incomparably sharp blades. It was very terrifying. Insignificant humans, you actually dare to barge into the devilish mountains. This purple spider devilish creature actually looked different. It was as if it was a completely different being than before. When this purple spider devilish creature saw Su Kenkian, it had become incomparably servile and docile, and its tone had been filled with submissiveness. But what about facing Ufuksu and the large group of chosen ones? It was as if it had been possessed by something terrifying, treating them as invaders. Crack, crack. Ufuksu picked up the flower burst spear in her hand and stabbed at the spider web. Although Ufuksu was holding a spear, she didn't know any spear techniques. She didn't even know basic spear techniques. Furthermore, the flower burst spear was a treasure, not a weapon. It was useless to use treasures to execute spear techniques. In a few moments, the spider's silk net gradually exploded like popcorn. The 3 chosen ones who were trapped also took this opportunity to escape from the spider web. Aura Devihuman. This spider devilish creature also had a devilish aura when it saw Ufuksu. Devihuman was a name devilish creatures had for devilkind. Ufuksu said, "I'm not a Devihuman." This spider devilish creature didn't seem to be afraid. From the devilish aura emitted by Ufuksu, it discovered that Ufuksu was about the same strength as it. Moreover, this spider thought that these devilish mountains were its home ground. Swoosh! This spider devilish creature suddenly disappeared into thin air. In fact, it was hiding and fixing to launch a sneak attack. Ufuksu was a chosen one who had entered the devilkind world many times. How could she not know the thoughts of the spider devilish creature? Everyone, step back. This guy wants to play dirty. Ufuksu asked the other chosen ones to retreat while she looked around calmly. As long as there was any movement, she would stab with the flower burst spear in her hand. "I see you. Right behind me," Ufuksu said. She had indeed noticed that there was a commotion from above. The flower burst spear in Ufuksu's hand suddenly aimed at a bucket behind her. It was a hit. This spider devilish creature fell from the tree. "I was no longer moving. How did you discover me?" The spider devilish creature made tearing sounds. Ufuksu said, "Actually, one didn't know where you were hiding. All's fair in war. You're just a devilish creature. How can you understand?" Next, Ufuksu said to the spider devilish creature, "If you become my familiar, I won't kill you." Ufuksu didn't forget about the proper business. However, Ufuksu underestimated the spider devilish creature's ability to escape. With a whoosh, the spider devilish creature disappeared into thin air. It had to be known that within 100 meters, the spider devilish creature could move as it wanted. It could silently appear behind Ufuksu. However, this spider devilish creature was clearly not Ufuksu's match. Even if this spider devilish creature's strength had reached LV 18, As for Yu Fuxu, who cultivated the devil Dao, she hadn't even used her full strength. Her strength had to be more than LV 18. Yu Fuxu was stunned for a while. This was the first time she had talked to a spider devilish creature so kindly. In the past, she would have fought without a word. It didn't matter if it was a devilish creature or devilkind, because she knew that if she did not attack, she would be killed instead. It was better to just ruthlessly attack and kill them first. This was how Yu Fuxu had completed the dungeon trials of the various devilkind worlds. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream fell into deep confusion. What the hell is going on? Chapter 162 Chapter 162 What kind of devilish creature does she want to subdue? Chapter 162 What kind of devilish creature does she want to subdue? Didn't the devilish creature say they were willing to be Su Kainqian's familiar to complete the trial? However, when Yu Fuxu wanted to take in the spider devilish creature, she was despised by it. The netizens could not understand the devilish creatures at all. What was going on? Could it be that special love is given to a special you? Bullshit! We're seriously discussing the issue here. What are you trolling for? That's right. I hate troublemakers like you the most. No matter how the netizens discussed the topic, they could not come to a conclusion. Since they could not come to a conclusion, they would temporarily accredit it to Su Yong's methods. Something peculiar happened to Yu Fuxu. Not only did the big spider devilish creature that had disappeared earlier appear, but it also brought a group of big spider devilish creatures back. My children, kill them all. As soon as the big spider devilish creature finished speaking, hundreds of spiders behind it charged at the chosen ones. Yu Fuxu realized that the problem was very serious. Even if she used all her strength, she could not protect everyone. Let's go, Yu Fuxu shouted at the other chosen ones who followed her. The other chosen ones did not dare to hesitate at all, and fled with all their might. Sometimes, danger came so suddenly. Although Yu Fuxu was very strong, she was not strong enough to sweep through an otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. However, what she could do was to let the other chosen ones escape while she would stay behind to cover the retreat. However, the group of spider devilish creatures at the back was still chattering as they chased after the chosen ones. Yu Fuxu looked at the big spider devilish creature. Her killing intent was awe-inspiring at this moment. Yu Fuxu no longer wanted to subdue this big spider devilish creature. She only wanted to kill it. In her opinion, as long as she killed this female spider devilish creature, the other little spider devilish creatures would naturally become timid and not dare to continue chasing after the other chosen ones. At this moment, Yu Fuxu seemed to have become a different person. She no longer talked nonsense with this spider devilish creature. Since this spider devilish creature was unwilling to submit to her, she would just kill it. Yu Fuxu didn't say much. A strong demonic aura emitted from her body. The spider devilish creature opposite her suddenly became terrified. What's going on? Are you drunk? The spider devilish creature looked at Yu Fuxu. It was just a second, but she now was like a completely different person. Although this spider was a devilish creature, it also knew that devihumans were no different from humans. They even drank and fought. Even in the devilkind world, there were still some human natives. But the devilkind world was controlled by the devilkind. It was just like there were other animals on the blue planet. But the blue planet was controlled by humans. However, there were no demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts on the blue planet. It wasn't that the rules didn't allow demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts to appear, but there really weren't any left. Perhaps hundreds of millions of years ago, there had been demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts on the blue planet. This spider devilish creature knew that there were chosen ones from another world. After all, the heavenly Dao coins had become a hard currency in the 5 alternate worlds. Demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. Swish swish. This spider devilish creature wanted to escape. But how could Yu Fuxu let this spider devilish creature escape? 10 consecutive attacks. The moment the spider devilish creature rose on a string, the flower burst spear in Yu Fuxu's hand stabbed at the spider devilish creature 10 times in a row. Clap, clap. In an instant, flowers exploded on the spider devilish creature. Moreover, there were 10 popcorn-like flowers. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream complained. By the way, is there a need for you Fuxu to shout 10 consecutive attacks? Maybe she's used to it. I've read too many martial arts novels. It's just like how one shout boundless sea when I go on my main account. Haha. But you Fuxu's scream is quite valiant. One like it. I don't like her female amnesia outfit. If only she was like Xiao Faya. You're thinking too much. The netizens saw Yu Fuxu kill the spider devilish creature with 10 consecutive hits. It was mainly because of the difference in strength between the two sides. Yu Fuxu's strength level was at least 2 levels higher than the spider devilish creature's. That was why Yu Fuxu could kill the spider devilish creature so easily. Meanwhile, in the devilish mountains of the 9 Nether Demon Cave, Su Kainqian arrived at an empty hill. She sat under a big tree. Ever since she got her power of satiation from breathing and the other power regarding opened eyes, she was neither sleepy nor hungry. It's so difficult to find devilish creatures. Su Kainqian pouted and took another sip of the hot milk. However, when the netizens heard Su Kainqian's words, their faces darkened. Difficult to find. Previously, 2 devilish creatures had delivered themselves to her door, but Su Kainqian had rejected them. Su Kainqian indeed despised them. At this moment, 2 black butterflies flew in front of Su Kainqian. After dancing in front of Su Kainqian for a while, they actually slowly flew away. Su Kainqian seemed to understand, and followed the 2 black butterflies that flew away. After walking for about 3 minutes, she arrived at a red sea of flowers. What a strange flower. This was the first time Su Kainqian saw these flowers. There was actually no fragrance of flowers, nor did they show signs of withering. It was as if they were flowers made of plastic. In an instant, a black behemoth flew out from the flowers and entered Su Kainqian's eyes. This devilish creature looked like a bat and a rat, and had a pair of incomparably black pupils. It looked like a demi-human. Su Kainqian did not know what devilish creature it was. My master. Welcome back. Ima LV. 19 Flying Squirrel Devilish Creature. This devilish creature that claimed to be a flying squirrel addressed Su Kainqian respectfully. You look so strange. Su Kainqian's eyes were filled with confusion. She did not find it strange when she saw the black dog devilish creature with horns and the spider devilish creature with scimitars for legs. However, when she saw this flying squirrel, she felt that it looked strange. If master is willing, I can become master's demon pet at any time. The flying squirrel devilish creature said respectfully again. Unexpectedly, Su Kainqian still rejected it directly. I don't want to. You look so strange. Su Kainqian shook her head. Hearing this, the flying squirrel devilish creature actually flew crazily as if it had gone crazy. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could not sit still at all. You don't want fierce-looking devilish creatures. Don't want devilish creatures that you don't like. And don't want strange-looking devilish creatures. They volunteered to become Su Kainqian's familiars. But she actually despised them. There's really no harm without comparison. Look at Yu Fuxu. She wanted to subdue the spider devilish creature. But what happened in the end, the spider devilish creature would rather die than submit. I think it's weird. The netizens could not understand what kind of devilish creature Su Kainqian would be satisfied with as her choice. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 It's better to die than become a human's familiar. Chapter 163 It's better to die than become a human's familiar. Rather than saying that Su Kainqian was not trying to complete the trial, she was trying to subdue a familiar that she would be satisfied with. Su Kainqian left the illusory flower field. The flying squirrel was still flying crazily, unable to accept such a heavy blow. The doubts of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream deepened again. They could not understand why the devilish creature would beg Su Kainqian to accept it as her familiar. When it came to Yu Fuxu, a devilish creature would rather die than submit. And it even fought with Yu Fuxu. If you said that the devilish creatures had to become the chosen one's pets for the sake of completing the trial, this explanation would seem weak. About 20 minutes later, Yu Fuxu and the others came to an illusory flower field. Crack. She immediately saw a rat that looked like a bat and had perpendicular fangs. The flying squirrel devilish creature let out a sharp sound. Hee hee. A group of weak humans sent themselves to my door. LV. 19 devilish creature. Yu Fuxu was quite shocked. When they first entered this mountain range, the spider devilish creature they encountered was already quite powerful. If it had been any other chosen one, they might have been completely wiped out. It was precisely because Yu Fuxu was present that they could deal with the spider devilish creature, as expected of an otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. The devilish creatures we encountered at the beginning are all top-notch terrifying existences in a 4-star otherworld instance dungeon. Yu Fuxu's body released a strong demonic aura with excitement. However, Yu Fuxu remembered that she was here to subdue the devilish creature, not to kill it. Yu Fuxu said to the flying squirrel devilish creature, "If you become my familiar, I'll spare your life. Weak human, die." This flying squirrel devilish creature circled 3.5 times in the sky. The sharp sound coming from its mouth stung the ears of the chosen ones and reached their brains. Everyone was covering their ears. However, this sharp voice seemed to be pervasive. Covering one's ears was completely ineffective. This scream was an extremely special demonic sound. Not only could it enter one's mind through their ears, but it could also enter one's mind through any of one's 5 senses, causing one's mind to be disturbed. If it was serious, one would go crazy or die on the spot. 3 chosen ones actually walked towards Yu Fuxu like zombies. They actually grabbed Yu Fuxu. Actually, it was because Yu Fuxu wasn't on guard against humans. She didn't know what happened to the 3 chosen ones. "What are you doing?" Yu Fuxu was surprised to find that these 3 people couldn't hear her at all. The reason why Yu Fuxu was fine was that she had the devil Dao power in her body to resist the demonic sound. Immediately, Yu Fuxu threw 3 punches at the trio in a fit of anger. She knocked down the 3 chosen ones with 1 punch each. However, these 3 chosen ones quickly stood up. The other 9 chosen ones could not stand the demonic sound of the flying squirrel devilish creature, and fled from this flower field. Now, only Yu Fuxu and the 3 chosen ones controlled by the demonic sound were left in this illusory flower field. Not only did this flying squirrel devilish creature disperse Yu Fuxu and the others with its demonic voice, but it also made Yu Fuxu fall into a quandary. She looked at the 3 chosen ones controlled by the demonic sound. If she wanted to escape the entanglement of these 3 chosen ones, there were only 2 ways. The first method was to kill the flying squirrel devilish creature in the sky. The second method was to completely defeat the 3 chosen ones. However, it was not easy to deal with the flying squirrel devilish creature in the sky. Moreover, the 3 chosen ones were affected by the demonic sound, and were completely controlled by the flying squirrel devilish creature. If Yu Fuxu wanted to defeat the flying squirrel devilish creature, she had to defeat the 3 chosen ones first. What a despicable devilish creature. Yu Fuxu couldn't fly like the flying squirrel devilish creature. "Run my whirlwind boots." Whoosh! In an instant, 2 whirlwinds appeared in Yu Fuxu's boots. Her whirlwind boots were a LV-15 treasure, and they were a shouting version. They could be activated as long as she shouted. It was indeed a little childish, but it was very useful. After Yu Fuxu avoided the entanglement of the 3 chosen ones, she began to attack the flying squirrel devilish creature. She threw the flower burst spear in her hand, attempting to knock down the flying squirrel devilish creature. However, the flying squirrel devilish creature moved extremely quickly, and easily dodged the flower burst spear thrown by Yu Fuxu. The flying squirrel devilish creature circling in the sky seemed to have spotted an opportunity. It stopped releasing the demonic sound, and attacked Yu Fuxu head-on. Yu Fuxu pretended to be frightened, and took a few steps back. Yu Fuxu had extremely rich combat experience. The moment the flying squirrel devilish creature attacked, Yu Fuxu actually used magic. The magic here didn't refer to devil Dao. It was as if there was a chain spreading out of Yu Fuxu's body, making a cracking sound. Prisoner chain magic. The pupils of the flying squirrel devilish creature constricted. It wanted to stop, but it was too late. Its body was bound by a bundle of chain-like devil kai, and it smashed heavily to the ground. Laura Devihuman, the flying squirrel devilish creature kept struggling, but it could not break free at all. I'm a human who can cultivate the devil Tao. I'll give you one last chance to become my devilish creature pet. I'll spare your life. Yu Fuxu took back the flower-burst spear that she had thrown out, and hit the flying squirrel devilish creature's head. At this, the flying squirrel devilish creature chuckled, and said, "How could I become a human's familiar?" Seeing that this flying squirrel devilish creature was unwilling, Yu Fuxu didn't want to waste her breath. She directly stabbed it with her spear and killed it. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream took a deep breath. The reason why they were emotional was not because of how strong Yu Fuxu was, but because what the flying squirrel devilish creature said before it died was very conflicting. What's wrong with this flying squirrel devilish creature? I also find it strange. Didn't it beg to become Su Kainqian's devilish creature? Why did it say that it couldn't become a human's familiar? Could it be that Su Kainqian isn't human? Su Kainqian is a real human girl. The netizens did not understand. If the devilish creatures felt that humans were lowly, and would rather die than become a human's familiar, then why did those devilish creatures that would rather die than submit want to become Su Kainqian's familiar? However, when Su Kainqian rejected the three devilish creatures, it also dealt a huge blow to their hearts. Could it be that Su Kainqian has some treasure that attracts devilish creatures, causing those devilish creatures to completely change their attitude? That makes sense. It's just that it's difficult for Yu Fuxu and the others. They encounter devilish creatures that would rather die than submit. There's another development on Su Kainqian's side. Seeing this, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream shifted their gazes to Su Kainqian's livestream. Chapter 164 Chapter 164 The Chosen Ones from the other countries were wiped out. Chapter 164 The chosen ones from the other countries were wiped out. In a valley in the devilish mountains, Su Kainqian looked at a black snake with 4 legs and a horn. The black snake devilish creature stuck out its tongue and let out a baby-like sound. Do you want to take in a familiar one? Run especially fast. This black snake devilish creature even showed off its speed in front of Su Kainqian. It only took 3 seconds for it to appear at the top of the valley. Su Kainqian shook her head and said, "One don't." Su Kainqian rejected the devilish creature's request again. When the black snake devilish creature heard Su Kainqian's words, it immediately rolled down the valley. When the black snake devilish creature rolled in front of Su Kainqian, it was still pleading. Ima LV 20 devilish creature. Other than not being able to fly, one can also swim and burrow underground. Let me become your familiar. Not only did this black snake devilish creature not flare up at Su Kainqian because of her rejection, it even curled up in front of Su Kainqian and lowered its head slightly. I don't want to. You're too slippery. Su Kainqian still rejected this black snake devilish creature. The black snake devilish creature, which had been rejected twice, felt as if its heart had died. It stood rooted to the ground. However, the black snake demon said, "I'm sorry, I'm too slippery." However, when the Devihumans came to the devilish mountains to subdue me, one didn't agree. I can really be loyal to Master. Su Kainqian completely ignored the black snake devilish creature. After watching Su Kainqian leave, the black snake devilish creature did not chase after her. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream discovered 2 important pieces of information from the black snake devilish creature. The first one was that the devilish creatures in the devilish mountains were apparently waiting for others to subdue them. The second one was that the Devihumans mentioned by the devilish creatures, which was the devil kind, would also come to subdue the devilish creatures. However, when these 2 pieces of information were combined, a new doubt appeared. Why do they subdue the devilish creatures? I don't know either. This is the first time that the Otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty level has descended. Therefore, only the chosen ones will know why the devilish creatures that appear in the 5-star dungeon have to be subdued. Moreover, isn't the first trial to subdue devilish creatures? One guess it has something to do with the second trial. Haha, listening to you is like listening to a conversation. It's equivalent to not saying anything. The netizens naturally knew that the completion of Trial 1 by Chosen Ones was definitely related to Trial 2. It could not be two unrelated trials. Therefore, subduing a devilish creature as a familiar would definitely be directly related to the second trial. It would be like doing the first half and then the second. FCK. Even a LV 20 devilish creature is not worthy of Su Kangqian's attention. This time, Su Kangqian actually rejected it because the black snake devilish creature was too slippery. I just don't understand. Why is even a LV 20 devilish creature begging Su Kangqian so subserviently? You don't understand actually. One don't understand. Either. The previous speculations of the netizens were all denied by the truth. They had even said that devilish creatures wanted to complete the trial, and that devilish creatures had been friendly to humans. The result was the other way around. Meanwhile, the group of spider devilish creatures chased away by Yu Fuxu targeted another group of chosen ones. And this group of chosen ones was not the chosen ones of the dragon country, but the chosen ones of other countries. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream did not need to guess to know the outcome. There was only one outcome, and that was that the chosen ones of these 10 other countries would be killed by this group of spider devilish creatures. As for whether they would be eaten, it was unknown. Although Yu Fuxu had killed the female spider devilish creature, the children of the female spider devilish creature were all devilish creatures above LV 10. Even a LV 4 or LV 5 devilish creature could instantly kill the chosen ones of other countries. Spider webs trapped the 10 chosen ones from the other countries. None of them escaped. They struggled in despair and cried out in pain. However, those spider devilish creatures would not have any sympathy for them. They appeared. A large group of spider devilish creatures appeared. They climbed onto all that spider web and stuck closely to every chosen one trapped by the spider web. The chosen ones of the other countries had already broken down. The strange thing was that this group of spider devilish creatures did not eat them alive. However, this group of spider devilish creatures seemed to be absorbing something. The 10 chosen ones of the other countries had all become skin and bones without exception. Moreover, they had died in a very tragic manner. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also very puzzled. Could it be that these spider devilish creatures are absorbing human blood essence? Isn't that what demons do? Devilish creatures don't suck blood essence. They are absorbing origin kai. What is origin kai? Many netizens could not understand. Have you heard of vitality loss? It's that origin kai. Devilish creatures have a terrifying devouring power that will invade a person's entire body. The fear produced is irresistible. And their origin kai will wither. The netizens began to understand. But they were also traumatized by the devilish creatures. Everyone knew that the devil kind had a habit of killing. And the reason why they enjoyed the thrill of killing was that killing was their source of growth. Just like how otherworldly beasts liked to eat. They grew by eating. Only the 3 chosen ones are still following Yu Fuxu. The other chosen ones have escaped. Isn't this very normal? Yu Fuxu can't split herself up. It's impossible for her to protect every chosen one. But they're not dead yet. You mean for now? When Yu Fuxu and the others encounter an even stronger devilish creature, how should they escape? That's true. Even Yu Fuxu can't escape. Right. As everyone knew, Yu Fuxu's strength was at most around LV 20. What if she encountered a devilish creature above LV 21? She couldn't beat it. Nor could she escape. Not to mention sweeping through the otherworld instance dungeon. It was already wishful thinking for her to survive in this 9 nether demon cave with a 5-star difficulty factor. Unless Yu Fuxu could increase her strength in a short period of time. Yu Fuxu came to the valley where Su Kangqian was before. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at Yu Fuxu's livestream. They saw a black snake devilish creature flying out at an extremely fast speed and wrapping around Yu Fuxu. Was this black snake devilish creature going to enwrap and crush her? Yu Fuxu, who was entangled, actually couldn't struggle free from the entanglement of the black snake devilish creature. The other 3 chosen ones who followed Yu Fuxu directly fled in fear. How could they have the courage to care about Yu Fuxu's life? However, Yu Fuxu was not so easy to deal with. As a legendary trump card of the Dragon Kingdom, She had to have other trump cards that she had yet to use. At this point, Yu Fuxu's hemline dress came into play. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 Devilish Barrier Originating from Heart's Innermost Fear. Chapter 165 Devilish Barrier Originating from Heart's Innermost Fear. Yu Fuxu's body was trembling. She was not afraid of the black snake devilish creature. The hemline dress on Yu Fuxu's body seemed to have opened the door to a new world. It was even smoother than the black snake devilish creature, so she dodged the deadly entanglement of the black snake devilish creature. Next, Yu Fuxu immediately stabbed the black snake devilish creature's body with her flower burst spear. Thud! The flower burst spear stabbed the black snake devilish creature's body, but it did not explode. What hard scales! This was the first time Yu Fuxu had encountered a devilish creature with such high defense. After all, this was a LV-20 black snake devilish creature. The black snake devilish creature flicked its tongue and released a black demonic aura, changing the surrounding aura. It made people feel as if they had entered a dark room. Although devilish creatures did not know magic, they had their own personal devilish barrier. The demonic barrier of this black snake devilish creature was to seal one's vision. Of course, Yu Fuxu wasn't afraid of the dark. She wasn't a cute little girl. She was indeed a tomboy, even though she had a beautiful appearance. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream watched Yu Fuxu's livestream with surprised gazes. What kind of devilish barrier is this? I don't know. I can't see anything. Can Yu Fuxu deal with the LV-20 black snake devilish creature? I think it's going to be tough. The netizens seemed to be immersed in it. They all broke out in a cold sweat for Yu Fuxu. At this moment, a demonic aura was released from Yu Fuxu's body, illuminating the surroundings with red color. Yu Fuxu, who was in the demonic barrier of the black snake devilish creature, recovered her vision. However, there was no sign of the black snake devilish creature. It's gone. Yu Fuxu looked around cautiously. She was worried that the black snake devilish creature would play dirty. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge an overt spear, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If the black snake devilish creature attacked her from the back, she would be in danger. Devilish creatures were not easy to deal with. However, when it came to the devil kind, the devilish creatures paled in comparison. After all, devilish creatures did not know magic, and could only release devilish barriers. As for what the devilish barrier was, even Yu Fuxu, who cultivated the devil Dao, couldn't explain it in detail. However, she knew that the devilish barrier was formed from fear. Every devilish creature had a different fear, so the devilish barrier formed was different. A moment later, Yu Fuxu walked out of the devilish creature's demonic barrier. Elsewhere, Chosen One No. 11 encountered a devilish creature. The devilish creature was no different from a wolf, but it had 7 legs and 2 heads. Its fur was dark blue. In the devil-kind world, double-headed devilish creatures were very common. This 2-headed wolf devilish creature was LV-15, compared to the female spider devilish creature, flying squirrel devilish creature, and black snake devilish creature the Chosen Ones had encountered previously. It was much weaker. However, a LV-15 devilish creature was enough to instantly kill Chosen One No. 11. As for Chosen One No. 11, Tang Yingji, this was his first time entering the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, and it was the 9 Nether Demon Cave with a 5-star difficulty. Originally, the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was not a trial that ordinary people could pass. Weak human, the 2-headed wolf devilish creature's tone was very disdainful. In the eyes of this 2-headed wolf devilish creature, humans were like ants. Right. This 2-headed wolf devilish creature had no intention of releasing a devilish barrier to deal with Tang Yingji. Tang Yingji actually didn't choose to escape. Was he so frightened by this 2-headed wolf devilish creature that his legs went limp? That was not the case. Tang Yingji threw something that looked like a marble at the 2-headed wolf devilish creature. Boom! The marble actually exploded. Dynamite bombs. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were puzzled. Didn't they say that you can't carry guns and ammunition when you teleport to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon? It's impossible to carry a lethal weapon. Right. Could it be that because this is a 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon, the restriction on firearms has been lifted? Is gunpowder a cold weapon? You can't carry cold weapons. Right, any lethal weapons can't be carried to the Otherworld instance dungeon. Unless it's lethal. Treasures. The moment the netizens mentioned treasures, they immediately thought of the Heavenly Dao coin shop. I found it. It's a LV1 treasure. The thunder pellet. The kind that costs 10 yuan a piece. But are thunder pellets that powerful? Through Tang Yingji's live broadcast, the netizens saw that the two-headed wolf devilish creature was actually bleeding from the explosion. It was not difficult to see that the LV-15 two-headed wolf devilish creature was injured. And it was very seriously injured at that. At this moment, the netizens realized that it was not a thunder pellet at all, but another kind of gunpowder weapon. Could it be the ancient Chinese divination technique? Tang Yingji also knows ancient Chinese divination. That's impossible. Right. While the netizens were discussing the situation, the two-headed wolf devilish creature released a devilish barrier. The demonic kai formed around it was like a completely sealed wall. Inside the devilish barrier, Tang Yingji's limbs seemed to be restricted by something. It was the fear devilish barrier of the two-headed wolf devilish creature. Boom! In an instant, another explosion sounded. Tang Yingji was clearly restricted by the devilish barrier, and couldn't use any treasures at all. It's another chosen one. Chosen one no. 13. Tang Dejiang. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw from Tang Dejiang's livestream that he had used the same method to deal with the two-headed wolf devilish creature. The devilish barrier released by the two-headed wolf devilish creature was also removed. Be careful. From Tang Dejiang's tone, it was not difficult to tell that he was familiar with Tang Yingji. It might not be as simple as acquaintance. Because they were both surnamed Tang, and they used the same move. It can't be helped. The demon barrier of this two-headed wolf devilish creature is too powerful. One didn't even react. Just now, Tang Yingji had fallen into an indescribable fear. When he came back to his senses, he saw Tang Dejiang appear beside him. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, flying needles shot out from Tang Dejiang's hand like a storm. He was actually wearing a pair of black gloves. The flying needles pierced into the body of the two-headed wolf devilish creature. In less than 30 seconds, the two-headed wolf devilish creature actually fell to the ground, and could not get up. Those were poisonous needles. Devilish creatures were also creatures. They were not immune to all poisons, so they could naturally be poisoned to death. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream exclaimed, Storm Pear Blossom Needles. It's a secret weapon exclusive to the Tang sect. Are they from the Tang sect? I knew it that Yu Fuxu and Su Kenqian wouldn't be the only special chosen ones this time. There had to be other chosen ones who have the ability to pass the 5-star difficulty level trial of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Of course, the netizens knew about the Tang sect. It was a sect that specialized in hidden weapons. Even in the modern era, the Tang sect still existed. However, Tang Dejiang and Tang Yingji were definitely not just from the Tang sect. They might be proficient in all kinds of hidden weapons. Why can they bring hidden weapons into the Otherworld instance dungeon? Can someone explain? Chapter 166. Chapter 166. What kind of experience is it to refuse 5 devilish creatures? Chapter 166. What kind of experience is it to refuse 5 devilish creatures? I remember that there was a chosen one like that. At first, he brought guns and ammunition, but the teleportation array didn't send his guns and ammunition to the Otherworld instance dungeon. Why was that so? Didn't we agree not to bring lethal weapons? So hidden weapons aren't considered lethal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The netizens seemed to have misunderstood from the beginning. Starting from the 3-star difficulty level, Zhao Feya could still enter the teleportation array after being modified. Furthermore, in the island of wild beastmen, which had a 4-star difficulty, Xia Xianglin had many weapons. Finally, some netizens understood. I understand. Only your belongings can be brought along and teleported to the Otherworld instance dungeon. It's not just lethal treasures that can be brought in. The other netizens seemed to have begun to feel that what this netizen said made sense. If it wasn't his it wouldn't be teleported to the otherworld instance dungeon. However, guns and ammunition could at most deal with demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts below LV 5. It would only increase the survival rate of the otherworld instance dungeon with 1-star difficulty. So what? I don't want to be chosen by the heavenly Tao system to enter this kind of human purgatory in my life. Especially this otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. Even Yu Fuxu might not be able to survive. The netizens did not discuss whether Su Kainqian could survive in the 9 Nether Demon Cave. In the eyes of the netizens, Su Kainqian still had a LV 24 father. It all depended on how many tricks Su Yong had left for his daughter. As far as the first trial was concerned, Su Kainqian would definitely pass. However, there were a total of 5 trials in the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Subduing a devilish creature only meant completing the first trial. Most chosen ones had already died at just this first trial. Now, 10 chosen ones had died in the next 3 days. Even if the chosen ones did not die, they would be killed because they could not complete trial 1. In fact, Yu Fuxu didn't know what was the point of subduing the devilish creatures. However, it was impossible for Yu Fuxu not to complete the trial. However, while completing the trial, Yu Fuxu had to think of a way to grow quickly. Even Yu Fuxu couldn't kill a LV 20 black snake devilish creature. If she encountered a stronger devilish creature, how would she deal with it? Moreover, devilish creatures were not the most dangerous to Yu Fuxu. The devil kind was the most terrifying. The current Yu Fuxu hadn't left the valley. She knew that the black snake devilish creature could escape, but its territory couldn't. Hence, she had been waiting on the spot. She was thinking of subduing the black snake devilish creature. In front of the devilish mountains, a black tiger with wings appeared. In front of this black tiger devilish creature, there were 2 black things. They were also devilish creatures. Where did this news come from? It said to have come from the black dog demonic creature. Now, the other demonic creatures in the devilish mountains know. The 2 black devilish creatures reported to the black tiger devilish creature. A human lass saw through the fear, and it couldn't cast a devilish barrier on her. She even hid a powerful magic power and came to the devilish mountains to subdue a familiar. The black tiger devilish creature flapped its wings, and a ball of flames appeared around it. If I contract with her, I will definitely become a heavenly devil 0 of the devilish mountains. The black tiger devilish creature immediately became excited. In the eyes of this black tiger devilish creature, it was a LV 22 devilish creature. Even if it was a heavenly devihuman, it would not be willing to submit so easily. In the devil kind world, be it devilish creatures or devil kind, they all had contracts. The contract of the devil kind world was a contract between master and servant. Once it took effect, the devilish creatures that were subdued would become stronger with their master. When the black dog devilish creature first encountered Su Kainqian, it realized that not only was Su Kainqian not afraid, even the devilish barrier could not affect her, but she also hid an extremely terrifying magic power. Once a contract with Su Kainqian was successful, the familiar's magic power would also increase greatly. This was the real reason why the demons of the devilish mountains begged a human girl to take them in as familiars. In the eyes of these devilish creatures, only the human girl, Su Kainqian, was a special existence. The chosen ones including Yu Fuxu were completely worthless in the eyes of those devilish creatures. She's in our territory. The 2 black devilish creatures immediately reported to the black tiger devilish creature. Hearing this, the black tiger devilish creature roared, and actually flapped its wings to run through the forest. It was really running. In less than 30 seconds, the huge creature appeared in front of Su Kainqian. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were shocked by Su Kainqian's livestream. A black tiger with wings. That's the devil kind world. This is a flying black tiger devilish creature. Have you analyzed it? Yes. It's a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature. FCK. A LV 22 devilish creature. What's going on with these devilish mountains? There's actually a LV 22 demon beast. The netizens stared intently at Su Kainqian's live broadcast. They did not know if this LV-22 flying black tiger devilish creature would kill Su Kainqian or plead to be Su Kainqian's demon pet like the 4 devilish creatures Su Kainqian had encountered previously. Why does a big black tiger have wings? Su Kainqian tilted her head slightly. In her impression, big tigers did not have wings. However, in fact, this was not a big tiger, but a devilish creature from the devilkind world. The flying black tiger devilish creature did not speak directly. Instead, it roared at Su Kainqian. It even released a devilish barrier. The result shocked the flying black tiger devilish creature. It was really as the black dog devilish creature had said. Seeing this, the flying black tiger lay in front of Su Kainqian like a docile kitten. I'm a LV-22 black tiger devilish creature that can fly. Can I be your familiar? The pupils of this flying black tiger devilish creature were filled with reverence and admiration for the strong. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream could not sit still at all. Oh my god. Even a LV-22 devilish creature is bowing down to Su Kainqian. What treasure does Su Kainqian have? Or what mysterious power is it that can make a LV-22 devilish creature willingly become a familiar? This is an opener for me. Su Yang is too awesome. The netizens knew very well that it was with her father's strength that Su Kainqian could receive such treatment in the devilish mountains. I don't want to. You're too dark. Su Kainqian shook her head and refused. What kind of experience was it to reject devilish creatures 5 times? Chapter 167. Chapter 167. It doesn't matter if you're strong or not. It's enough if you're good-looking. Chapter 167. It doesn't matter if you're strong or not. It's enough if you're good-looking. The rejected devilish creatures and the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream probably experienced it deeply. The flying black tiger devilish creature rolled its eyes. It did not expect this. Like a bolt from the blue, the rejection ruthlessly struck the head of the flying black tiger devilish creature. Its ambition was about to be destroyed. The flying black tiger devilish creature began to beg bitterly. Gentle, kind, and cute human, please accept me. Su Kainqian still shook her head and said, One don't want to. It was not difficult to tell that Su Kainqian really did not want to subdue this flying black tiger devilish creature as a familiar. If the soft approach didn't work, would she be afraid of the flying black tiger devilish creature using force? This flying black tiger devilish creature naturally did not dare to try. It could sense that Su Kainqian had an extremely powerful magical power. If it attacked Su Kainqian, wouldn't it be courting death? Since none of the chosen ones of the dragon country had died, they were still at the edge of the devilish mountains. How could they dare to be like Su Kainqian, who had already entered the depths of the devilish mountains? However, the trial had only lasted for 2 hours so far. How long they could live depended on whether they could complete the trial. At this moment, in a valley, the 4 legs of the black snake devilish creature flew back and forth in the valley. It was quite fast. Even though Yu Fuxu had activated her whirlwind boots, she couldn't catch up to this black snake devilish creature. Why are you chasing me? I've already stopped trying to kill you. Why are you pestering me? The black snake devilish creature knew that it couldn't kill Yu Fuxu, but Yu Fuxu couldn't kill it either. However, Yu Fuxu was chasing after the black snake devilish creature. She wanted to defeat the black snake devilish creature by fighting it and then take it in as a familiar. The black snake devilish creature stopped. The flower burst spear in Yu Fuxu's hand stabbed at the black snake devilish creature. The black snake devilish creature's body did not explode. Yu Fuxu was using LV-16 treasure to deal with the LV-20 black snake devilish creature. Of course she couldn't hurt it. Even if Yu Fuxu's flower burst spear was infused with magic power, it couldn't hurt this black snake devilish creature. Yu Fuxu used her magic. The demonic ore released from Yu Fuxu's body was like a chain, trying to tie up this black snake devilish creature like how it had tied up the flying squirrel devilish creature previously. However, the scales on the black snake devilish creature's body seemed to have been highly polished and became slippery, be it physical or magical attacks. They did not seem to be effective against this black snake devilish creature. Actually, it was because Yu Fuxu wasn't strong enough. She pounced forward and grabbed the tail of the black snake devilish creature. However, Yu Fuxu was also thrown out. Yu Fuxu flew to the 7-inch position of the black snake devilish creature again 0. This time, she kept punching. Her fists were covered in magic. However, she still could not break through the defense of the black snake devilish creature. However, Yu Fuxu was like a plaster 3 that couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Crazy BTCH. The black snake devilish creature did not expect there to be such a crazy woman among humans. She was even crazier than those Divihumans. Although Divihumans were born to kill, they did not continue to entangle their enemies like this. I must beat you until you submit today. It was impossible for Yu Fuxu to sit down and talk to the black snake devilish creature nicely. After all, the black snake devilish creature didn't want to be Yu Fuxu's demon pet at all. However, Yu Fuxu wanted to subdue the black snake devilish creature and make it her familiar. Therefore, Yu Fuxu could only fight this black snake devilish creature until it became obedient. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also shocked. Yu Fuxu's persistence is really rare in the world. We all know that. 5 years ago, one thought she had a screw loose. Haha. If this endurance was shown by her in bed, one reckon not many men would be able to withstand it. FCK. You old dogs want to drive on the highway again. Right. The netizens also knew that the devil-kind world was filled with killing, and not horny like the otherworldly beast world. However, there were times when the devil-kind would flood. In human language, even when they went berserk, they would do the same. Yu Fuxu had seen it once in the dungeon of the devil-kind world with a 4-star difficulty factor. Back then, she had seen a huge mess in some demonic depths, especially during the so-called Crimson Moon. This phenomenon was even more obvious. An hour and a half later, Su Kainqian came to a lawn and sat down. She felt tired from strolling. It's so difficult to find devilish creatures. Su Kainqian finished the last mouthful of milk in the thermos, because of the power of satiation from breathing, and the other one with opening her eyes, which was equivalent to mental strength Che. She was not hungry or sleepy, but she was tired. A moment later, Su Kainqian opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop. She was already very familiar with the operation. Although she could not understand the text introduction, it was enough for her to know how to understand the pictures. She had exchanged for a LV3 treasure, a high-energy lollipop, in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. As for how high-energy it was, when she ate the lollipop, her body kept emitting a sweet smell. Su Kainqian did not want to use treasures to subdue the devilish creature. She was just gluttonous. What a sweet lollipop. It was more than sweetness reaching the heart. The flowers, plants, and trees within 10 meters were so sweet that they were soft. A devilish creature suddenly jumped down from the tree. Su Kainqian looked at this devilish creature. It was a kitten, but it was different from ordinary kittens. The fur on its entire body emitted a blue light, but its eyes were red. Little kitty, do you want a lollipop too? Su Kainqian reached out to stroke the blue cat devilish creature. Through Su Kainqian's live broadcast, the netizens saw Su Kainqian opening the Heavenly Dao coin shop. She also exchanged for another high-energy lollipop for the blue cat devilish creature from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. This blue cat devilish creature did not speak. It was probably too low level, and did not have enough intelligence, so it was acting cute to make up for it. Su Kainqian picked up the blue cat and gently stroked it. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream suddenly felt like they could predict what would happen next. Don't tell me Su Kainqian is going to take this kitten that's emitting blue light as a familiar. That's only LV1 devilish creature. Although Trial 1 doesn't restrict the level of the familiar, LV1 devilish creatures are too weak. There is clearly LV22 Flying Black Tiger, devilish creature that can be taken in as a familiar. But Su Kainqian might not think so. That's right. Don't all children think so? It doesn't matter if it's a powerful devilish creature. As long as it's a good-looking and cute devilish creature, it's fine. Is that what she thinks? The netizens knew that Su Kainqian subdued the devilish creature as her pet. In fact, after the devilish creature was subdued, Although it was called a familiar, it was also a pet. Suddenly, an aurora shot out. Chapter 168 Chapter 168 The second stage of contracting with a familiar. Chapter 168 The second stage of contracting with a familiar. The contract's done. Is the devil kind contract that simple? Didn't you say earlier that one would lose half their life if they contracted a devilish creature? This is the first time I've seen something like a contract. One thought they would draw a magic array or something. The aurora in the live broadcast that the netizens saw was actually Su Kainkian contracting with the blue cat devilish creature. They had never seen what the contract of the devil-kind world was like. However, when they saw Su Kainkian, she only stroked the blue cat devilish creature. The situation continued to unfold. After being contracted, the size of the blue cat devilish creature actually increased at a visible speed. The original kitten had become a big blue cat. The size of the blue cat devilish creature was comparable to an adult tiger's. Moreover, the faint blue light emitted by the fur on its body was very comfortable. It didn't irritate the eyes at all. Not only that, but the fur was soft and smooth. Moreover, the difference was that the enlarged blue cat devilish creature actually had a star mark on its forehead. The demonic aura emitted from the blue cat devilish creature was more than 100 times stronger than before. Thank you, Master, for the contract. The blue cat devilish creature spoke. Its voice was very crisp, just like that of a young lady who had a voice changer on. Then, everyone saw this blue cat devilish creature rubbing its soft head against Su Kainkian's little face. Ring ring ring. Just then, the wind chime rang in Su Kainkian's ears. The broadcast-like voice of the heavenly Tao system also entered Su Kainkian's ears. Congratulations, Chosen One No. 15. For successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining one. Inyo. Declare heavenly Da coins as a reward. Trial 2. Please upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Chosen One No. 15. Warm reminder current contract value of Chosen One No. 15 and familiar is 1. 1. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream had an Aopana. The second trial is actually to increase favorability with the familiar. Why do you want to increase your favorability? It must be to prepare for the third trial. Isn't that obvious? It must be to prepare for trial 3. Trial 2 is just to upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage. What's the second stage of the contract? Though, the netizens were all speculating. However, there were also some netizens who seemed to have thought of the goal of trial 3. Could it be that subduing devilish creatures and increasing favorability is to increase the strength of the Chosen One? It's very likely. But how is the Chosen One going to increase the contract value of the familiar? God knows. The netizens could not think of how to farm contract value with the familiar at all. In a valley in the devilish mountains, Yu Fuxu was still fighting the black snake devilish creature. She heard the voice of the heavenly Tao system, and actually stopped fighting the black snake devilish creature. Chosen One No. 15 is Su Kainkian. Of course, Yu Fuxu remembered who Chosen One No. 15 was. After subduing the devilish creature and contracting it, there's actually a second contract stage. This was also the first time Yu Fuxu understood the contract stage of the devil-kind world. Yu Fuxu said to the black snake devilish creature, "Old snakehead, tell me, what is the second stage after contracting you devilish creatures? Why should I tell you? Don't expect me to contract with you. I only contract with the strong." The black snake devilish creature was unwilling to tell Yu Fuxu. As soon as the black snake devilish creature finished speaking, Yu Fuxu started fighting with it again. Yu Fuxu attacked the black snake devilish creature crazily again. Although her punches landed on the black snake devilish creature, it didn't hurt at all. Yu Fuxu hit the black snake devilish creature with her left shoulder, causing it to shake. "Ayo, what are you doing?" The black snake devilish creature stuck out its tongue. "I want you to admit that I'm strong and make a familiar contract with me." Yu Fuxu's goal was very clear. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fighting with this black snake devilish creature. The black snake devilish creature stuck out its tongue again, and said, "Let me tell you, the second stage of the contract is the sharing of magic power." You're just a human. How powerful can your magic power be? Don't even think about making me contract you. Only then did Yu Fuxu understand the purpose of the second trial. If she shared magic with his familiar, wouldn't she be able to obtain the familiar's devilish barrier? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream immediately understood when they saw Yu Fuxu's livestream. The first stage of the trial in the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon is to subdue a familiar and contract with it. Then, farm contract value, and share magic power. Doesn't that mean that you can cultivate the Devil Dao? Is this the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial with a 5-star difficulty factor? It actually allows the Chosen One to directly cultivate the Devil Dao. It's too shocking. Although the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial is a hellish trial on Earth, its essence is still to make the Chosen One stronger. However, this kind of Otherworld Instance dungeon trial is like raising a poisonous Gooking 3. Raising a poisonous Gooking referred to placing a large group of poisonous things in one place and letting them fight each other. The last poisonous goo to survive was the poisonous Gooking. A huge commotion came from the valley of the Devilish Mountains. The black snake devilish creature rolled on the ground. Then, the black snake devilish creature cursed. You human woman. You don't care about martial virtue and attacked my weakness. Yu Fuxu had just stabbed the black snake devilish creature's anus, which was also a place where snake eggs were produced. How would one know that you were a female devilish creature? Yu Fuxu only saw the pitch black snake devilish creature and saw a white dot there. She thought that that should be the black snake's weakness, so she stabbed it. In fact, it was really the weakness of this black snake devilish creature. The old dogs in the Heavenly Dao's livestream moved out again. If flowers explode, it must be pain and joy. I finally know the correct usage of Yu Fuxu's flower burst spear. Perhaps Yu Fuxu knew long ago. If my brother can also explode flowers. Hell be in heaven. You bunch of old dogs. Can you stop speeding? Upon hearing this, the veteran fans retorted, stop pretending to be noble. Which man is bad for a woman? That's right. Pretending to be untainted. I bet that there's no less than 100 gigabytes in your computer. If a man can't make a woman have a good time, is that still considered a man unless you're not a real man? Ring ring ring. Suddenly, a wind chime sounded. Then, the voice of the Heavenly Dao system spread like a broadcast. It wasn't Yu Fuxu who subdued the black snake devilish creature. It was another Chosen One who successfully subdued a devilish creature and made a familiar contract. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at the livestream of Chosen One No. 10. Chosen One No. 10. Qin Beiguang. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. He's actually a cultivator who surpassed mortals. Chapter 169. He's actually a cultivator who surpassed mortals. A young man who looks to be no more than 28 years old actually contracted a huge devilish creature. And this devilish creature was actually the LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature from before. This time, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not sit still. Holy SHT! How did this Qin Beiguang do it? He can contract with a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature. I didn't pay attention to him just now. I was watching Yu Fuxu's live broadcast. He didn't fight at all. No fight then. How did this Qin Beiguang subdue a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature? FCK. I misjudged. I originally thought that the two chosen ones of the Tang sect, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang, had already hidden themselves well enough. One didn't expect there to be a big shot who had hidden himself even deeper. Qin Beiguang, who could subdue a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature and had not fought it before, had subdued this flying black tiger devilish creature with his glib tongue. Obviously, that was impossible. The flying black tiger devilish creature was very ambitious because it wanted to become a heavenly devil. That would be a devilish creature above LV 25. Therefore, Qin Beiguang was the person who hid the deepest among the chosen ones. Congratulations, Chosen One No. 10. For successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining one heavenly coins as a reward. Trial 2. Please upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Chosen One No. 10. Warm reminder: the contract value of the current chosen one no. 10 and the familiar is 0. 1. Seeing this, Qin Beiguang looked calm, and asked the flying black tiger devilish creature in front of him, "How can I reach the second stage of the familiar contract?" The flying black tiger devilish creature replied, "My master, the most direct way is to participate in battle together." Then, Qin Beiguang asked, "What's the second stage of the familiar contract?" The flying black tiger devilish creature roared, and replied, "The magic power between master and servant is shared." Qin Beiguang took a deep breath, and said, "No wonder. It was very difficult to share magic power between master and servant. It was like ants tied to a line. Even between husband and wife, it was difficult to reach this level, let alone with master and servant." The flying black tiger devilish creature said bluntly, "Although master doesn't have magic power, master has the strength of a heavenly devil. Reaching the second stage of the contract can help me become a heavenly devil, so I definitely won't think of rebelling against you, master." Qin Beiguang then asked, "What level is the heavenly devil you're talking about in the devilkind world?" The flying black tiger devilish creature said truthfully, "In the devilkind world, devilish creatures, including those devihumans, are called true devils when they are like me at LV 22. Those above LV 25 are called heavenly devils." Qin Beiguang nodded, and said, "I roughly understand. Let's go." With that, Qin Beiguang sat on the back of this flying black tiger devilish creature. As for the flying black tiger devilish creature, it immediately flapped its wings, and began to run in the forest. Although it didn't fly high, only at about 3 to 5 meters, it revealed the domineering aura of the king of the forest as it flew and ran. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were simply shocked for a long time. FCK. He's a real big shot. From his conversation with the flying black tiger devilish creature, we know that Qin Beiguang's strength has already reached a heavenly devil's level. Moreover, the strength of a heavenly devil is above LV 25. Doesn't that mean that Qin Beiguang has already surpassed the peak of mortals? He's much more impressive than Su Yang, that big shot in the other world. However, the netizens could not understand why Chosen One No. 10. Qin Beiguang was so powerful. After all, this was Qin Beiguang's first time entering the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Moreover, judging from his identity information, Qin Beiguang was not a rich person. He was just an ordinary person. However, could an ordinary person's strength compare to a heavenly devil's? Clearly, Qin Beiguang was not an ordinary person, but rather some kind of powerful recluse. What kind of strength is it that can compare to the heavenly devils of the devilkind world? The ancient Chinese divination, or the Tang sect. He's a cultivator. The netizens thought that only cultivators could surpass the peak of mortals and reach the level of heavenly devils. Blue Planet, Ningxia City, Zhiyu University's library. The 5th floor was empty. Only Wang Wangqing sat alone in the middle seat. She was not here to read, but to watch the Heavenly Dao live broadcast. Wang Wangqing was watching Qin Beiguang's live broadcast. Cultivator. Before Wang Wangqing entered the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, she already knew that there were cultivators in the Dragon Nation. When she came into contact with cultivation and learned some tricks, she realized that the cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom were a little different from what she had thought. In the past, Wang Wangqing thought that cultivators were people who hid in the mountains and stayed away from the mundane world. However, most of them were fakes. Real cultivators were like ordinary people. You didn't even know what they did, because true cultivators cultivated for themselves, not for others to see. Qin Beiguang's strength has reached the heavenly devil level in the devilkind world. That's equivalent to a cultivation realm stronger than the Enlightenment period. Right. Wang Wangqing still did not know what kind of cultivation realm a cultivator would reach after the Enlightenment period. Wang Wangqing, who was in the Enlightenment stage of cultivation, felt a little stronger now. Her movements were more relaxed, and her senses had become sharper. Even if there was a mosquito 5 meters away, she could see it, hear it, and even know the trajectory of its flight. Wang Wonking felt that during the Enlightenment period, cultivators were developing their potential. If Qin Beiguang's cultivation realm is above the Enlightenment period, and if Qian Qian's father, Su Yang, is also a cultivator, then is his strength really as analyzed online at LV 24. Standing at the peak of mortals, Wang Wonking looked at the dark green ring in her hand. If Su Yang's cultivation realm was at the Enlightenment stage, why would he give her a powerful ring that could forcefully enlighten her? She had yet to meet Su Yang, let alone have a good impression of him. After all, Su Yang had also said over the phone that he was giving her a gift only because Wang Wonking treated Su Kamqian sincerely. It was not because Su Yang had developed interest in her as a woman. Therefore, Wang Wonking felt that if Su Yang was also a cultivator, he would definitely not be in the cultivation realm of the Enlightenment period. In other words, Wang Wonking believed that Su Yang was not standing at the peak of mortals, but rather was a cultivator who had surpassed mortals. Wang Wonking even thought that Su Yang's strength was even greater compared to the hidden Qin Beiguang. His strength might be equivalent to LV 28 or LV 29. If that was the case, Wang Wonking believed that Su Qian could completely do whatever she wanted in the Otherworld instance. Dungeon of the Nine Nether Demon Cave. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. A Human and a Cat Playing Until the World Turns Dark. Chapter 170. A Human and a Cat Playing Until the World Turns Dark. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream transformed into loyal admirers of Qin Beiguang. Big shot. You actually hit it so well. You're even better than Su Yang. My admiration for you is like a surging river that flows endlessly. It's also like the overflowing of the Yellow River that can't be stopped. Qin Beiguang is so handsome, especially when he's sitting on the back of a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature. He's like a god that has descended to the moral world. I wonder if he's married. Does he like big ones? Those female netizens did not know if a big shot like Qin Beiguang had any pursuits for the secular world. In any case, they wanted to think of ways to get close to Qin Beiguang. Then, they would be able to live without worry for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jianghai City in Dragon Country, although Lin Gongchuan was also watching Qin Beiguang's live broadcast, there was no surprise in her eyes at all. A cultivator in the middle of Kai refinement stage. Lin Gongchuan admitted that there were very few Kai refinement stage cultivators in Dragon Country. After all, cultivators were extremely rare in Dragon Country. Those cultivators on the internet were actually fake immortals. Even so, Lin Gongchuan was not surprised at all. In comparison, Lin Gongchuan felt that Yu Fuxu had greater potential than Qin Beiguang. It was just that the current Qin Beiguang's strength had reached the level of a heavenly devil in the devilkind world. Lin Gongchuan only glanced at Qin Beiguang's live broadcast before looking at Su Qianqian's live broadcast. In a grassland in the devilish mountains. Big cat. Do you know how to walk? Su Qianqian didn't know where she had seen a cat that could walk on two legs. The blue cat devilish creature stood up and circled Su Qianqian. That's great. Su Qianqian clapped her hands. Not only did the blue cat devilish creature walk on two legs, but it also performed a backflip and a jump during a handstand for Su Qianqian. After performing one round, the blue cat rolled in front of Su Qianqian, as the fur on its body exploded, and it looked like a bald hedgehog. However, the dark blue light emitted was extremely gorgeous. Just like that, Su Qianqian played with this blue cat devilish creature for a while. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked confused. You want to play for 2 days? Qin Beiguang has already started fighting with the familiar. She can't compare to Qin Beiguang. Moreover, she subdued a blue cat that seems to have no combat strength. How can she fight? If she can't fight, how can Su Qianqian raise the familiar contract to the second stage? Before the netizens could finish their discussion, they started to panic. Meanwhile, the announcement of the Heavenly Dao system entered Su Qianqian's ears. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 18. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 24. Please continue to work hard. Chosen 1 No. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 30. Please continue to work hard. The voice of the heavenly Tao system was recognized as words and appeared in Su Kinkian's live broadcast. The netizens were very shocked. This FCK. This is also possible. Su Kinkian can increase her contract value just by playing with that blue cat devilish creature. Moreover, it increased so much all of a sudden. Didn't the flying black tiger devilish creature say that the most direct way was to participate in battle with the familiar? The netizens finally understood. It turned out that the so-called increase in contract value was essentially a form of trust, and participating in battles with familiars was the most direct way. This saying was not wrong. After all, in battle, they could understand each other, cooperate with each other, increase their tacit understanding, and so on. However, to Su Kinkian and this blue cat devilish creature, playing was the simplest and most effective way to increase the contract value. Congratulations! Chosen 1 No. 1. For successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining 1. Inyenyo. Declare heavenly go coins as a reward. Trial 2. Please upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Chosen 1 No. 1. Warm reminder: the contract value of Chosen 1 No. 1 and the familiar is 50. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream all threw their gazes at Yu Fuxu's livestream. Oh my god. Not only did Yu Fuxu successfully subdue the black snake devilish creature, but the contract value also reached 50 as soon as she contracted it. Is this what it means to love each other and kill each other? That black snake devilish creature is a female. Who knows, perhaps the devilish creature's concept of love is different from what we think. But it's too showy. The netizens originally thought that it was already quite shocking that Su Kinkian had played with the blue cat devilish creature for a while and raised her contract value to 30. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yu Fuxu successfully contracted the black snake devilish creature, the contract value reached an astonishing 50. The reason why the black snake devilish creature was subdued and contracted with Yu Fuxu was because it was deeply convinced by Yu Fuxu's lunatic strength. In a valley in the devilish mountains. 50 contract value. It seems that we still have a tacit understanding, Yu Fuxu said. The black snake devilish creature actually became arrogant. I'm only acknowledging you as my master for the time being. In fact, the black snake devilish creature had contracted with Yu Fuxu, which meant that it would be in Yu Fuxu's hands for the rest of its life. There was only one way to break the contract, and that was death. Moreover, the black snake devilish creature could not kill its master. If they could kill their masters, no one would want to contract with the devilish creature. Yu Fuxu also knew that this black snake devilish creature was just being arrogant. So she gave it face. I know. I'll also work hard to become stronger. When the time comes. 111 Make you admire me completely. Yu Fuxu looked very confident. But she wasn't arrogant. Of course. The black snake devilish creature knew that Yu Fuxu wasn't just talking. It had seen through Yu Fuxu's potential and her desperate struggle. Therefore, this black snake devilish creature did not regret making a familiar contract with Yu Fuxu at all. On the contrary, the black snake devilish creature was very glad to be able to contract a familiar with Yu Fuxu. Yu Fuxu gently patted the black snake devilish creature's head and said, I'm sorry for stabbing you earlier. Yu Fuxu didn't mean it. The black snake devilish creature stuck out its tongue and said, It's very comfortable. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Fuxu didn't know how to reply. She only smiled awkwardly. After all, she had never even had a boyfriend, and she had never tried it. As for what it felt like, of course, Yu Fuxu didn't want to experience it. A moment later, Yu Fuxu and the black snake devilish creature left the valley. Yu Fuxu's method of raising contract value was the same as Qin Beiguang's. She obtained it by fighting with her contracted devilish creature. There were only 48 hours left. It was still unknown if she could successfully obtain 100 of the contract value and advance to the second contract stage. As for the lives of the other chosen ones, if Yu Fuxu encountered them, she might save them, but she would never take the initiative to rescue them. This was Yu Fuxu's greatest kindness. Chapter 171 Chapter 171 Completing Trial 2. Activating Magic Power Sharing. Chapter 171 Completing Trial 2. Activating Magic Power Sharing. Qin Beiguang had already left the devilish mountains on the Flying Black Tiger. Even if Qin Beiguang was a mid-stage Kai refinement stage cultivator, he did not dare to act recklessly in the Nine Nether Demon Cave. One had to know that the Nine Nether Demon Cave had only descended in the form of a dungeon. However, it could not be ruled out that other powerful devils in the devil-kind world could enter the Nine Nether Demon Cave. Therefore, Qin Beiguang still had to be careful. As for how big the Nine Nether Demon Cave was, it was still unknown. However, it was not surprising that a demon cave was equivalent to a city. Master, there's a devil pond 10 km ahead. The Flying Black Tiger devilish creature said to Qin Beiguang on its back as it ran. And Qin Beiguang asked, "What kind of place is the devil pond?" "It's a checkpoint to Nine Nether Demon City. There are 2 true devihumans guarding it," the Flying Black Tiger devilish creature said. Truthfully, Qin Beiguang asked, "How strong are the 2 true devihumans?" Qin Beiguang naturally knew that a true devil's strength was in the range of Roman 4, 20-25. He did indeed have the ability to deal with one, but only by being careful can you live a long life. LV 21 true devihuman, the Flying Black Tiger devilish creature said truthfully. Qin Beiguang then asked, "I know that the devil kind has always been murderous. If one killed the 2 true devihumans guarding the checkpoint, will one attract a large number of devil kind?" The Flying Black Tiger devilish creature said, "This is only a wild card. We just have to kill them all." From the tone of the Flying Black Tiger devilish creature, it was not difficult for Qin Beiguang to hear its contempt for life. This was a very normal thing. The killing in the devil-kind world was too terrifying. Death did not seem to be that terrifying to them. At the same time, in the devilish mountains, Yu Fuxu and the Black Snake devilish creature also walked towards Qin Beiguang's path. "Wait for me." Even if Yu Fuxu activated her whirlwind boots, she wouldn't be able to catch up to the 4-legged Black Snake devilish creature. Other than not being able to fly, the Black Snake devilish creature's speed was very shocking. The Black Snake devilish creature slowed down. "My master, are you really sure you want to go to crash through the checkpoint?" the Black Snake devilish creature confirmed again. Yu Fuxu nodded and said, "Of course, master. There are 2 LV 21 true devihumans guarding the outer checkpoint." The Black Snake devilish creature wasn't just a little worried. After all, it was only LV 20. It might escape. But Yu Fuxu couldn't, and the Black Snake devilish creature had a familiar contract with Yu Fuxu, so it couldn't escape. Yu Fuxu said, "As long as we face a real life and death battle, we can quickly raise the contract value and upgrade to the 2nd stage." The Black Snake devilish creature did not deny this. However, if she was not careful, the Black Snake devilish creature would also die there. However, Yu Fuxu couldn't care less. Because she liked to welcome difficulties, she kept challenging herself and breaking through. Along the way, Yu Fuxu had swept through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the Devil-kind world with a 5-star difficulty factor. She was also constantly growing with all her might. Even in this 5-star dungeon with a higher difficulty factor, she would still choose to do this. At most she would die. It was also Yu Fuxu's long-cherished wish to die in an Otherworld Instance dungeon. She was just that kind of woman. It was precisely because of this that Yu Fuxu was different from the other chosen ones, and became a legendary trump card of the Dragon Kingdom. "Don't worry. If I have to die, I'll die first." Yu Fuxu was not afraid of death. Even the Black Snake devilish creature felt ashamed. However, Yu Fuxu's personality was quite admirable to the Black Snake devilish creature. Even though she was a human woman, Yu Fuxu was going to take a gamble and bet her life on it. Once she completed Trial 2, which meant that her contract value would have reached the 2nd stage, Yu Fuxu would be able to share magic power with the Black Snake devilish creature. In this way, Ufuksu could become stronger faster. In a grassland of the devilish mountains, Su Kainkian and the blue cat devilish creature were still playing. It was as if she could play non-stop as long as the world did not collapse. Big cat. Let's call you Blue Bristle from now on. Su Kainkian even gave this blue cat devilish creature a name. The demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the 5 alternate worlds did not seem to have their own names. For example, the ghost queen of the eerie world, Niziokian, had been called the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen by the other eerie creatures. The reason was that she was from the Solitary Mountain, and she was a ghost queen. That was why she was called the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. The name Niziokian was given her by Su Kyongkian's father. All the netizens knew that Su Yong named her after one of the 6 female protagonists in Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. Blue Bristle. Come here and play. Su Kainkian waved at the blue cat devilish creature not far away. When it heard the shout, the blue cat devilish creature immediately ran over. You squat here. Then roll over there. Su Kainkian really treated this blue cat devilish creature like a pet cat. Hearing this, the blue cat devilish creature really did as it was told. The blue cat devilish creature curled up like a furry ball and rolled up. Blue Bristle. You're so awesome. Su Kainkian clapped her hands and told the blue cat devilish creature to roll back. A portion of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream smiled bitterly. What's the difference between it and playing with a cat? The difference is that it's a devilish creature, not an animal. She's really having fun. She's really a little girl who can play in the otherworld instance dungeon. Moreover, she's ridiculously bold. It's very normal. Children are all like this. My nephew is only 5.5 years old, but he dares to go to the pond alone to catch fish. That's nothing. My daughter just turned 4 this year, and she's already grabbing a real snake to play with. The netizens admitted that a 4 or 5-year-old child was really bold, but it was rare to see a 5-year-old girl like Su Kainkian who was ridiculously bold. Amidst the discussion, in Su Kainkian's live broadcast, the words translated by the Heavenly Dao system appeared. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 51. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 64. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 88. Please continue to work hard. Congratulations. Chosen one no. 15. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 100. It had only been more than 3 hours since Su Kainkian contracted the blue cat devilish creature, but she had actually obtained 100 contract value. Moreover, Su Kainkian had only played with the blue cat devilish creature the entire time, but her contract value was already full. After reaching the 2nd stage of the contract, master and servant could share magic power. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 15. For completing Trial 2 and obtaining 2 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 3 Chosen 1 and 0. 15. Please pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints with the devilish creature. Warm reminder: the effective time is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. Chapter 172. Chapter 172 Is this a cultivator at the middle stage of Kai refinement? Chapter 172 Is this a cultivator at the middle stage of Kai refinement? Immediately, the blue cat devilish creature squatted down and said to Su Kainkian, Master, we're setting off. As the blue cat devilish creature was Su Kainkian's demon pet, this blue cat devilish creature naturally heard the voice of the Heavenly Dao system. The existence of the chosen ones was already an open secret in the 5 alternate worlds. To the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 alternate worlds, the chosen ones were like mobs to farm experience. They were really too weak for the humans on the blue planet. The descent of another world was a living hell. It was too terrifying. Perhaps they were used to it. So it was not surprising. No one could give the correct answer as to why the 5 alternate worlds had descended on the blue planet in the form of a dungeon. Now, everyone was like someone who had yet to eat their fill. How could they dare to think of living a carefree life? The humans of the blue planet had yet to pass all the otherworld instance dungeon trials. So how could they understand why the 5 alternate worlds had descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons at the outermost checkpoint of the 9 Nether Demon Cave? Indeed, 2 devil kind appeared. The skin of these 2 devils was green, and even their hair was green. They were definitely not greened by others. And it was more like the devil kind was not human to begin with. Although they differed little from humans in appearance, they were ferocious and even had fangs. One of the devils also had a horn that was 30 centimeters long on the forehead. A human and a LV-22 devilish creature. The gazes of the 2 devils landed on the flying black tiger devilish creature. Master, one can't kill these 2 devihumans myself. The flying black tiger devilish creature was clearly at LV-22, but it was actually unable to kill 2 LV-21 devilkind. The flying black tiger was naturally not lying. In the eyes of the flying black tiger devilish creature, even if the devilkind's level was 1 or 2 levels lower, their combat strength was not inferior to that of the flying black tiger devilish creature at all. Don't worry, I'll fight alongside you. With that, Qin Bigwang actually took out a kitchen knife from his waist. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were puzzled. A kitchen knife? Isn't Qin Bigwang a cultivator? Don't cultivators use swords? Not only can they fly on swords, but they can also fly on kitchen knives. I heard that he's also a Kai refinement stage cultivator. Why is his weapon a kitchen knife? Don't tell me it's that concept where no matter how good your martial arts are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. There's such a possibility. The netizens stared intently at Qin Bigwang's live broadcast. The situation continued to unfold. The devil without horns spread out his hands, and a ball of black fog attacked Qin Bigwang like dense black insects. Master, quickly dodge. This is black worm spell. When the flying black tiger devilish creature saw Qin Bigwang standing on the spot, it tried to pull Qin Bigwang away, but realized that the black worm spell that attacked could not corrode Qin Bigwang's body. A strange air wave appeared on Qin Bigwang's body. It's not that one want to show off in front of you, but this is called heavenly martial spirit. It can block the corrosion of foreign objects. Qin Bigwang's body shook, and he immediately dispersed the black worm's magic. As a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator, it was only natural for Qin Bigwang to cultivate the heavenly martial spirit. Then, the kitchen knife in Qin Bigwang's hand slashed down from 5 meters away. Something appeared. It was Blade Kai. A sharp blade Kai slashed down vertically until it reached the head of the hornless devil. Crack! In just an instant, the devil was actually cut in half by this blade Kai. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream all started making a ruckus. Oh my god! Is this a cultivator? Is this the middle stage of Kai refinement? It's too awesome. There's really Blade Kai, and it's so powerful. For Qin Bigwang to be able to kill a LV-21 devil with just a Blade Kai attack, his strength was equivalent to that of a heavenly devil in the devilkind world. I'll leave the remaining devil to you. Qin Bigwang was not here to show off his strength. He wanted to fight with the flying black tiger devilish creature and obtain contract value. However, unknowingly, Qin Bigwang's contract value with the flying black tiger devilish creature had already exceeded 30. It was mainly because after the flying black tiger devilish creature saw Qin Bigwang kill that devilkind with a slash, it became even more respectful to him. However, the contract value was not about just one party, but about both sides. Since Qin Bigwang had displayed his strength, this flying black tiger devilish creature would definitely display its strength to obtain its master's higher recognition. The flying black tiger devilish creature flapped its wings and activated the devilish barrier. The surroundings immediately fell into an extremely special fear, as if it was an illusion. The flying black tiger demonic creature in the demonic barrier had also become abnormally ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the devil with a horn on its head. However, that devil's strength was at LV-21. It was definitely impossible for him to be bitten to death by the flying black tiger devilish creature so easily. This devil used magic. The devil Kai that seeped out of the ground gathered into a ball of purple flames. Just as this devil kind released magic, the flying black tiger actually seemed not to care about its life. Even though its entire body was enveloped in flames, it still pounced on the devil with a horn on its head. Rip rip. The flying black tiger devilish creature bit this devil crazily. Roar. As the flying black tiger devilish creature roared, the horned devil's head was actually bitten off by the flying black tiger devilish creature. In this short battle, the strength of the flying black tiger devilish creature had increased a lot. After all, in the devil-kind world, be it devilish creatures or devihumans, they increased their strength through killing. That was why the devil-kind world had evolved into a chaotic world filled with killing. If one did not succeed, they would die. They would either step on the corpses of other devils to reach the top or become a stepping stone for other devils. This was the devil-kind world. Ring ring ring. As soon as the wind chimes stopped, a broadcast-like voice sounded. Chosen one no. 10. Your contract with your familiar has reached 41. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 10. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 66. Please continue to work hard. Just this battle made Qin Beiguang's contract with the flying black tiger devilish creature reach 66. Qin Beiguang slowly took a deep breath. As the flying black tiger devilish creature had said, fighting side by side with the devilish creature was the most effective way to increase the contract value. Was that really the case? Though, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not agree. However, the netizens had also personally witnessed the power of a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator and the power of a LV-22 devilish creature. In the next 45 hours, it would not be difficult for Qin Beiguang's contract with the devilish creature to reach 100. At this moment, a human and a devilish creature appeared behind Qin Beiguang. It was Yu Fuxu and the black snake devilish creature. Yu. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. The instance dungeon of the devilkind world is her exclusive home. Chapter 173. The instance dungeon of the devilkind world is her exclusive home. Yu Fuxu stared at Qin Beiguang, and the black snake devilish creature's gaze landed on the flying black tiger devilish creature. Although Yu Fuxu didn't see with her own eyes how Qin Beiguang killed a devil, Yu Fuxu had seen the flying black tiger devilish creature kill one. Yu Fuxu was quite shocked. After all, since Qin Beiguang could subdue a LV-22 flying black tiger devilish creature, his strength level was definitely above LV-22. Yu Fuxu had just found out that Qin Beiguang had hidden it so deeply. Of course, she knew that there was always someone better. However, she did not expect such a powerful chosen one to appear in this 5-star difficulty dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Yu Fuxu went forward and asked, "You're a cultivator, right?" She was not afraid that the flying black tiger devilish creature would attack her. Even though Yu Fuxu's strength was equivalent to about LV-20, she could really fight this flying black tiger devilish creature to the death. Qin Beiguang replied very politely, "Yes." Yu Fuxu took a deep breath and said, "Kai refinement stage cultivators are very rare. Our department only has one enlightenment stage cultivator." Qin Beiguang said bluntly, Nothing." Yu Fuxu knew that Qin Beiguang was being modest. It had to be known that Kai refinement stage cultivators could sweep through otherworld instance dungeons with a difficulty level of less than 5 stars with their eyes closed. However, this was the first time Qin Beiguang had been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. He had entered the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor, which meant that his starting point was quite high. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. At this moment, the flying black tiger devilish creature and the black snake devilish creature looked at each other without saying a word. It was as if they were communicating with their eyes. Was it killing intent? However, the flying black tiger devilish creature already had a master. It would not kill the black snake devilish creature without permission, if not for the fact that Yu Fuxu was its master. The black snake devilish creature would not have dared to face this flying black tiger. Devilish creature? In the devil-kind world, even devilish creatures would fight without a word. If you didn't die, one would die. After all, killing could allow them to grow quickly, especially when they killed an opponent of similar strength. It would be an astonishing increase. You're here to farm contract points, right? Yu Fuxu asked. As everyone knew, Yu Fuxu wasn't a cold woman, but she was definitely a tough woman. Her personality and appearance didn't match the temperament of a beauty at all, but she was also an out-and-out beauty. Yu Fuxu didn't ask Qin Beiguang this question because she wanted to go with him. After all, she also wanted to fight alongside her. Familiar to farm contract value, Qin Beiguang said bluntly. Yes. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, let's go to the challenge card to farm contract value together. Qin Beiguang actually wanted to travel with Yu Fuxu. With his strength, there was no need. However, it was not difficult to tell that Qin Beiguang admired Yu Fuxu very much, and not just because of her appearance. Although Qin Beiguang was a Kai refinement stage cultivator, so what if he was a cultivator? He still liked beauties and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Perhaps Qin Beiguang really had a good impression of Yu Fuxu. Yu Fuxu was weak, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Yu Fuxu's growth potential was quite terrifying, especially in the dungeon of the devil-kind world. Yu Fuxu was a chosen one who could cultivate the devil Dao. Therefore, it was definitely a wise choice for Qin Beiguang to travel with Yu Fuxu. At this moment, the flying black tiger devilish creature temporarily retracted its hostility. The black snake devilish creature was the same. Yu Fuxu said. Su Qian passed the second trial. There might be a faster way to max out the contract value. Qin Beiguang said. Her method might not be suitable for us. Moreover, we all know the third trial. It's inevitable to pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints. Yu Fuxu asked. Do you know the checkpoints in the 7 outer and 7 inner circles? Qin Beiguang nodded and said. The flying black tiger devilish creature has already told me. In fact, Yu Fuxu had also learned about the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints of 9 Nether Demon City from the black snake devilish creature. The 7 external and 7 internal checkpoints were all guarded by devilkind. For example, the first checkpoint of the 7 checkpoints was guarded by 2 LV, 21 devils. The second checkpoint was guarded by 4 LV, 21 devils. The third of the 7 outer checkpoints was guarded by 8 LV, 21 devils. The 7th checkpoint, which was 7 levels deep, was guarded by 128 LV, 21 devils. There were also 2 LV, 22 devils guarding the first 7 inner checkpoints. The inner checkpoints followed the same pattern, ending with 128 LV, 22 devils guarding the 7th checkpoint. The 7 inner and outer checkpoints were only to isolate the devilish creatures that trespassed into 9 Nether Demon City and the other devil kind. Yu Fuxu could vaguely guess that 9 Nether Demon City was the central fortress of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. It was equivalent to a provincial capital. However, the devil-kind world was different. They vividly displayed the principle of the strong preying on the weak. If a devil was strong enough, they could become the new city lord of 9 Nether Demon City. It had to be said that being the city lord of the devil-kind world was a high-risk profession. He could face dangers of death at any time. However, for Yu Fuxu and Qin Beiguang, maxing out the contract value was the most important. As long as the contract reached the second stage, magic power could be shared between master and servant. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the netizen side, Qin Beiguang, Yu Fuxu, a LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature, and a LV 20 black snake devilish creature. That's definitely a strong alliance. How about Su Qian? Su Qian only has a few life-saving trump cards left behind by her father. In terms of strength, she's far inferior to Yu Fuxu. Besides, Su Qian's father is only standing at the peak of mortals. But Qin Beiguang has already surpassed mortals as a Kai refinement stage cultivator. That's true. They are on completely different levels. The netizens also knew that the dungeon trial in the devil-kind world was Yu Fuxu's absolute home ground. Because among the chosen ones who entered the 9 nether demon cave this time, only Yu Fuxu could carry out the so-called devil cultivation. She could be like a bird returning to the forest and a dragon entering the sea. The increase in strength would be unstoppable, provided that she stayed alive. As long as Yu Fuxu could live, her growth wouldn't stop. The netizens knew very well that as long as Yu Fuxu could pass the dungeon trial of the 9 nether demon cave, it would only be a matter of time before she could stand at the peak of mortals and surpass mortals. At the same time, a blue cat demon that emitted a blue light slowly walked out of the devilish mountains. Su Kainqian, who was on the back of the blue cat devilish creature, was looking around curiously. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 Who is the big boss who had hidden the deepest? Chapter 174 Who is the big boss who had hidden the deepest? With the current speed of the blue cat devilish creature, it would take less than 3 hours to reach a checkpoint 7 kilometers away. However, the Emperor was not anxious. So what were the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream anxious about? When had Su Kainqian ever been anxious? She was just curious and excited. However, most of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were watching the livestream of the Chosen One No. 5. Congratulations, Chosen One No. 5, for successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining 1 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 2 Chosen One No. 5. Please raise the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Warm reminder: current contract value of Chosen One No. 5 and familiar is 11. Chosen One No. 5 had actually subdued a devilish creature. However, Chosen One No. 5 was a 20-year-old girl. Her name was Fang Xiaoling. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was a sweet girl. However, the devilish creature she had subdued was actually a LV 20 devilish creature. The devilish creature that appeared in front of Fang Xiaoling was a 3-headed wolf devilish creature with red fur and 3 heads. Moreover, it had sharp horns on its heads. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not calm down again. Fang Xiaoling actually subdued a LV 23-headed wolf devilish creature. I noticed her fighting with the 3-headed wolf just now. I thought that she would be devoured by the 3-headed wolf devilish creature. But in the next second, the 3-headed wolf admitted defeat. How is that admitting defeat? It's clearly submitting. Why is that? All the netizens didn't think that Fang Xiaoling was also a high refinement stage cultivator. In fact, Fang Xiaoling really wasn't a cultivator. She wasn't a devil Dao cultivator like Yu Fuxu. She was just a supernatural ability user who could read minds. First, Xiaoling used her mind reading to see through the thoughts of the 3-headed wolf devilish creature. For a devilish creature, it was very terrifying to be seen through by others. After all, devilish creatures were using devilish barriers formed from fear. Fang Xiaoling was not afraid of the devilish barriers released by the devilish creatures at all. It was like seeing through the essence of phenomena. How could she be trapped by the demonic barrier released by a devilish creature? This was also the real reason why the 3-headed wolf devilish creature submitted to Fang Xiaoling. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also afraid of this superpower of mind reading. DMN, it's mind reading. Wouldn't it be perfect to have the ability to solve a case? Your path is narrow. That's right. Why are you being an ally of justice? If she can read people's minds and discover all their secrets, won't she be flying in the sky? The people who were most afraid of mind reading were not the so-called capitalist big shots or criminals, but the big shots who hid the most. Their secrets had probably been exposed by Fang Xiaoling long ago. It would be a huge mistake to think that Fang Xiaoling could only read minds. With the secrets created by mind reading, it was enough for her to recreate trump cards and killing moves. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream sighed again. I originally thought that only Yu Fuxu and Su Kainqian were qualified to pass the trial in this 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon. One didn't expect another powerful Chosen One to appear. Have you noticed a pattern? What's the pattern? The Chosen Ones who entered the Otherworld instance dungeon don't seem to be ordinary people. Right. That's right. They are all people with potential. For some reason, The netizens were secretly sad. Because they were ordinary people. They were not chosen by the heavenly Tao system. Should they be glad that they were ordinary people? Or should they feel sorry for themselves for being an ordinary person? The netizens also discovered that from the 4-star Otherworld instance dungeon onward, there were already many chosen ones who could fight against demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts instead of being bullied by demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts to the point of being unable to fight back. The higher the level of the Otherworld instance dungeon, the lower the survival rate. However, the Otherworld instance dungeon with the lowest survival rate was actually a 1-star difficulty factor. Even the survival rate of 3-star Otherworld instance dungeons was twice as high compared to 1-star Otherworld instance dungeons. In fact, the higher the star level of the Otherworld instance dungeon, the more capable the chosen ones who appeared. Just like this 5-star difficulty level 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon, there were actually 6 chosen ones who had the strength to resist. Su Kian was definitely one of them. After all, the netizens knew that she had a father who stood at the peak of mortals. Then, there was Qin Beiguang, who had surpassed the peak of mortals. A mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator. There was also the Devil Dao cultivator, Yu Fuxu, and the 2 chosen ones from the Tang sect, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang. Now, there was also Fang Xiaoling, who could read minds. Among the 15 chosen ones of the Dragon Country, were there any other big shots who had hidden themselves well? However, the netizens had already confirmed that 3 chosen ones weren't big shots, who had hidden themselves deeply at all. These 3 people were Lai Jingliang, Gao Shanfang, and Qian Tangfei, who had been worth paying attention to previously. It was not that everyone had misunderstood, but Lai Jingliang, who had the power of magic healing hands, had earned tens of billions of dragon coins in just 3 months. The other was Gao Shangfang, the executive chairman of Tanren Company, who was a super rich second-generation heir. There was also another rich second-generation heir, Qian Tangfei, who had also inherited the family business. However, these 3 people were the chosen ones who had been controlled by the demonic sound of the flying squirrel devilish creature. Therefore, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream believed that among the other 7 chosen ones, there were definitely people who had the strength to resist the devil kind. Less than half an hour later, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang, the 2 chosen ones, had both subdued a LV-18 devilish creature. They had the strength to resist a LV-16 devilish creature to begin with, and it was not surprising that they each subdued a LV-18 devilish creature. The devilish creatures they subdued were both an owl devilish creature. It was naturally not an ordinary owl. This was a devilish creature that could release a devilish barrier similar to the life light circle. It was quite shocking. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang also started the second trial. But now, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not pay much attention to the 2 chosen ones, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang. Most of the netizens' gazes were focused on the live broadcast of Qin Beiguang and Yu Fuxu. It had only been half an hour. Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, and their familiars had also arrived at the second checkpoint. They had learned from their familiars that 4 LV-21 devils were guarding the second of the initial 7 levels. As expected, 4 devils with green faces and fangs were reflected in Yu Fuxu and Qin Beiguang's eyes. 2 people and 2 familiars. Exactly 4 devil kind. Yu Fuxu's meaning was very clear. It was that they'd have a one-on-one battle. At this moment, 10 grass mud horses galloped past the black-necked devilish creature's heart. You want a LV-20 devilish creature to deal with a LV-21 devihuman. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. Yu Fuxu, who is more like a devil than devilkind is. Chapter 175. Yu Fuxu, who is more like a devil than devilkind is. There was a huge difference in strength between devihumans and devilish creatures of the same level. After all, LV-19 devihumans could easily kill LV-20 devilish creatures. Yu Fuxu looked at the black snake devilish creature. The fighting will transmitted from her eyes made the black snake devilish creature feel that its master was the true crazy one. The black snake devilish creature was not afraid. At most, it would go all out. At that time, Qin Beiguang and his familiar had already entered combat mode. Qin Beiguang waved the kitchen knife in his hand, and the blade kai that burst out seemed to have the power to split a great river. That blade kai was very sharp. One really could not believe that a mid-stage kai refinement cultivator could be so powerful. Crack! The moment he raised his hand and slashed down, a ferocious-looking devehuman died under Qin Beiguang's kitchen knife on the spot. It was not that the kitchen knife was sharp, but that the blade kai Qin Beiguang used was too powerful. Kai refinement stage cultivators naturally knew how to use blade kai to release powerful blade kai attacks. The flying black tiger devilish creature was not so successful. It fell into a desperate battle. Another ball of magic similar to a black worm enveloped the flying black tiger devilish creature. No matter how the flying black tiger devilish creature flapped its wings, it could not disperse the black worm spell. Seeing this, Qin Beiguang picked up a small stone and threw it over. A huge hole immediately appeared in the black worm spell. Thank you, Master. The flying black tiger devilish creature commenced a fierce counterattack again. The flying black tiger devilish creature ran out of the hole in the black worm spell, and pounced on the devil who had released the black worm spell. On the other side, Yu Fuxu and her demon pet, the black snake devilish creature, were not so successful, especially the black snake devilish creature, which could only flee everywhere. Yu Fuxu was also trapped by a group of black insects. This black worm spell could actually devour people. Yu Fuxu had clearly sensed the aura of death, but there was no fear in her heart. Instead, she was filled with excitement. She was clearly in deep trouble, but she seemed to be on steroids, and became more and more excited. It was not difficult to see that Yu Fuxu welcomed this. She had always been like this. That was why Yu Fuxu, the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, was born. One had to know that 5 years ago, Yu Fuxu had just been an ordinary female university student. However, in the past 5 years, after she had undergone the trial in the Otherworld instance dungeon, it was as if she had a cheat, and she had found the meaning of life that belonged to her. Some black spots appeared on Yu Fuxu's pretty face. That was because of the corrosion of magic. If she could not break the black worm spell within a few minutes, she would be devoured by this black worm spell. The flower burst spear in Yu Fuxu's hand kept sweeping, but those weren't real black worms. It was just magic. Of course, Yu Fuxu was waving the flower burst spear with her own magic power. However, it still did not work. Elsewhere, the flying black tiger devilish creature had already pounced on another devil. At this rate, this flying black tiger devilish creature could kill that devil. It was mainly because Qin Beiguang's stone throw just now had broken the deadlock of the flying black tiger devilish creature, allowing it to gain the upper hand. Qin Beiguang watched without interfering. Although he could help the flying black tiger devilish creature kill that devil, he did not do so. Qin Beiguang naturally wouldn't help Yu Fuxu. The reason was very simple. Yu Fuxu was only in a deadlock. If Yu Fuxu actually couldn't hold on anymore, Qin Beiguang might really save Yu Fuxu. Being able to save Yu Fuxu was extremely important to Qin Beiguang. Not to mention things in the long term. Yu Fuxu being able to carry out the second trial with him had already relieved a lot of pressure on Qin Beiguang. Hiss hiss. In an instant, the flying black tiger devilish creature actually bit off the head of another devehuman. Roar! After killing the devehuman, the flying black tiger devilish creature even let out a thunderous roar and announced its victory. At that time, the wind chimes rang. Then, the broadcast-like voice of the heavenly Tao system spread. Chosen One No. 10. Your contract with your familiar has reached 87. Please continue to work hard. Chosen One No. 10. Contract value with familiar reached 100. Qin Beiguang's contract with his familiar was actually full. One had to know that Qin Beiguang and the flying black tiger devilish creature had only participated in 2 battles together. After the contract was full, Qin Beiguang would share magic power with the flying black tiger devilish creature. This was not the main point. The main point was that Qin Beiguang had completed Trial 2. Another broadcast sounded. Congratulations! Chosen 1 No. 10. For completing Trial 2 and obtaining 2. Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 3 Chosen 1 No. 10. Please pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints with the devilish creature. Warm reminder: the deadline is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. Qin Beiguang's heart did not fluctuate at all. He knew that clearing the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints was the third trial. Just then, more and more black stripes appeared on Yu Fuxu's body. Death was clearly so close. But Yu Fuxu still didn't feel any fear. Suddenly, Yu Fuxu opened her mouth and absorbed the black worm spell. It's the power of devil devouring. This was not the first time the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream had seen Yu Fuxu use the power of devil devouring. Yu Fuxu had also relied on the power of devil devouring to obtain the cultivation method of the devil Dao and learn magic. To Yu Fuxu, the special Heavenly Dao reward power of devil devouring was just an opportunity to obtain a cultivation technique of the devil Dao. Even without the power of devil devouring, she could still obtain similar opportunities. The reason was very simple. She was the kind of person who lived for the otherworld instance dungeon trial. As long as Yu Fuxu didn't die, she could grow indefinitely. Yu Fuxu swallowed the black worm spell whole. It wasn't that the power of devil devouring was powerful, but that Yu Fuxu herself was powerful. It had to be known that directly devouring the black worm spell would cause the backlash to come even sooner, and she might directly die. However, Yu Fuxu didn't die on the spot. Yu Fuxu was not a brainless woman. She had more combat experience than Qin Beiguang. The main reason why Yu Fuxu devoured the black worm spell was that she had adapted to the devouring of the black worm spell, which was equivalent to producing an antibody. That was why Yu Fuxu could directly devour the black worm spell with the power of devil devouring. After Yu Fuxu devoured the black worm spell, her magic power increased greatly. It had to be known that Yu Fuxu was a devil Dao cultivator herself. Not only could she increase her magic power through slaughter, but she could also increase her magic power through devouring. However, how many devil kind dared to do this? After all, if she could not devour it, she would die from the backlash. Qin Beiguang, who was at the side, also knew how terrifying Yu Fuxu was. Although the current Yu Fuxu wasn't very strong, Yu Fuxu's growth speed was simply dumbfounding. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream all knew that Yu Fuxu was more like a divi-human than a human. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Why Can Humans Cultivate the Devil Dao? Chapter 176, Why Can Humans Cultivate the Devil Dao? Yu Fuxu vaguely felt that her strength should be at LV 21. After all, she could not make a detailed division of her Devil Dao level. And it was only a feeling. Next, the flower burst spear in Yu Fuxu's hand attacked the devil who had released the black worm spell on her. Although there were only 2 divi-humans left, they did not choose to escape. The reason was simple. As the guardian devils of the 7th outer checkpoint's 2nd level, if they fled at the last minute, they would also die. Suddenly, the flower burst spear in Yu Fuxu's hand actually pierced into the body of a divi-human. He had been crushed. When Yu Fuxu first fought with it, she was still tied up by the black worm spell released by this divi-human, and her life was in great danger. However, at this moment, Yu Fuxu's strength actually crushed that divi-human. Moreover, when she killed this divi-human, Yu Fuxu clearly felt her strength increase again. Demonic cultivators were indeed different. They could devour and kill to grow. Was Yu Fuxu really not a chosen one of the devil-kind world? On the other side, the black snake devilish creature that was constantly fleeing and dodging the attack of another divi-human actually fled. To Yu Fuxu's side, I can't handle him, the black snake devilish creature said frankly. After all, the black snake devilish creature could only escape. It had no way of fighting a LV 21 divi-human head-on. However, the black snake devilish creature had successfully stalled this divi-human. Yu Fuxu said confidently, "You're very good. Let's see what happens next." Yu Fuxu looked at the divi-human not far away. And this devihuman did not choose to escape because of the death of the other three. It had to be said that the determination of the devihumans was too terrifying. They knew that they would die, but they did not choose to escape. It was as if there was no fear of death in his heart. In fact, it was not like that. The devihumans were also afraid of death, but their fear of death had long been suppressed. If the devihumans were afraid of death and developed a strong fear, the fear in their hearts would be infinitely magnified. How could they grow into a powerful devihuman? The reason why this devihuman could become a LV-21 true devil was probably because he had fought his way up. As for their treatment of death, it could be said that they looked down on it. You're a devihuman, the devihuman asked Ufuksu. After all, this devihuman had also discovered that Ufuksu's body contained magic power that was even stronger than his own. Ufuksu didn't answer. The black snake devilish creature did. However, as soon as the black snake devilish creature opened its mouth, it said in a proud tone, "Uha, my master is not a devihuman, but she is more like humanoid devil kind than you devihumans. It's impossible for humans to cultivate the devil Tao like the devihumans and not suffer a backlash." The devihuman looked at Ufuksu in surprise. It was precisely because Ufuksu was different that she could cultivate the devil Tao. As for the reason, the black snake devilish creature had also said it just now. Ufuksu was more like humanoid devil kind than devihumans like the four guardians of the checkpoint. At this point, the devihuman released a ball of black magic. Another large number of black insects enveloped Ufuksu. Suddenly, a vortex formed from the black magic. It was Ufuksu absorbing the black worm spell crazily. To be precise, she was devouring. Ufuksu swallowed the black worm spell released by the devihuman completely. There was not even a drop left. Ufuksu still didn't suffer a backlash. The reason why Ufuksu could devour the black worm spell was indeed because of the power of devil devouring. But she didn't suffer a backlash mainly because she was so powerful that the black worm spell couldn't produce a backlash. You're no longer my match. Ufuksu rushed forward. The devihuman did not dodge. He tried to release magic again, but he did not have any magic power at all, and failed to release the black worm spell a second time. One had to know that the devihumans also had consumption. Everything in the world would be consumed. Even a large rock would gradually erode after thousands of years of wind erosion. Ufuksu punched him. When the fist hit the devihuman, a rainbow actually appeared. This was because of her rainbow gauntlets. The devihuman who was sent flying more than 3 meters away was stabbed with the flower-burst spear in Ufuksu's right hand. The moment it pierced through the devihuman's body, a flower immediately exploded, as if it was a funeral. Suddenly, wind chimes sounded. Ring, ring, ring. Then, the voice of the heavenly Tao that sounded like a broadcast spread. Chosen one, no. 1. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 69. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one, no. 1. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 87. Please continue to work hard. J. Chosen one, no. 1. Contract value with familiar reached 100. Ufuksu had only fought side by side with the black snake devilish creature once and she had already obtained 100 contract value. It was mainly because when Ufuksu contracted with this black snake devilish creature, her contract value had already reached 50. In other words, before Ufuksu and the black snake devilish creature made a familiar contract, they had already had a trembling communication queue. That was why the contract value increased so quickly. As a human who could cultivate the devil Tao, now that her familiar was a devilish creature, Ufuksu's strength would increase greatly when the magic power was shared. Similarly, the strength of the black snake devilish creature would also increase greatly. It was mainly because of the second stage of the contract. There was another benefit, which was that killing on either side could increase the strength of the devil Tao. Ring, ring, ring. Another wind chime-like notification sounded. In less than a second, the heavenly Tao system's voice sounded again. Congratulations! Chosen one, no. 1. For completing trial 2, you have received 2. Definitely a heavenly Tao coins as a reward. Trial 3. Please pass the 7 inner and 7 outer levels with the devilish creature. Chosen 1. No. 1. Warm reminder: the deadline is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. Be it Su Kainkian, Qin Beiguang, or the current Yu Fuxu. The 3 chosen ones. Trial 3 was the same. If they wanted to complete the 3rd trial, they had to pass a total of 14 checkpoints. Currently, they had only passed 2 levels. Moreover, the subsequent checkpoints were not so easy. The higher the checkpoint, the more devihumans were guarding it, and the stronger they were. Elsewhere, the flying black tiger devilish creature was quietly talking to Qin Beiguang. Master, this woman is not simple. The flying black tiger devilish creature knew that Qin Beiguang and Yu Fuxu were both humans. It also knew that they were chosen once, so the possibility of them fighting was very small, because they all had a common goal. Qin Beiguang said honestly, "She's our dragon country's legendary trump card." Of course she's not simple. Coming from a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator, it was not an affirmation of the title of legendary trump card of dragon country, but an affirmation of Yu Fuxu herself. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Do you still need her to save the world? Chapter 177. Do you still need her to save the world? At this moment, Yu Fuxu walks to Qin Beiguang's side. What should one call you? Before Qin Beiguang could reply, Yu Fuxu added, I don't like to call others brother. Then I'll call you young Master Qin. It makes you look more noble. Haha. Sure. Qin Beiguang nodded. Yu Fuxu continued, Young Master Qin, we only have 7 days. We have to pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints. We can't delay for too long. What do you think? It's just the 2 of us and 2 familiars. To be honest, it's a bit difficult. Qin Beiguang was too conservative. After all, he had the strength of a heavenly devil. It was not difficult to tell that Qin Beiguang was a very cautious person. He was unwilling to risk his life to do things. But it was the opposite of Yu Fuxu. Steady as an old dog probably referred to people like Qin Beiguang. Are we waiting for Su Kangqian here? Yu Fuxu asked. They all knew that Su Kangqian would definitely rush over, but they didn't know when. Qin Beiguang shook his head and said, No, it's another person. Another person. Yu Fuxu didn't like riddles. Rather than saying that, Yu Fuxu didn't like to use her brain on irrelevant things. Mao Yao. She is also a cultivator. Her strength should not be inferior to mine. Do you understand? Qin Beiguang said honestly. Yu Fuxu was very surprised. She did not expect that there were actually 2 cultivators hidden among the chosen ones this time. Moreover, the other chosen one, called Mao Yao, was actually not inferior to Qin Beiguang. She wondered if Qin Beiguang was being too humble. One had to know that Qin Beiguang was a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator. In that case, Mao Yao, chosen one No. 14, was also a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator. As a cultivator, Qin Beiguang naturally knew that Mao Yao was also a cultivator. Similarly, if Mao Yao was a cultivator, she should also know that Qin Beiguang was undoubtedly a cultivator. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at the identity of the chosen one N0. 14. Choose one No. 14. Mao Yao. Age 31 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position unemployed. Personal assets -3. 8 million dragon coins. 0 Heavenly Dao coins. Power none. Treasure none. From her identity information, chosen one No. 14 was an ordinary person, and a person in debt. Then, the netizens looked at Mao Yao's live broadcast. Looking at her appearance, there was only one phrase that could be used to describe her baby-faced beauty. She was clearly 31 years old, but she had the face of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Such a woman was actually the big shot who hid the most. The netizens could not believe it. However, the chance to see if Mao Yao was the big shot who hid the most was here. Mao Yao walked into a cave. A red light flashed out. Then, a devilish creature that looked like a fox, but had black fur and 3 tails and a pair of horns on its head appeared. Are you calling me? Mao Yao looked at this 3-tailed fox devilish creature. I want to make a familiar contract with you. This three-tailed fox devilish creature directly spoke frankly without beating around the bush. Mao Yao said bluntly, I also need to subdue a devilish creature to be my familiar. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were completely shocked. A LV 23 three-tailed fox devilish creature actually took the initiative to form a familiar contract with Mao Yao. Foxes are very cunning. Even the fox devilish creatures in the devihuman world can't submit so easily. Right. It seems like it's really as Qin Beiguang said. Chosen one no. 14. Mao Yao is the big shot who hid the deepest. What the FCK first? It was Qin Beiguang, Tang Yingji, Tang Dejiang, and Feng Xiaoling. Now, it's another big shot. Moreover, it's this big shot who hid the most. At first, the netizens thought that the chosen ones this time were too weak. After all, judging from their identity information, only Yu Fuxu and Su Kangqian were extraordinary. As for the three chosen ones who had been worth paying attention to at the beginning, they became the weakest three chosen ones. In live broadcast no. 14. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system automatically transformed into words and appeared on the screen. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 14. For successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining one. Inyanyo. Declare Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 2. Please upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Chosen one no. 14. Warm reminder current contract value of chosen one no. 14 and familiar is 3. At the same time, in a devil pond at the second level of the 7 outer checkpoints. Look, she's coming. Qin Beiguang's guess was very accurate. He knew that Mao Yao was coming. With an additional chosen one with Qin Beiguang's strength, it would be even easier to pass the level together. Yu Fuxu said, you hit it really well. Qin Beiguang said bluntly, cultivators don't want to be disturbed. If they go attract attention, it will only slow down their cultivation. Without a doubt, Qin Beiguang's words were indirectly attacking those cultivators on the internet. True cultivators certainly didn't want to be disturbed. They could believe it or not, do whatever they wanted. In short, they could not disturb the cultivation of real cultivators. This also explained one of the main reasons why cultivators would not expose themselves to the public for fame and fortune. However, they were hidden in the market. It could not be said that those hidden in the mountains were fake cultivators. It could only be said that those who were hiding in the mountains to cultivate and expose to the mass media were definitely fake cultivators. Let's not talk about unrelated nonsense. Let's go to the third level of the 7 outer checkpoints. Yu Fuxu wasn't very interested in other cultivators. Although Yu Fuxu was not an immortal cultivator, she was a devil Dao cultivator. And she was training in the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon of the devil-kind world. To her, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had been looking forward to this 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon for half a year, and she would not give up any opportunity. Even if she had to give up his life, she had to die without regrets. At the same time, Su Kangqian rode the blue cat devilish creature to the first checkpoint. She saw the corpses of 2 devihumans lying beside the devil pond. Her little head bent slightly to the left. This person looks so strange. Su Kangqian only knew that they had bought a farm. The blue cat said, Master, they are devihumans, true devils whose strength has reached LV 21. Su Kangqian did not care about what the blue cat said. She climbed down from the blue cat. The devihumans look like this. Su Kangqian even specially walked in to take a look, not feeling afraid at all. The netizens in the livestream seemed to be used to Su Kangqian's actions because they knew that Su Kangqian was here to play. Could they still have hope that a 5-year-old girl like Su Kangqian would save the world? Chapter 178 Chapter 178 A Warm Treasure Invitation exposed Su Yong's strength. Chapter 178 A Warm Treasure Invitation exposed Su Yong's strength. After a while, a human and a devilish creature also arrived at the first checkpoint. It was Mao Yao and the 3-tailed fox devilish creature. Mao Yao only took a glance at the 2 devihumans in the devil pond before retracting her gaze and turning to Su Kangqian. Little Kangqian, did you kill these 2 devihumans? Mao Yao asked Su Kangqian. Su Kangqian shook her head. It wasn't me. Mao Yao immediately knew the answer. She already knew that another cultivator and his familiar had killed these two devihumans. The three-tailed fox devilish creature looked at the blue cat devilish creature with a hint of surprise in its eyes. However, when it looked at Su Kangqian, its expression became even more surprised. The three-tailed fox devilish creature seemed to have something to say to Mao Yao, but it held back. Mao Yao said to the three-tailed fox devilish creature, "Do you find it strange that a 5-year-old girl would appear here?" The three-tailed fox devilish creature said bluntly, "She contains an extremely powerful magic power, even stronger than the magic power of a heavenly devil." The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream exclaimed. Previously, devilish creatures begged to become Su Kangqian's demon pet because they saw the powerful magic power in Su Kangqian's body. But with the three-tailed fox devilish creature's words, Su Kangqian's magic power is even stronger than the heavenly devil's. No wonder even a LV-22 flying black tiger devilish creature would sincerely request to become Su Kangqian's demon pet. Why does Su Kangqian have such terrifying magic power? Actually, some netizens had already guessed the answer. They thought of Su Kangqian's two treasures. The first treasure was a thermos flask containing milk. The second treasure was naturally the warming sticker treasure. They had learned about these two treasures through their identity information from the beginning, but they did not know what kind of power they contained. Could it be Su Kangqian's warming sticker treasure? That must be it. Most likely. However, if the warm sticker treasure contains even stronger magic power than a heavenly devil's, do you really think that Su Kangqian's father is only standing at the peak of mortals? These words immediately made the netizens fall into deep thought. What kind of concept was a person who could bestow someone with magic power at the level of a heavenly devil? It had to be known that the heavenly devils in the devihuman world were all existences above LV-25. However, Su Kangqian's father could give her magic power stronger than that of a heavenly devil. That could only mean that Su Kangqian's father's true strength was definitely not below that of a heavenly devil. Holy SHD! Su Kangqian's father has already surpassed the peak of mortals. I'm afraid it's more than that. How so? Think about it carefully. To be able to give someone magic power stronger than a heavenly devil's, it's enough to show that Su Yong's strength is not below LV-28 or LV-29. He might really have reached LV-30. How could the netizens not know what LV-30 strength was like in the Otherworld Instance dungeon? To put it bluntly, it was powerful enough to sweep through all the 5-star difficulty factor Otherworld Instance dungeons. The netizens did not expect that Su Yong's ability would be exposed just because of a warm sticker treasure. Was that really the case? However, it did expose Su Yong's strength. He was not below LV-28 or LV-29. The various Heavenly Dao livestreams in Dragon Country were filled with pop-ups. It's still you. Even a middle-stage Kai refinement cultivator can't compare to a big shot whose strength has reached LV-30. Of course. Even a late-stage Kai refinement cultivator can't compare to a LV-30 big shot. Through Qin Bigwang's cultivation realm and what he said, the netizens could tell that his strength at the intermediate stage of Kai refinement was equivalent to about LV-26. In the world of the devil kind, LV-25 devihumans were heavenly devils. Even the strongest late-stage Kai refinement realm cultivator could only match a LV-29 heavenly devil. However, it was a level lower than LV-30. At this moment, Mao Yao also thought of Su Kangqian's identity and the two treasures she had brought with her. She looked at Su Kangqian's thermos flask, and thought that it couldn't be that the thermos flask contained magic power stronger than that of a heavenly devil. Then, there was only one possibility. The treasure that was stuck to Su Kangqian's body contained powerful magic. Mao Yao naturally knew that Su Yong had asked Su Kangqian to bring that warming treasure. At that time, many people did not understand why she'd bring the warming sticker treasure and thermos flask into the Otherworld Instance dungeon to train. It was only now that Mao Yao came to a realization. And because of this, she knew that Su Kangqian's father was strong enough to Sweep through this 9 nether demon cave with a 5-star difficulty factor. A LV 30 big shot was strong enough to ensure his daughter would survive in a 5-star otherworld instance dungeon. She could even fight against heavenly devillable devihumans. At the beginning, everyone had thought that Su-yong had been an irresponsible scumbag father. By now, everyone thought that Su-yong was really, as his daughter had said, a great father. Furthermore, he was a father who doted on his daughter in every way. Blue Planet, Zayu University, 5th floor of the library. It's really like that. Wang Wangking had already thought of Su-yong's strength. He was definitely above LV 28 or LV 29. She was thinking, if Su-yong was also a cultivator, what cultivation realm had he reached? Currently, she only knew 2 cultivation realms. The first stage of cultivation was the Enlightenment period. After the Enlightenment period, it was the Kai refinement stage. She knew nothing about the cultivation realms after the Kai refinement stage. Ever since Wang Wangking came into contact with the cultivation field, she seemed to have seen the mysteries of this world. This feeling could not be expressed with words. It was just like how different circles in life touched different things. The higher the circle, the more unbelievable the things they touched. Could it be that Su-yong is already in a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon? Wang Wangking knew that Su-yong was not on the Blue Planet, and was very busy. What else could he be busy with other than clearing higher-level otherworld instance dungeon trials? She could not help but guess that the otherworld instance dungeon trials conducted by chosen ones were all trials that Su-yong had completed. She did not know what kind of existence a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon was. After all, in the 28 years since the 5 alternate worlds had descended on the Blue Planet in the form of dungeons, there had never been a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon. Even the otherworld instance dungeon with a 5-star difficulty had only descended 5 times. As for why there was no 6-star otherworld instance dungeon, the answer was obvious. The people of the Blue Planet did not have the potential and qualifications to let the Heavenly Tao system send a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon to the Blue Planet. The day of the arrival of the 6-star otherworld instance dungeon would come sooner or later. As for when, Wang Wangking could only think of it as the time when Su Kaianqian, Yu Fuxu, and the others reached the necessary potential and qualifications. Actually, Wang Wangking also thought of an unprecedented problem. What if Su-yong became a chosen one? Would the Heavenly Tao system send a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon for him alone? Chapter 179 Chapter 179 Killing is the method of communication in the devilkind world. Chapter 179 Killing is the method of communication in the devilkind world. In the 9 nether demon cave dungeon of the devilkind world, 6 hours had passed since the chosen ones were teleported to the 9 nether demon cave. None of the 10 chosen ones from the other countries were spared. All of them had already kicked the bucket within an hour of being teleported to the 9 nether demon cave. Currently, none of the 15 chosen ones of the dragon country had survived. Among them, chosen one No. 3. Lai Jingling, chosen one No. 7. Gao Shanfang, chosen one No. 8. Kaiyan Tangfei, and chosen one No. 12. Hua Qingyun, the 4 chosen ones who had once been worthy of the attention of netizens, actually died. They had died at the hands of a large group of spider devilish creatures. However, the chosen ones who subdued a devilish creature as a familiar were Su Qinqian, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and Fang Xiaoling, as well as Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang from the Tang sect. The remaining chosen one No. 2. Su Lingjai, chosen one No. 4. Yuan Zhao, chosen one No. 6. Huang Nian, and chosen one No. 9. Mu Lanlun, had yet to subdue a single devilish creature, but they were still living well in the devilish mountains. It did not mean that these 4 chosen ones could definitely come down. It was still unclear if they had the strength. Even Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao who had subdued familiars. These 2 mid-stage Kai refinement realm cultivators did not dare to say that they would definitely survive. It was just that their chances of survival were higher. In terms of the chosen ones with the highest chance of survival, the only person the netizens thought of was Su Kankian. Even Yu Fuxu, who enjoyed a home ground advantage, didn't have a higher chance of survival than Su Kankian. The reason was naturally because Su Kankian had a father who had reached LV 30. Meanwhile, Su Kankian was still beside a pool at the first checkpoint. She was looking at the blue cat devilish creature. It flew into the pool. In less than 10 seconds, it caught a big fish that weighed more than 5 kg in the pool. Moreover, it didn't even chew, and swallowed it in one bite. Even in the devil-kind world, there were normal fish. Rather than saying that, it was more correct to say that the devil-kind world was just a planet with more devil-kai than the blue planet. After countless transformations, it became the devil-kind world. In the Otherworld instance dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave alone, there were mountains, water, flowers, and small animals. Of course, small animals could also become devilish creatures. At this moment, 2 young men in their 20s saw Su Kankian and her blue cat devilish creature. These 2 young men were Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang. Little Su Kankian, Tang Dejiang walked behind Su Kankian and greeted her. When Su Kankian turned around and looked at Tang Dejiang, she asked, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Tang Dejiang asked, "When did you come here?" Su Kankian shook her head. One forgot. She had no concept of time at all. So how could she answer this question? Tang Dejiang then asked, "Did you and the devilish creature kill the devihumans over there?" "Not me." Su Kankian shook her head again. "Did you see anyone pass by here?" Tang Dejiang asked again. Su Kankian thought for a while, and said, "There was a young lady and a fox with 3 tails." As soon as she said that, Tang Dejiang knew who it was. At this point, Tang Dejiang took out a small bamboo tube that was 20 centimeters long, and handed it to Su Kankian. "Su Kankian, I'll give you a toy." Then, Tang Dejiang said, "You can play with it like a water gun." He didn't give Su Kankian a toy out of gratitude. He just wanted Su Kankian to have a good impression of him. If anything happened, he might even be able to count on Su Kankian to save him. However, Tang Dejiang did not have much hope. It was just a card he played to feel more at ease. On the other side, Tang Yingji said to Tang Dejiang, "We should go." In Tang Yingji's opinion, there was no need to ask Su Kankian so much. After all, they would not be able to get any useful information. Even if Su Kankian was the daughter of a big shot in the Otherworld, she was still just a 5-year-old girl. When Su Kankian saw Tang Dejiang leave, she waved politely, and said, "Goodbye, Uncle." Su Kankian played with the small bamboo tube that Tang Dejiang had given her. She placed it in the water. When she picked it up again, it could really spray water. This thing was not used to spray water. It was used to shoot hidden weapons. But it depended on how it was used. It was like that kitchen knife. In the hands of ordinary people, kitchen knives were used to cut vegetables. And in Qin Beiguang's hand, the kitchen knife was actually a weapon that could kill the devihumans. At the same time, on the way to the 3rd outer checkpoint, Yu Fuxu and Qin Beiguang both saw Mao Yao. Especially Qin Beiguang. It was as if he had communicated with Mao Yao in advance. "You're 2 to 3 hours late," Qin Beiguang said. Mao Yao took a deep breath. "I had no choice. This 3-tailed fox devilish creature was testing me." Actually, Mao Yao was not lying. It was precisely because the 3-tailed fox needed a familiar contract and put the chosen ones through a trial. However, it was only Mao Yao who passed the 3-tailed fox devilish creature's test. Thus, she came to the cave and successfully formed a familiar contract with the 3-tailed fox devilish creature. Why did the 3-tailed fox need a familiar contract? It was probably the most accurate to say turning into a familiar was a kind of power-up for devilish creatures. Then, Mao Yao said, "If you don't mind, hand 6 of the devihumans to me and the 3-tailed fox devilish creature to deal with at the 3rd level later." Mao Yao was not trying to snatch the credit after all. Killing another devihuman would not increase her strength. She was only a cultivator, not a demonic cultivator like Yu Fuxu who could increase her strength by killing devihumans. The reason she did this was only to complete trial 2. After all, Qin Beiguang and Yu Fuxu had already completed the second trial and started the third trial. In any case, the third trial was to pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints. Would it hurt for them to take the backseat? Alright, Qin Beiguang agreed. Qin Beiguang naturally wouldn't fight for it. But he looked at Yu Fuxu. After all, to Yu Fuxu, who was a fiendish cultivator, killing a devihuman could increase her strength. Yu Fuxu also nodded and said, "Sure. I'll deal with the remaining 2 devihumans with my demon pet, the black snake devilish creature." Hearing this, another 100 curses ran through the black snake devilish creature's heart. Ever since the black snake devilish creature had acknowledged Yu Fuxu as its master, it had also known Yu Fuxu's thoughts. It was not that the black snake devilish creature was afraid of death, but it did not want to bother fighting. Devilish creatures could be arrogant, and the black snake devilish creature was like that. Beside Yu Fuxu and the other 2, the 3 devilish creatures were also looking at each other, as if they were communicating with their eyes. Actually, there was no way to communicate emotionally between devilish creatures. The only way they communicated was through killing. Chapter 180 Chapter 180 Which ordinary cultivator uses a sword? Chapter 180 Which ordinary cultivator uses a sword? Less than half an hour later, another 2 chosen ones died in the devilish mountains. They were chosen 1 no. 2 and chosen 1 no. 6. Although they were both women, they did not suffer humiliation before they died like those in the otherworldly beast world. After all, the devihuman world was a murderous alternate world. Killing was more important than other needs. However, in the otherworldly beast world, especially with beastmen, it was different. They relied on the boiling of beast blood, and in terms of joy, it was also the main source of beast blood boiling. Therefore, among the 5 alternate worlds, the otherworldly beast world was the otherworld instance dungeon that the female chosen one feared the most. However, at this moment, another female chosen one subdued a devilish creature. It was chosen 1 no. 9. Mu Lanlan. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream saw with their own eyes that Mu Lanlan had subdued a devilish creature with a gesture. A LV 20 devilish creature was actually subdued by a hand gesture. FCK. Is that a peace sign? Is this the gesture? The netizens looked at the identity information in the lower right corner of the live broadcast. Chosen 1 no. Name Mu Lanlan. Age 26 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Animal Supervisor. Personal Assets 780. Tklad Dragon Coins. 41 Heavenly Tao Coins. Power none. Treasure none. Seeing Mu Lanlan's identity, the netizens were puzzled. She's an animal supervisor. Does she often deal with all kinds of animals? Can animals be like devilish creatures? I guess it's not that simple. Of course. That's a LV 20 devilish creature. The netizens looked at the live broadcast again. They saw a long-haired woman in jeans and a white shirt stroking a devilish creature that looked like a black leopard, but had 2 pairs of horns. Many devilish creatures in the devihuman world had horns. Ring ring ring. The wind chimes rang less than a second later. The sound of the broadcast spread through the subtitles in the Heavenly Tao livestream. The netizens knew that Mu Lanlan had completed Trial 1. Congratulations! Chosen 1 no. 1. For successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining 1. Heavenly Tao coins as a reward. Trial 2. Please upgrade the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Chosen 1 no. 9. Warm reminder current contract value of chosen 1 no. 9 and familiar is 100. Another wind chime sounded. The broadcast continued to enter Mu Lanlan's ears. Congratulations! Chosen 1 no. 9. For completing Trial 2 and obtaining 2. Heavenly Tao coins as a reward. Trial 3 chosen 1 no. 9. Please pass the 7 inner and 7 outer checkpoints with the devilish creature. Warm reminder the deadline is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. This time, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream exclaimed, "Awesome! She's just completed Trial 1, and her familiar contract value has reached 100. Then, she directly completed Trial 2. If you tell me that she's just an ordinary animal supervisor, I won't believe you even if you beat me to death. It's definitely not that simple. Mu Lanlin must have hidden it very well. How could the netizens not know that the people chosen by the heavenly Tao system were chosen ones with the potential to pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial? Of course, those with potential wouldn't definitely be able to pass. For example, 99 of people had the potential to become the richest man, but less than one of them became the richest. The potential was not just a little different from reality. Otherwise, why would the survival rate of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon be so low? However, the netizens were certain that Mu Lanlin was definitely extraordinary. She was not an ordinary person. However, the netizens still did not know how Mu Lanlin had subdued the LV-20 Black Panther devilish creature with a peace gesture. Even the top beast tamers of the blue planet could not do this. That was a LV-20 Black Panther devilish creature. Not a LV-1 or LV-2 devilish creature. Everyone also discovered that other than Yu Fuxu, the other chosen ones who had subdued the devilish creatures had never fought with them. Su Kangqian was even more relaxed. She directly picked up the blue cat devilish creature and made a familiar contract. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream watched and discussed the chosen ones. Now, 8 chosen ones have subdued devilish creatures. Among them, 6 chosen ones have begun the third trial. This third trial is not easy. 7 outside and 7 inside. There are a total of 14 checkpoints. I think the 8 chosen ones together can definitely complete the third trial. There are a total of 5 trials in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. These are only the first and second trials. Compared to them, it's quite easy. I wonder what kind of trial the fourth trial will be. The third trial isn't over yet. Most of the netizens were watching the live broadcast of Yu Fuxu, Mao Yao, and Qin Beiguang, because the 3 of them were standing at the forefront of the third trial. Next were Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang from the Tang sect. Meanwhile, Su Kangqian was still playing with the bamboo water gun happily in the first checkpoint. How could the netizens not know that if the third trial was already so difficult, then the fourth trial would definitely be even more difficult? As for the last trial, it would definitely be 100 times more difficult, even though 8 chosen ones had subdued familiars. How many chosen ones could complete 5 trials? The netizens roughly estimated that there might be less than 3 people. In other words, the netizens thought that Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, and Mao Yao might die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. As for Su Kangqian, the netizens still thought that Su Kangqian's survival rate was far higher than that of Yu Fuxu and the others in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon 9 Nether Demon Cave. It wasn't because they thought that Su Kangqian was very powerful, but because she had a father who had reached LV-30. At the same time, the third of the 7 outer checkpoints. This devil pond was about 3 times larger than the second devil pond. The so-called devil pond was a habitat of the devihumans formed by a ball of devil kai. There were 8 true devils guarding this place. These 8 true devils were actually more than 2 meters tall. They also had green faces and fangs. There was a black horn on their foreheads that looked like a bull's horn, but it was not as long or curved as the bull's horn. Strong devil kai radiated from their bodies. When they saw that there was someone breaching the checkpoints, they immediately moved out. These 8 devihumans only had one duty, and that was to kill all those who passed the checkpoint, be it devilkind or humans. At this moment, Mao Yao looked at the 3-tailed fox devilish creature, and took out a weapon from her satchel. It was a 3-section stick. As a middle-stage Kai refinement cultivator, the weapon she used was not a sword, but who said that cultivators had to use swords? Besides, who would use a sword as a normal cultivator? Chapter 181 Chapter 181 Stepping on the right foot with your left foot. You can really fly into the sky. Chapter 181 Stepping on the right foot with your left foot. You can really fly into the sky. In Mao Yao's hands, the 3-section stick seemed to have a life of its own. It started to turn into a shadow, and it was hard to tell which side was the head and which side was the tail. She was clearly playing with a 3-section stick. Mo, could she be so showy? It was not hard to see that Mao Yao had at least trained for 2.5 years. It was much more powerful than the nunchakus on the internet. She's flying. Yu Fuxu's eyes widened. She saw that Mao Yao's feet had already left the ground while she was playing with the 3-section stick. Could a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator really fly on a sword? No way. Of course. Even a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator could not do this. What a Kai refinement stage cultivator could do was only Qigong. Just like how Qin Beiguang circulated his Kai towards his kitchen knife and released blade Kai. However, Kai refinement stage cultivators could float on the water. They only needed a little gravity. After all, Kai refinement stage cultivators could control their weight with their Kai and float on the water. But Mao Yao did not have a cushion. Nor did she step on her left foot or her right foot to fly into the sky. That was because Mao Yao used the wind from the 3-section stick to float up. For cultivators at the middle stage of Kai refinement, controlling their weight with Kai was still a very simple matter. Seeing this, a green-faced and sharp-toothed Devihuman rushed towards Mao Yao, and this Devihuman had released magic. Similarly, a lump of black aura charged towards Mao Yao. That was not a black worm spell. In the black aura, the outline of a skull appeared. Compared to physical damage, this sort of magic damage could severely injure a person's soul. Thud! Mao Yao spun the 3-section stick in her hand, and immediately dispersed the skull magic. One had to know that ordinary attacks naturally could not break through the skull magic. Of course, not only could you use magic to defeat magic, but you could also use force to defeat magic. When Mao Yao swung the 3-section stick earlier, she had circulated a wave of Kai in it, which was why she could break the skull magic so easily. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a stream of devil Kai swept up like a violent wind. It was the 3-tailed fox devilish creature. The strength of this 3-tailed fox devilish creature was 1 level higher than the strength of the LV-22 flying black tiger devilish creature. The moment this 3-tailed fox devilish creature flew over, it wrapped around a Devihuman's neck twice. When this 3-tailed fox devilish creature returned to its original position, the Devihuman actually fell to the ground. What a powerful 3-tailed fox devilish creature. Yu Fuxu realized that this 3-tailed fox devilish creature could deal with 8 Devihumans. Upon hearing this, the black snake devilish creature was clearly unhappy. It also said proudly, "Master is not as powerful as her." At this moment, Yu Fuxu realized that the black snake devilish creature was really arrogant. However, neither of them took it to heart, because Yu Fuxu and the black snake devilish creature trembled for a few hours before undergoing the familiar contract. Not only did they not get to know each other after fighting, but they also formed a tacit understanding that did not need to be expressed verbally. Back to action. The remaining 7 Devihumans attacked Mao Yao and her familiar together. Yu Fuxu and Qin Beiguang didn't attack. Previously, Mao Yao had asked them to let her and her familiar deal with the 6 Devihumans to earn contract value. Since Mao Yao and the 3-tailed fox devilish creature had already dealt with 2, Yu Fuxu wouldn't fight over the headcount. In any case, this was only the 3rd level. There were still many Devihumans to deal with. Dealing with 1 or 2 less Devihumans wouldn't affect Yu Fuxu's own strength much. The current Yu Fuxu and Qin Beiguang were only live audience. They completely believed in the strength of Mao Yao and the 3-tailed fox devilish creature. Back to action. Mao Yao grabbed a Devihuman like she was hitting a sandbag. 3-section stick in her hand kept hitting him. After more than 10 blows, the bones of the Devihuman relaxed, and its body became a ball. With Mao Yao's final strike, this Devihuman's life was immediately taken away. On the other side, the 3-tailed fox devilish creature was not only very agile, but it also flew to a Devihuman. After spinning 2 times and a half, the Devihuman was split into 2. Mao Yao also immediately discovered that the remaining 5 Devihumans did not have any fear, nor did they want to escape. There was clearly a huge difference in strength. What terrifying Devihumans! Was it Mao Yao implying that Yu Fuxu was terrifying? Because Yu Fuxu was a human who looked more like a Devihuman than an actual Devihuman, that was indeed the case. If Yu Fuxu was an enemy, It would be very terrifying for Mao Yao. However, they were both from the Dragon Country and were fellow chosen ones. Furthermore, the goal of the trial was the same. It was impossible for them to become enemies. At most, they would only become competitors. However, the strength of the chosen ones in the 5-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, especially those who subdued devilish creatures, would not be controlled by capitalists. Even if it was about benefits, it would not be to create benefits for capitalists, but to create benefits for themselves. Crack. Suddenly, the 3-section stick in Mao Yao's hand turned into a long stick. However, a scorching aura formed from the staff. Thud. When Mao Yao's staff landed, it hit the head of a devi-human. As for the devil human's head, it did not bloom because of this. Instead, it spat out magma. Yu Fuxu turned around and asked Qin Beiguang, "Do mid-stage Kai refinement cultivators know how to channel the 5 elements?" "How did you know?" Qin Beiguang asked. Yu Fuxu said, "It's a little similar to the magic I learned." "I see." Qin Beiguang then added, "It seems that the cultivation of Devil Dao cultivators is very similar to that of cultivators." Yu Fuxu had the same feeling. They were clearly from different power systems. So why was there such a high similarity? It could only be explained in one sentence: all balls were round, but the size and weight were different. In just 10 minutes, Mao Yao and her demon pet, the 3-tailed fox devilish creature, killed all 8 devi-humans. Mao Yao and the 3-tailed fox devilish creature dealt with these 8 devi-humans as easily as an adult beating a child. The main reason was that the difference in strength was too great. Not to mention Mao Yao. Just the strength of the 3-tailed fox devilish creature was enough to crush these 8 devi-humans. The third of the 7 external checkpoints had been cleared. Then, Yu Fuxu and the others would definitely continue to pass the next round. After all, this was the 3rd trial of the 9 Nether Demon Cave's Otherworld Instance Dungeon. If Yu Fuxu and the others couldn't complete Trial 3 in 7 days, they would be killed by the Heavenly Dao system. They had no way out, and could only charge forward bravely. Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and their familiars could be considered the main force of the chosen ones. Moreover, there were 3 chosen ones who were walking towards the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints with their contracted familiars. They would join up in 2 to 3 hours at most. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the wind chime sounded. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. As a devilish creature, you actually have no desires. Chapter 182. As a devilish creature, you actually have no desires. Chosen one. No. 14. Your contract with your familiar has reached 61. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one. No. 14. Your contract value with your familiar has reached 87. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one. No. 14. Contract value with familiar has reached 100. At this time, Mao Yao's contract value with her demon pet was already full. Another broadcast sounded. Congratulations. Chosen one. No. 14. For completing Trial 2 and obtaining 2 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 3. Chosen 1 N0. 14. Please pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints with the devilish creature. Warm reminder: the deadline is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. Mao Yao also activated the 3rd trial. Now, the goal of Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, and Mao Yao's trial was the same. They all had to pass the 7 external and 7 internal checkpoints to complete the 3rd trial. After they set off, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejian were only about 20 kilometers away from them. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejian would probably be able to meet up with Yu Fuxu and the others before the latter reached the 4th checkpoint. At this moment, Su Qingqian had actually gone to the 2nd level of the 7 external checkpoints. She was clearly the first to activate the 3rd trial, but her progress was almost the slowest. Moreover, it was the blue cat devilish creature that purposefully brought Su Qingqian to the 2nd checkpoint. Just as Su Qingqian set off, she saw other chosen ones. They were Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlun. They seemed to have agreed to travel together. Fang Xiaoling was riding the 3-headed wolf devilish creature, and Mu Lanlun was similarly riding the black panther devilish creature. Su Kainqian was also riding the round blue cat devilish creature. These devilish creatures were several times larger than the so-called wolves, leopards, and cats. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan didn't say anything to Su Kainqian. They rode their familiars and went past Su Kainqian. It was unknown what Su Kainqian was thinking, but she actually got the blue cat to chase after them. Blue Bristle, catch up. Upon hearing this, the fur on the blue cat devilish creature emitted an even brighter blue light, and it accelerated. It looked like a huge ball rolling on the ground. This was because the blue cat was too round. One could not even tell if it was a head or tail. Although the blue cat devilish creature was very round, its speed was not slow at all. After a while, they caught up to the three-headed wolf devilish creature and the black panther devilish creature. The attentive netizens could tell from the live broadcast that the blue cat speed was far from its limits. It was very stable, as if it had added a shock absorption function. Because Su Kainqian was sitting on the back of the blue cat devilish creature, she did not feel any bumps at all. Three-headed wolf and big black leopard. Race with blue bristle. As soon as Su Kainqian said this, the three-headed wolf devilish creature and the black panther devilish creature seemed to have been stimulated. They really sped up. Not taking their masters seriously at all, the blue cat sped up further. Just like that, the three devilish creatures raced crazily on the way to the second checkpoint. Seeing this, Mu Lanlan asked her familiar, "What happened to you just now?" As the black panther devilish creature rushed, it replied, "I'm not sure. This human girl's voice seems to be able to activate the demonic nature of us devilish creatures." Mu Lanlan looked at Su Kainqian in surprise. She naturally knew Su Kainqian well. After all, Mu Lanlan had been paying attention to the Otherworld instance dungeon, especially in the past month or so. Su Kainqian had become a household name. Moreover, Mu Lanlan had also discovered that Su Kainqian had an extremely special beast tamer ability. Not only could she command otherworldly beasts, but she could also activate the devilish nature of a devilish creature, causing the black panther devilish creature and the three-headed wolf devilish creature to sprint. Mu Lanlan actually did not find it strange that Su Kainqian had such a mysterious attribute. Would it be strange for the son and daughter of an extremely rich person to drive a car worth tens of millions every day and enter a super club? Of course not. See, this was the same logic. Hence, no one thought that it would be strange for Su Kainqian to do something that others could not. In less than 10 minutes, Su Kainqian rode the blue cat devilish creature to the second checkpoint. She made the blue cat stop. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan also stopped their familiars and observed their surroundings. Finally, they saw the corpses of 4 Divihumans. "It's the Divihumans that you Fuxu and the others killed, right?" Mu Lanlan asked. Feng Xiaoling nodded, and said, "As far as I know, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and the 2 chosen ones with the surname Tang are all ahead of us. These should be the 4 Divihumans they killed." Feng Xiaoling took the opportunity to look at Su Kainqian's blue cat. Don't forget, Feng Xiaoling had the ability to read minds. Therefore, she could tell what the blue cat was thinking. However, for some reason, she could not see through the blue cat's thoughts. How strange. It's like a clear lake. It's actually so calm. The reason why Feng Xiaoling found it strange was that devilish creatures had a chaotic mind, so she could easily read their thoughts. However, this blue cat devilish creature was an exception. The only possibility of Feng Xiaoling not being able to read someone's mind was that the latter had no distracting thoughts, and no desires. As a murderous devilish creature, how could it do this? Feng Xiaoling increasingly felt that the devilish creature that Su Kainqian subdued was very terrifying. Feng Xiaoling looked at Su Kainqian. She still couldn't hear Su Kainqian's inner voice in her mind. Feng Xiaoling was shocked. As long as it was a human, it was impossible to be without desires. Even if it was a 5-year-old child, that could only mean that Su Kainqian had no distracting thoughts. But now, did Su Kainqian look like a little girl without any distracting thoughts? Feng Xiaoling looked at Su Kainqian, searching for something. At this moment, Feng Xiaoling began to doubt herself. However, She could hear the thoughts of Mu Lanlan and the Black Panther devilish creature, as well as those of her familiar three-headed wolf devilish creature. It could only be said that Su Kainkian really hid herself very well. It was so deep that she could not see through Su Kainkian. As for the blue cat devilish creature, it might be purely without desires. However, if it had no desires as a devilish creature, then could it still be considered a devilish creature? Did you hear something? Mu Lanlan asked curiously when she saw the surprised expression on Fang Xiaoling's face. Fang Xiaoling took a deep breath and said, I don't even know how to start. Hearing this, Mu Lanlan changed the topic and said, you already know my secret, so if the two of us join forces, we will definitely not be weaker than you Fuxu and the others. We will definitely be able to successfully pass the trial of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. I know what you're thinking. It was precisely because of this that Fang Xiaoling got together with Mu Lanlan. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the wind chimes sounded. It was the notification from the Heavenly Dao system. As for the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream, they saw the livestream scene of Chosen One No. 4. Yuan Zhao. Lines of translation appeared. That's awesome. Chapter 1A3 Chapter 1A3 The Descendant of the Qiuba clan, which was once said to be demons. Chapter 183 The Descendant of the Qiuba clan, which was once said to be demons. Congratulations, Chosen One No. 4, for successfully subduing a devilish creature and obtaining 1 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 2 Chosen One No. 4. Please raise the familiar contract to the second stage within 48 hours. Warm reminder: the current contract value of Chosen One No. 4 and the devilish creature is 0. The netizen saw that a man in his early 40s had actually subdued a LV-24 devilish creature. Everyone looked at the identity of Chosen One No. 4 again. Chosen One No. 4 Yuan Zhao. Nationality Dragon Country. Age 42 years old. Position Captain of the Security Team. Personal Assets 250. Dragon Coins. 0 Heavenly Dao Coins. Power none. Treasure none. One look at his identity information, and one could tell that he was an ordinary person. However, could an ordinary person subdue a LV-24 devilish creature? As everyone knew, the powers and identity information referred to the rewards of the Heavenly Dao, personal talents, and so on. Other things were not categorized as powers. This Chosen One No. 4, Yuan Zhao, had subdued a devilish creature that looked like a black bear. When it stood up, it was more than 4 meters tall. Its body was even comparable to an elephant's. It had a pair of fangs and 2 horns on its head. The fur on its body stood up like a hedgehog's needles, and there was a circle of black devil kai around its body. How did Yuan Zhao subdue such a powerful devilish creature? Some of the netizens had seen Yuan Zhao knock down the black bear devilish creature with a punch. Right. It was one punch. Then, they saw Yuan Zhao raise the black bear devilish creature with one hand. Could someone with that strength be considered an ordinary person? However, those who could subdue devilish creatures were not ordinary people. Yuan Zhao actually had the ability to move mountains and rivers. However, there was nothing similar to 13x Tiger, Power of Sun Wire in Yuan Zhao's identity information. Awesome. Forcefully subduing a LV-24 devilish creature. Who is Yuan Zhao? The head of security. The identity of the security captain is only on the surface. Does a person with such powerful power really just want to be a security guard? The netizens seemed to have realized that the chosen one that was hidden the deepest was not a cultivator like Qin Biguang and Mao Yao, but Yuan Zhao, who could uproot mountains and rivers. Blue Planet, Dragon Country. In a villa, Lin Gongchuang could tell Yuan Zhao's true identity at a glance. The descendant of the Qiuba clan. Thousands of years ago, it was said that there was an ancient race with extraordinary strength. All of them were born with divine strength. Because they were too strong, they were called demons. Then, for some reason, they gradually disappeared in the long river of history. They had not really disappeared. They had just vanished without a trace. However, Lin Gongchuan was not surprised. She also knew some secrets of the Qiuba clan. Although the descendants of the Qiuba clan were extremely powerful, their strength was related to their lives. If they exceeded the limit of power, they would also die. The people of Dragon Country had a long history, and the ancient races recorded in history for more than 10 years were definitely not groundless nonsense. Lin Gongchuan discovered that there were a total of 3 chosen ones in this 5-star otherworld instance dungeon trial who were descendants of ancient races. Other than chosen one no. 4. Chosen one no. 5. Fang Xiaoling. And chosen one no. 9. Mu Lamlun. Were also descendants of ancient races. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream made all kinds of guesses. However, they did not guess Yuan Zhao's true identity. Nonetheless, the netizens discovered that among the 15 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom, 9 of them had subdued devilish creatures, and they were not ordinary people. At first, they had thought that the chosen ones this time had been far less powerful than the chosen ones from the previous trial in the island of wild beastmen. And what happened? Not only were they more powerful than the chosen ones from the island of wild beastmen, but they were also several times more powerful. After all, among the chosen ones this time, there were actually 2 mid-stage Kai refinement cultivators. There were also 2 Tang sects that had been prospering in Dragon Country, and 2 supernatural ability users. There was also the legendary ace of Dragon Country, Yu Fuxu. Su Qianqian had a LV 30 father. Finally, there was also the powerful descendant of the Qiuba clan, Yuan Zhao. Such a powerful lineup of chosen ones had never appeared in the past 28 years. In the Devilish Mountains, Yuan Zhao used absolute power to make the black bear devilish creature submit to him and complete the familiar contract. It had to be known that this LV-24 black bear demon was strong enough to be called the #1 overlord of the Devilish Mountains. However, Yuan Zhao's goal was not ordinary. He wanted to subdue the strongest demon in the Devilish Mountains. Yuan Zhao also knew that the 5-star difficulty level Otherworld Instance Dungeon Trial was not simple. As the saying went, sharpening the knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. Even though Yu Fuxu and the others had already begun the 3rd trial, Yuan Zhao obviously wanted to fight an adequate battle. Ring ring ring. Immediately, the Heavenly Dao System's notification sounded. Then, a voice that sounded like a broadcast spread. Chosen one no. 9. Your contract with your familiar has reached 50. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 9. Your contract with your familiar has reached 87. Please continue to work hard. Chosen one no. 9. Contract value with familiar has reached 100. In less than 10 minutes after Yuan Zhao subdued the LV-24 black bear devilish creature, his contract value was actually full. The black bear devilish creature completely submitted to Yuan Zhao. As a LV-24 black bear devilish creature, how could it not know Yuan Zhao's strength? He was not just comparable to those LV-25 and LV-26 heavenly devils. The stronger the devilish creature, the greater their ambition. Increasing their strength through the familiar contract was a fast path for devilish creatures. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 9. For completing Trial 2 and obtaining 2 Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Trial 3 Chosen 1 N0. 9. Please pass the 7 inner and 7 outer checkpoints with the devilish creature. Warm reminder: the deadline is 7 days. Those who are late will be killed. At this moment, Yuan Zhao asked the black bear devilish creature, "Where are the 7 inner and outer checkpoints?" "Master, after walking out of the devilish mountains from here, if you continue south, you will reach the 7 inner and outer checkpoints of 9 Nether Devil's City." The black bear devilish creature's voice was actually much more ancient than Yuan Zhao's. "Let's go." Yuan Zhao had a ruthless personality. The black bear devilish creature followed behind Yuan Zhao without a word. At this moment, Yu Fuxu and the others, who were on the way to the 4 checkpoints, suddenly stopped. They were not waiting here for the 2 Tang sect chosen ones who had rushed over. They were not waiting for Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlun, 2 other chosen ones. They would not be waiting for Su Kainkian. After all, Su Kainkian had started playing at the second level of the 7 checkpoints. They did not know when Su Kainkian would reach the third level. Yu Fuxu said to Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao. Chosen one no. 4. Yuan Zhao. Chapter 1D4 Chapter 1D4 This is the anticipated chosen one. Chapter 184 This is the anticipated chosen one. Qin Beiguang said. Looks like there's still a very powerful chosen one. Mao Yao also said. To us, having a stronger chosen one is definitely a good thing. In fact, Yu Fuxu knew that there were people who hid very well in Dragon Country. However, ever since she entered the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor, she realized that she had been short-sighted. Rather than saying that Yu Fuxu had not even reached the peak of mortals, it'd be more correct to say that as long as Yu Fuxu could survive the trial here, not only would she be able to reach the peak of mortals, but she would also have a high chance of surpassing the peak of mortals. Just like cultivators the likes of Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao. About half an hour later, in front of the 4th checkpoint, the Devil Pond here only had a 7 to 8 meter tall wall. It was clearly impossible to stop challengers with just this wall. However, there were a total of 16 Divihumans guarding the checkpoint here. Yu Fuxu and the others didn't have the so-called Divihuman pass, so they naturally couldn't pass smoothly. Taking 10 steps back, even if they could really obtain the so-called Divihuman pass, they still had familiars. It was impossible for the guards to let them pass too. Furthermore, the 3rd trial required one to break through the 7 inner and 7 outer barriers. At the same time, the 2 chosen ones from the Tang sect, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejian, as well as Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan, had also arrived. Yuan Zhao did not ride the black bear devilish creature. Otherwise, he could have arrived here in more than an hour. As for Su Kainkian, she was still at the demonic pool of the 2nd checkpoint. Now, the 7 chosen ones, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, Tang Yingji, Tang Dejian, Feng Xiaoling, and Mu Lanlan, had gathered. Their magical pets were already in place. Yu Fuxu and the others didn't do much tactical discussion. They simply divided into 5 formations. Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, and Mao Yao formed a formation to deal with the Divihumans. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejian were in the same group to fight against the Divihumans. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan formed a formation. However, with 16 Divihumans, it was impossible to distribute the opponents evenly. There had to be 1 or 2 formations to deal with 4 or even 5 Divihumans. Before the checkpoint, 16 Divihumans had mobilized. Their duty was to kill anyone who barged through the checkpoint. Actually, Qin Beiguang and his demon pet could deal with 16 Divihumans. However, Qin Beiguang had never thought of taking such a risk. On the far left, Yu Fuxu and her demon pet had already confronted the 3 Divihumans. She had nothing to say to these 3 Divihumans. How many people were still talking to the enemy on the battlefield? They just had to fight. Help me stall 2 Divihumans. After I'm done with them, I'll deal with the other 2 with you. Yu Fuxu said to the black snake devilish creature. Hearing this, the black snake devilish creature's eyes rolled. It stuck out its tongue, and said, then, Master, agree to share magic power. The black snake devilish creature's tone was still filled with arrogance. No problem. Just hang in there. Yu Fuxu agreed. The black snake devilish creature was already her familiar. If Yu Fuxu died here, the black snake devilish creature would probably die here too. In addition, as long as its master could kill the Divihumans, the strength of the black snake devilish creature would also increase. What reason did the black snake devilish creature have to betray Yu Fuxu? The black snake devilish creature darted back and forth between the 2 Divihumans. After using magic power, the black snake devilish creature became even faster. Although the black snake devilish creature was only LV 20, its ability to escape was really not inferior to that of the LV 22 flying black tiger devilish creature. Moreover, the black snake devilish creature could burrow underground. It should not be difficult to hold back 2 LV 21 devilish creatures. with the same magic power. Whoosh! The devihumans in front of Yu Fuxu released magic. The devil kai curled up like a surging wolf and swept towards Yu Fuxu. A skull appeared in the devil kai. It was that skull spell again. It was not that there was not much magic in the devihuman world, but that magic was equivalent to a martial arts technique. It was already quite impressive for a true devilable devihuman to know 1 or 2 spells. As a mid-stage kai refinement cultivator, Qin Beiguang probably only knew 1 or 2 spells. Perhaps Mao Yao knew more spells. It was obvious from the set of 3-section sticks she played. Yu Fuxu used the power of devil devouring to directly devour the skull spell. Swoosh! In an instant, the skull spell was completely devoured by her. It was obvious that Yu Fuxu's strength had increased by a level. The current Yu Fuxu should be at LV 21. This was her astonishing growth speed. Yu Fuxu waved the flower burst spear in her hand. In just a few moves, multiple spear strikes exploded on the devihuman's body. That devihuman actually died. Chosen ones who had the strength to resist the devihumans were on a completely different level from chosen ones who did not have the strength to do the same. When it came to the chosen ones who did not have the strength to resist the devihumans, killing them was easier than stepping on an ant. However, the chosen one who had the strength to resist the devihumans found killing the latter as easy as killing a chicken. When Yu Fuxu was fighting against this devihuman, she was clearly the latter. Yu Fuxu went to help the black snake devilish creature, and began to fight the other 2 devihumans. In the other 4 formations, they were also fighting several devihumans, especially Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao. They and their familiars had each killed 4 devihumans. Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao did not interfere in the battle of the other chosen ones. Firstly, there was no need to take the risk. Secondly, he was afraid that if something unexpected happened, he would be caught off guard. The 2 devilish creatures in the sky let out cooing sounds, and actually released a devilish barrier. Their surroundings seemed to have turned pitch black. However, the 2 devilish creatures were only LV 18. The devilish barrier released could not trap the 4 devihumans. However, a wine lover wasn't drinking wine for wine's sake. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang only wanted the devilish creature to release the devilish barrier to distract the 4 devihumans for a moment. Swish! Suddenly, a rain of flying needles shot out from Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang's gloves. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge an overt spear, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Even devihumans were made of flesh and blood. Furthermore, every flying needle was laced with poison. It was as if the bodies of the 4 devihumans were riddled with holes at this moment. A dazzling array of flying needles pierced into the bodies of the 4 devihumans. In less than 30 seconds, the faces of the 4 devihumans turned purple. Then, they fell to the ground and gradually lost all signs of life. Under the cooperation of the devilish creatures, the strength of the 2 chosen ones of the Tang sect had simply increased by a level. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream sighed deeply. Chapter 185 Chapter 185 Only Su Kangqian was left behind. Chapter 185 Only Su Kangqian was left behind. This is the chosen one we want to see. How many chosen ones could be so domineering to resist the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the otherworld instance? Dungeon. 99 of the chosen ones were killed by demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts one-sidedly. Yeah, this scene makes me extremely excited. In the Dragon Nation's Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens let out excited shouts. In the past, the chosen one of the otherworld instance dungeon trials would be tortured and killed by demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 other worlds. This would also make the netizens grit their teeth. They also admitted that the chosen ones of the blue planet were too weak. They had become toys that could be killed wantonly in the hands of the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts of the 5 alternate worlds. In front of the 4th checkpoint, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, Tang Yingji, and Tang Dejiang fought in these 4 groups. They killed a total of 13 devihumans before stopping. Currently, Only Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan's formation were still fighting 3 devihumans. The familiars were the ones fighting the whole time. The 3-headed wolf devilish creature and the black leopard devilish creature were both LV-20 devilish creatures. However, for some reason, under the command of Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan, their strength wasn't inferior to that of the 3 LV-21 devihumans at all. Even Yu Fuxu and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "A flawless devilish creature attack." Not only that, but with their cooperation, they can also know every move of the devihumans. It seems like they have increased the strength of the devilish creatures, but in fact, they have weakened the strength of the devihumans. How did they do it? The tacit understanding between familiars and humans, the cooperation between humans, and the prediction of enemies. When they realized that Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlan had joined forces, it was as if they had formed a perfect and seamless industrial chain. Other businessmen were unable to make money from it, and the profits were all pocketed. In other words, Fang Xiaoling would provide information and let Mu Lanlan organize the information before transmitting it to the devilish creature. Then, the latter would transmit it to Fang Xiaoling at the first moment and complete the battle prediction and experience summary faster than the enemy. Under the siege of 2 LV-20 devilish creatures, the 3 devihumans actually looked like they could not fight back. Rip rip. After fighting for a few minutes, the 3-headed wolf devilish creature and the black leopard devilish creature bit and killed 2 devihumans at the same time. As for the remaining devihuman, under the command of the 2 of them, the 3-headed wolf devilish creature and the black panther devilish creature killed him in one strike. If there were no devilish creatures, they would be nothing. Well, of course that wasn't quite it. If there were no devilish creatures, they could also use other external forces, or even control the devihumans themselves. However, they were like fish in water with their contracted familiars. Impressive. Tang Dejian also sighed. Although Tang Yingji didn't say anything, he was indeed amazed. After more than 10 minutes of rest, Yu Fuxu and the others headed for the 5th checkpoint again. At this moment, a man and a black bear entered the eyes of Yu Fuxu and the others. Chosen one no. 4. Yuan Zhao. LV-24 black bear devilish creature. Yu Fuxu and the others were all watching Yuan Zhao and his demon pet. Qin Beiguang sized up Yuan Zhao very carefully. After all, Yuan Zhao could subdue a LV-24 devilish creature, so his strength might not be inferior to his. However, Qin Beiguang realized that Yuan Zhao was not a cultivator. However, for some reason, Qin Beiguang felt a strange aura from Yuan Zhao. Furthermore, this aura seemed to come from an innate power. "I'm sorry, I just arrived." Yuan Zhao took the initiative to greet Yu Fuxu and the others. It was not only because they were all chosen ones, but also because the goal of the trial was the same. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all in the same boat. Yu Fuxu stood up and said to Yuan Zhao, "May I ask how you subdued the LV-24 black bear devilish creature?" Yuan Zhao said, "I made it obedient with a punch." One punch. The power of a punch can make a LV-24 black bear devilish creature obey. Qin Beiguang and the others looked at Yuan Zhao in surprise. Yuan Zhao did not hide it. After all, his strength had already been exposed, and he had no intention of hiding it. "I've been different from others since I was young. When I was 7 years old, I could lift something weighing more than 150 kg with one hand. When I became an adult, I could lift a big truck. In the past 20 years, my strength increased year by year. Right now, I don't know how strong I am." From Yuan Zhao's words, it was not difficult to tell that Yuan Zhao had not used all his strength in the past 20 years. An extraordinary individual. Qin Beiguang could only use this phrase to describe Yuan Zhao. One had to know that Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao, who were at the middle stage of Kaya refinement, were far weaker than Yuan Zhao. Lifting a big truck, they couldn't do it at all. Moreover, Yuan Zhao's strength actually increased with age. If Yuan Zhao was not an extraordinary person, it would be impossible for him to subdue a LV-24 black bear devilish creature. In the eyes of Yu Fuxu and the others, Yuan Zhao was not only strong, but also very tenacious. With Yuan Zhao and a LV 24 black-bearded devilish creature joining the trial, Yu Fuxu and the others were naturally very happy. Yu Fuxu stammered. In fact, she didn't know how to address Yuan Zhao. I'm older than you all, Yuan Zhao said truthfully. Then, Uncle Yuan, did you see Su Kanqian halfway? Yu Fuxu asked. Yuan Zhao said in an affirmative tone. I saw her playing with a big round cat that was emitting blue light by the roadside. She's at the second level of the first 7 checkpoints. Yu Fuxu thought that Su Kanqian was still in the devilish mountains. Although no one said it, they all knew in their hearts that Su Kanqian was also a key player among the chosen ones. Even if Su Kanqian was only a 5-year-old girl. As a big shot in the other world, Su Yong had to have left many backup plans for Su Kanqian. They always felt that Su Kanqian could be useful at critical moments. They would not wait for Su Kanqian's arrival now, but that did not mean that they would not complete the next trial with Su Kanqian. However, the current third trial was to pass the 7 inner and 7 outer checkpoints. They were still confident. Currently, other than Su Kanqian who had fallen behind, the other 8 chosen ones had all gathered together. Moreover, they began the third trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon 9 Nether Demon Cave. Yu Fuxu said to the 7 chosen ones present. Then let's continue with the third trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Although Yu Fuxu's current strength wasn't the greatest among them, Yu Fuxu's reputation and credibility were enough to make everyone trust her. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Could it be that Su Kanqian is a descendant of the ancient witch clan? Chapter 186. Could it be that Su Kanqian is a descendant of the ancient witch clan? Dragon Country. In the capital, Xia Xianglan actually appeared here. Rather than saying that, it should actually be said that she lived here. Xia Xianglan came to a small house. In a square hall stood an old man in his 70s. Third great uncle. Can you teach me Kaiman's 64 techniques? Xia Xianglan begged. Hearing this, the 70-year-old man only waved his hand, and did not say anything. Xia Xianglan again pleaded. One grew up with you, and you've already taught me Kaiman's 24 techniques. The old man said honestly. The 24 techniques are Kaiman's earth-level techniques, and the 64 techniques are Kaiman's heaven-level techniques. You don't have any witchcraft source in you, so if you cultivate Kaiman's heaven-level techniques, you will definitely be punished by the heavens. Xia Xianglan naturally knew. This was because the women's 24 techniques were women's earth-level techniques created according to the 24 seasons. However, the 64 techniques were women's heaven-level techniques created according to the weather. As for the witchcraft source that the old man was talking about, he meant a person who had the bloodline of the witch clan. Xia Xianglan also knew that it was traced back to the ancient witch clan. As far as she knew, the ancient witch clan had Jialai, Xuan Yuan, and Su Iron. These ancient witch clan members were long gone, and it was unknown if they had left any descendants. Xia Xianglan also learned that many supernatural ability users were descendants of the ancient races. Xia Xianglan also had to know that Yuan Zhao was from the Kuiba clan, which was also a branch of the ancient witch clan. Although Xia Xianglan was not from the ancient witch clan, she still had no intention of giving up. She had no intention of giving up on the Kaiman 64 techniques. Third great uncle. When I was 7 years old, you told me about the revival. I've always remembered it. One also know that many mysteries in the land of Dragon Country have also been revived. It's related to the arrival of 5 other worlds on the blue planet. Xia Xianglan continued. My parents also died because they cultivated the Kaiman's 64 techniques. But I don't want to accept my fate. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man was silent for a long time, but he did not answer Xia Xianglan. You still know too little. After saying this, the old man actually walked out of the room. When Xia Xianglan chased after him, she did not see her third great-uncle. However, when Xia Xianglan saw 3 green dates fall from a date tree in the small courtyard, she immediately understood. Thank you, third uncle. Xia Xianglan knew that her third great-uncle wanted to teach her the Kaiman 64 techniques. During this period, Xia Xianglin also thought a lot Su Keunqian's father. Because she had discovered too many mysteries surrounding Su Keunqian, she wondered if Su Keunqian was a descendant of the ancient witch clan. This was because Su Keunqian knew spells and could summon otherworldly beasts. These were the potential of the descendants of the ancient witch clan. As Su Keunqian's father, he was definitely even more mysterious. Xia Xianglin felt that her guess was right. In the Divihuman world, in front of the 5th checkpoint of the 9 Nether Demon Cave, Yu Fuxu and the others, as well as their familiars, had already started fighting the 32 Divihumans guarding the 5th of the 7 outer checkpoints, especially Yuan Zhao and his demon pet, who were simply a different breed. In the world of the Divihumans, Yuan Zhao's punch could actually kill a Divihuman on the spot. One had to know that the latter was a LV-21 true devil. However, he could not withstand Yuan Zhao's punch. Moreover, these true devils' Black Worm spell and Skull spell were completely harmless to Yuan Zhao. The netizens in the Heavenly Dell livestream were also impassioned. When will all the chosen ones be able to sweep through the Otherworld Instance Dungeon like them? If it can really be done, then the Otherworld Instance Dungeon will no longer be a living hell, but a dream paradise. That's right. After passing the trial, not only can you obtain Heavenly Dao coins, but you can also obtain special rewards. Aren't you guys thinking too much? How can an ordinary person be selected by the Heavenly Dao system to enter this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial with a 5-star difficulty factor? Tens of billions of people are ordinary people, and people like them are simply rare. The netizens had no choice but to accept this reality. Even though there were now 9 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom who had the strength to resist the Divihumans, there was not even 1 in a million people who could fight against demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the entire Dragon Country. Don't even mention turning the Otherworld Instance Dungeon into a dream paradise where everyone could pass the trial. In just 18 minutes, Yu Fuxu and the others had actually cleared the 5th checkpoint completely. The 32 Divihumans guarding here had all died. Among them, 18 Divihumans had been killed by Yuan Zhao and his demon pet. Yuan Zhao's demon pet was a LV-24 black bear devilish creature. It was definitely very easy to kill a LV-21 Divihuman for it. As the devilish creatures killed, their strength also increased extremely quickly. In particular, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang's 2 L devilish creatures had increased from LV-18 to LV-20. It had to be known that it was impossible for a LV-18 L devilish creature to kill a LV-21 Divihuman. However, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang killed the Divihumans, which would also increase the strength of their familiars under the familiar contract. This was the benefit that the familiar contract gave to the devilish creature. When devilish creatures contracted someone as familiars, it felt like a bird choosing a good tree to nest in. A devilish creature also had to consider carefully when choosing its master. However, the devilish creature that Su Keunqian subdued was an exception. After resting for a while, Yu Fuxu and the others headed towards the 6th of the 7 checkpoints. Although they were a little tired, they were not so tired that they could not move. At this moment, Su Keunqian, who had a special reward, experienced the benefits of these 2 seemingly ordinary special powers. Su Keunqian's power of satiation from breathing was equivalent to physical sustenance, and the power of mental power from opening eyes maintained her high spirits queue. She could not eat or sleep in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. She would not feel hungry and sleepy. The current Su Keunqian was filled with vigor just like when she first teleported to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw Su Keunqian riding the blue cat devilish creature forward. She went from the 2nd level of the 7 outer checkpoints to the 3rd level. However, the blue cat's movement speed was very slow, just like an ordinary person walking. At this speed, Su Keunqian wouldn't be able to catch up to Yu Fuxu and the others even if she had a whole day. However, Su Keunqian didn't want to catch up to Yu Fuxu and the others. Su Keunqian went wherever she went. In the view of the netizens, the reason Su Yong had left so many backup plans for Su Keunqian was not to make Su Keunqian not worry or be afraid in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. but naturally to let Su Qingqian enjoy the joy of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to her heart's content. Don't ask if Su Yong really had the ability to let Su Qingqian play in the 5-star difficulty level Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. The most realistic is the most useful. Chapter 187. The most realistic is the most useful. While Yu Fuxu and the others were on the way to the 6th checkpoint, Feng Xiaoling was actually reading Yuan Zhao's mind. Rather than saying that she could read his mind, it was more like she could hear Yuan Zhao's thoughts. At this moment, Feng Xiaoling walks to Yuan Zhao's side. Uncle Yuan, you don't have to doubt me. In fact, there were extraordinary people among our ancestors, Feng Xiaoling said honestly. Hearing this, Yuan Zhao looked at Feng Xiaoling in surprise, but he only saw through it, and did not say out loud what he understood. Feng Xiaoling smiled, and said, Uncle Yuan, you're really a pragmatic person. Do you have a son? Yuan Zhao said truthfully, I don't have a son. I have 2 daughters 2 to 3 years younger than you. Yuan Zhao also knew that Feng Xiaoling was 20 years old, and his 2 daughters were only 17 or 18 years old. Yuan Zhao said, my 2 daughters are not in a situation like mine. Of course. Yuan Zhao was referring to his ridiculous strength. Feng Xiaoling nodded, and said, I'm the only one in my family who's different. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream seem to have noticed something through Feng Xiaoling and Yuan Zhao's conversation. Not hereditary. If it's not inherited, why would they have such unusual people among their ancestors? Maybe it's hereditary. It's really hard to say when it comes to genetics. At the mention of ancestors, many netizens began to look through their family trees. However, after flipping through them, they could at most discover that their ancestors had produced high-ranking officials and nobles. As for whether there had been any extraordinary people, they knew nothing. Speaking of those who could trace their ancestors 18 generations back, there had not been many high officials, nobles, or even emperors. Some of the optimists and fantasists started discussing again. In that case, I might not be an ordinary person, either. Maybe I'll awaken something. Haha, I might be the son of destiny. Perhaps one day, we will know after being chosen by the Heavenly Dao system. However, Xia Zhanglan, who was watching the Heavenly Dao live broadcast, recalled a sentence. How could there be so many Destiny's children in this world? They were just people who thought highly of themselves. However, Xia Zhanglan also thought that she was an extraordinary person. Perhaps most people had such contradictory thoughts. 2 hours later, in the Devihuman world, at the 6th of 7 checkpoints of the 9 Nether Demon Cave, this place was like a small village. After all, there were 64 true devils guarding this checkpoint in the Devil Pond. Something appeared. 64 Devihumans with green faces and fangs and black horns on their heads appeared on a defensive wall. They jumped down and attacked Yu Fuxu and the others. Yu Fuxu and the others didn't say anything to the 64 Devihumans. After all, it was useless to say anything. Yu Fuxu and the others were here to challenge the checkpoints and break through them. This group of Devihumans was here to guard the checkpoint. Of course, they would kill anyone who tried to pass the checkpoint. After a few battles together, Yu Fuxu had also made the Black Snake devilish creature understand Yu Fuxu's combat method better. Compared to Yu Fuxu's trembling, she was completely different. After all, Yu Fuxu wasn't trembling with the determination to kill the Black Snake devilish creature back then. However, facing this group of Devihumans, Yu Fuxu mercilessly killed them. As she killed, she did not even blink. Even the devilish creatures felt that Yu Fuxu was more like a Devihuman than a human. It was obvious how much Yu Fuxu enjoyed the killing in the Devihuman world. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds came from more than 10 places around them. Although the magic that this group of true Devil-level Devihumans used was not weak, they did not have any practical defensive power. As long as one could break the magic of this group of Devihumans, he could easily kill them. Yuan Zhao and his demon pet were still as ferocious as ever. As expected of the captain of the security team, killing the Devihumans was like killing pigs. He killed those Devihumans until they cried out. In a one-on-one fight, Even a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator like Qin Beiguang could not withstand 3 punches from Yuan Zhao. He might collapse after 2 punches. How strong was Yuan Zhao? He could send the LV-21 Divihumans flying 30 to 40 meters away with a punch, and this was not even his full strength. Compared to Yuan Zhao and the others, it was definitely Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang from the Tang sect who were more relaxed. They used hidden weapons. How ruthless were hidden weapons? As long as the Divihumans had low defense, they would not be able to escape death. Coincidentally, this group of true divi-level Divihumans' defense was at most 1 or 2 times higher compared to ordinary people. They could not withstand the attacks of the Tang sect's hidden weapons at all. Moreover, with the help of their familiars, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang released their hidden weapons without any fear. However, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang from the Tang sect were not the 2 chosen ones who had the easiest time dealing with the Divihumans. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were the ones. This was because they stood motionless and were commanding the devilish creatures to fight. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream site again. The chosen ones are no longer one-sidedly killed by demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. In the past 5 years, only Yu Fuxu, and Su Kangqian have swept through the enemies in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. The other chosen ones have basically lived submissively, but most of them were killed by the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 other worlds. Although 6 chosen ones died in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, it's much better than the previous Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials. This is clearly an Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. Through the Heavenly Dao live broadcast, the netizens saw Yu Fuxu and the others kill all 64 Divihumans. This time, it only took about 15 minutes. It was mainly because Yu Fuxu and the others' familiars were growing crazily in the slaughter. Of course, there was also Yu Fuxu, who cultivated the Devil Dao. Her strength also increased at a visible speed. The current Yu Fuxu's strength was probably extremely close to LV-22. It had not even been 10 hours since the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial commenced. The living chosen ones had already begun trial 3. Yu Fuxu really enjoyed the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial in the Divihuman world. If allowed, she hoped to stay in the Divihuman world for the rest of her life. Obviously, that was impossible. After all, Yu Fuxu was teleported to the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to train as a chosen one. She could either complete the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial and be teleported out, or she would die in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. There was no third option. At this moment, Yu Fuxu and the others planned to rest for 7 or 8 hours at the 6th of 7 outer checkpoints before carrying on. Of course, they would also be tired and hungry. At the mention of being tired and hungry, everyone couldn't help but think of Su Kangqian. They were not worried that Su Kangqian would be tired and hungry. Instead, they knew that Su Kangqian would not be tired or hungry at all in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Chapter 188 Chapter 188 Chaotic Killing Every 5 Years. Chapter 188 Chaotic Killing Every 5 Years. There's a lot of meat, but there's no stove. It seems that the Divihumans like to eat it raw. In the third house, Yu Fuxu and Mao Yao were searching for food. They realized that there was a lot of fresh meat in the house, including chicken, duck, and fish. However, there was no stove in the house. Yu Fuxu said, "It's not just the Divihumans who like to eat raw food. The demons, eerie, monsters, and beasts of the other 4 alternate worlds also like to eat raw food." There was no need to mention the eerie. Their favorite food was something to nourish the yin, especially internal organs. As for the otherworldly beasts, they were simply hungry and did not care about food. Basically, they would eat whatever they caught. As for monsters, they would eat anything that entered their mouths. They would even eat rocks. It was just demons that liked to eat white and tender things. The demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts had all treated Su Kangqian as food, whether or not demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts like to eat children. It was unknown. Not only did they fail to eat Su Kainkian, but they also went for the wool and came back shorn. There's so much food. It's enough for us to eat for more than half a month. Of course, Yu Fuxu didn't plan to take all the food away. However, she would still take some food with her. Who knew how long the trial would last in the 9 Nether Demon Cave dungeon of the Divi-human world? If they starved to death before the trial ended, that would be the most miserable death possible. Yu Fuxu asked curiously, "Do Yukai refinement stage cultivators eat a lot every day?" Yu Fuxu didn't know where she heard it from, but she felt like cultivators could go half a month without eating or drinking. And wouldn't die. The quantity is slightly larger than before, Mao Yao said honestly. Yu Fuxu asked, "I once read a document about cultivation. It said that when cultivators reach a certain realm, they can abstain from eating." Mao Yao shook her head. 1am not sure. But information is just information. It is very different from actual cultivation. Mao Yao continued, "Let me put it this way. The Kaya refinement stage is equivalent to those Qigong masters, and their appetite will not decrease." Mao Yao then asked, "After you obtained the power of devil devouring, you could cultivate the devil Dao. What changes did you experience?" Yu Fuxu thought for a while, and said honestly, "I've become bolder and won't have nightmares. My appetite hasn't changed much, but I'm excited by the smell of blood. Moreover, I keep feeling that I've become more aggressive." Mao Yao immediately realized something wasn't this the true nature of the devil kind. "What about that?" Mao Yao asked. Yu Fuxu frowned. At first, she didn't know what Mao Yao was referring to, but she understood in the next moment. "I don't feel anything. It's dispensable." Yu Fuxu wasn't cold in that aspect anymore. After all, she was only 25 years old. It was just that her mind wasn't on this at all. At the mention of this, Yu Fuxu and Mao Yao would think of the otherworldly beasts who were endless in this aspect. In their impression, the otherworldly beasts only did 2 things. These 2 things were naturally to eat and vent. A moment later, Yu Fuxu and Mao Yao came out with food. But it was all raw. There was also a country on the blue planet that liked to eat raw food, and that was X country. The raw food was fed to their familiars. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were in charge of cooking. Qin Biguan, Yuan Shao, Tang Yingji, and Tang Dejian were not idle either. They helped fetch water and firewood. At this moment, the scene was very similar to camping outside. Yu Fuxu was making roasted chicken. She planned to roast another chicken before she left. It was not because there was too much food, but because she would specially leave it for Su Kankian. This was because she knew that Su Kankian would definitely come here. As long as Su Kankian came here before the fire was extinguished, she might be able to eat delicious roasted chicken. Half an hour later, Yu Fuxu and the others were eating roasted food around the bonfire. Now that we've passed the 6th of 7 checkpoints, after eating and resting, we'll go to the 7th one. According to the familiar, there are still 7 inner levels. The Divi-humans there will be even more powerful. Yu Fuxu continued. One know that Uncle Yuan, young Master Qin, and Sister Mao Yao can all pass the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints alone. But one keep feeling that there will be a trap. Qin Beiguang said. I agree with you. Moreover, if we really pass through the 7 outer and 7 inner checkpoints, we don't know if it will attract a huge crisis. Therefore, we still have to work together. It's best to try our best to be together. Uncle Yuan, what do you think? Yu Fuxu asked. Yuan Zhao actually glanced at Feng Xiaoling. It was not because Yuan Zhao had a good impression of Feng Xiaoling, but because he trusted Feng Xiaoling more. Then, Yuan Zhao said, just in case, we should indeed do this. Tang Yingji and the others had no objections. After all, Yu Fuxu's suggestion was very practical and reasonable. If they separated after completing the 3rd trial, they might encounter an even greater danger that would kill them all. One had to know that this was the devilkind world that was filled with killing. Even if they completed the 3rd trial, it would be best to carry out the subsequent trials together. Another half an hour passed. Yu and the others summoned their devilish creatures and began to ask about the 9 nether demon cave. Yu and the others were training in the Otherworld instance dungeon 9 nether demon cave. Of course they had to understand it in detail. Yu asked the black snake devilish creature, "Since there's a 9 nether demon city in the 9 nether demon cave, there must be a city lord in this city. How strong is he?" The black snake devilish creature replied, "There's no city lord in 9 nether devil city." "No city lord?" Yu asked in shock. "Since there's no city lord, won't 9 nether demon city be very chaotic?" "Chaotic isn't that how it is, kill at will." The black snake devilish creature had never thought of the problem of rules. Qin Beiguang also asked the flying black tiger devilish creature, "If there's no city lord in 9 nether devil city, then what's with the devihumans guarding the 7 outer and inner checkpoints?" The flying black tiger devilish creature said. The black snake devilish creature didn't make it clear. "There's no such thing as a city lord in 9 nether devil city, but there are 7 heavenly devils ruling. They will start a chaotic massacre every 5 years. A chaotic massacre." Everyone looked at the flying black tiger devilish creature. Even all the devilish creatures in the 9 nether demon cave, including the devilish creatures in our devilish mountains, are qualified to enter the 9 nether demon city to kill in chaos. The flying black tiger said truthfully. Yu immediately understood. The devihuman world grew by killing. The more devil kind they killed, the stronger they would be, and the faster their strength would increase. 1 massacre in 5 years. Yu seemed to think of something. Qin Beiguang and the others present also seemed to have guessed the goal of the next Trial 4. There was a high chance that Trial 4 would involve the Chosen Ones and their familiars in a chaotic massacre in Netherworld Demon City. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Yu actually wanted to be safe. Chapter 189. Yu actually wanted to be safe. But a chaotic massacre. Was it really not mayhem used as cover for assassination? If Trial 4 was really like this, Qin Beiguang and the others immediately felt that something was wrong. Even someone like Yuan Zhao, who could kill a LV-21 true devil with a single punch, could not guarantee that he would survive in the chaos. Yu and the others' familiars seemed to be looking forward to the chaotic killing. If this was only the 4th trial, it would really kill them. One had to know that if the danger level of Trial 3 was level 1, then when participating in the chaotic killing, i.e., the 4th trial, the danger level would be level 10. It might be more than that. Yu wasn't afraid because of this, but she also thought that she could die in the chaos. However, this was only Yu and the others' guess. As for the 4th trial, it was still unknown if they would participate in the chaos in the 9 nether demon city. Unless they passed the 3rd trial, they would not know what the 4th trial was. However, it was definitely more difficult than Trial 3. Yu and the others didn't think too much about it. After eating, they would rest for a few hours before going to challenge the next checkpoint. After all, they had yet to pass the 7 levels. At the same time, at the 3rd external checkpoint, Su Kainqian rode the blue cat devilish creature, and did not stay here. Instead, she continued to walk forward. However, the movement speed of the blue cat devilish creature was still very low. It was not that the blue cat devilish creature could not run fast, but Su Kainqian did not let it run, as if she was afraid of missing something. The current Su Kainqian was still full of vitality, and did not look tired or hungry. Blue Bristle, it's so quiet. Ever since Su Kainqian met Yuan Zhao, she had not seen anyone. She had not even seen a devilish creature. At this moment, Su Kainqian was lying on the blue cat's back and actually closed her eyes. She seemed to have fallen asleep in a few seconds. Even though she had the enhancement of mental power from opening eyes, she was no different from usual after closing her eyes. Moreover, children fell asleep very easily. Even if Su Kainqian was not sleepy, she could still fall asleep. Perhaps the journey was too boring, so she chose to sleep. Just as Su Kainqian fell asleep, the blue cat devilish creature sped up. However, Su Kainqian, who was on the back of the blue cat devilish creature, did not feel any bumps at all. Moreover, she was sleeping quite soundly. Moving forward, the next day, in the 9th nether demon cave of the Devihuman world, at the 6th of the 7 outer checkpoints, after a night of rest, Yu Fuxu and the others continued their journey toward the last of the 7 outer checkpoints. As the third trial had a duration of 7 days, it was more suitable to rest for a night to relieve their fatigue. Moreover, in the next 6 days, they would pass 2 checkpoints every day on average, and there would still be about 2 days left. Yu Fuxu left some roasted chicken and some cooked food beside the bonfire. The bonfire could burn for about 5 to 6 hours. If Su Kanqian could come here within 5 to 6 hours, she might even be able to eat delicious roasted chicken. Yu Fuxu and the others each brought food for the entire day. Although it was the Devihuman world, ordinary food could be found on it, just like on the blue planet. Moreover, there was a lot of food. In particular, the meat was extremely fresh. In the past Otherworld Instance dungeon trials, the chosen ones had fallen into endless fear. They had never thought of eating and drinking well in the Otherworld Instance dungeon. They would already be lucky to survive. On the way, Yu Fuxu didn't ride on the back of the black snake devilish creature. After all, the black snake devilish creature was not suitable to be a mount. It was not like the three-headed wolf and the other devilish creatures who could let their masters ride on their back. Although Yuan Zhao's devilish creature was a huge black bear devilish creature, it was not suitable to be a mount. The reason was simple. The fur of this black bear devilish creature was thorny. Yu Fuxu said to everyone, "We all know that there are 132 Devihumans guarding the 7th outer checkpoint. The number is twice that of the 6th checkpoint. To be safe, one have a suggestion." As soon as these words were spoken, Yuan Zhao and the others looked at Yu Fuxu in surprise. What kind of woman was Yu Fuxu? She was more like a Devihuman than an actual human. How could she seek safety? But considering it more carefully, Yu Fuxu was thinking for them. After all, Yu Fuxu was now the captain of the Chosen One team. She had to ensure safety for the others. Right. If Yu Fuxu was alone, she definitely wouldn't consider this. She would just act. "Tell me about it," Yuan Zhao asked. Yu Fuxu said, "Well, launch a sneak attack. Uncle Yuan, Yao Masterkin, and I will be in charge of covering. The rest will be in charge of sneak attacks. This way, we can avoid a prolonged battle. It's also safer for us. But it will take a longer time. Although it would end quickly if they fought 132 Devihumans head-on, the danger factor was very high. Even Yu Fuxu couldn't guarantee that she would be safe and sound. In the past, when she swept through the Otherworld Instance dungeons alone, she would basically end up covered in injuries. This was because she was fighting crazily in the Devihuman world. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's feasible too. So be it. Yes, that's quite safe. Qin Beiguang and the others all agreed with Yu Fuxu's method. 1 hour and 8 minutes later, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, and Yuan Zhao appeared in front of the 7th checkpoint. As for Mao Yao, Fang Xiaoling, Mu Lanlun, and their familiars, they appeared on the right. They were hiding under a tree about 200 meters away from the 7th checkpoint. Tang Yingji, Tang Dejiang, and their familiars appeared on the right. They were only about 200 meters away from the 7th checkpoint. Something appeared. 13 Devihumans jumped down from the defensive wall of the 7th checkpoint. They did not choose to mobilize everyone, perhaps because there were only 3 people. They might think that not each Devihuman would be able to take a piece of meat with 13 pairs of chopsticks and 3 plates of meat. The 3 of us only lured out 13 Devihumans guarding the checkpoints. Yu Fuxu thought that they would mobilize half of the Devihumans, but only about 1/10 of them came. Then it didn't matter if they were divided into several batches. Less than 100 meters away from the checkpoint, Yu Fuxu, Qin Beiguang, Yuan Zhao, and their familiars all started fighting the 13 Devihumans. Yuan Zhao was still as powerful as ever. He killed a Devihuman with 1 punch. When Yuan Zhao sent one of the Devihumans flying with a punch, the 2 Devihumans in front of him were pierced by a barrage of flying needles. On the other side, Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were commanding their devilish creatures to launch a sneak attack. In less than 5 minutes, only 2 Devihumans were left. The Devihumans on the wall realized that something was wrong and jumped down. In an instant, a large group of Devihumans appeared. There were 38 of them. Some Devihumans were actually also joining them one after another. Wouldn't this go according to Yu Fuxu's plan? What she wanted was for these Devihumans to attack in batches. Not all at once. Chapter 190 Others are killing. She's eating, drinking, and having fun. Chapter 190 Others are killing. She's eating, drinking, and having fun. At the same time, at the 6th of the 7 outer checkpoints, the blue cat devilish creature and Su Kainqian arrived. In just one night, the blue cat devilish creature actually went from the 3rd to the 7th outer checkpoint Q. Su Kainqian smelled fragrance. She opened her eyes and saw the roasted chicken by the bonfire and all kinds of food. It was as if she knew that this was prepared for her. Although she did not feel hungry, she was gluttonous. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream compared the livestreams. While Su Kainqian was eating, drinking, and having fun, Yu Fuxu was killing the Devihumans crazily. It was as if they were on 2 different channels. However, this was not the first time the netizens had seen such different channels. This was because Su Kainqian's live broadcast had always been different from the live broadcasts of the other candidates. They were basically watching Su Kainqian eat, drink, and play, while the other chosen ones struggled to survive in fear. About 55 minutes later, the Devihumans guarding the 7th outer checkpoint were all killed by Yu Fuxu and the others. It happened in just an hour. Although it took a little longer, it was enough to ensure safety. At this moment, Yu Fuxu saw that the 3-headed wolf devilish creature, the black panther devilish creature, the 2 owl devilish creatures, and the black snake devilish creature had actually grown to LV 21 during the massacre. Even if one was not a cultivator of the devil Dao, they could determine the level of the devilish creature from its aura. As for Yuan Zhao's magical pet, Qin Beiguang's devilish creature, and Mao Yao's devilish creature, their strength clearly did not increase much. The reason was that their strength was above LV 21. A devilish creature would naturally not increase in strength if it killed a Devihuman who was of a lower level than it. In fact, the one whose strength had increased the most was none of these devilish creatures, but rather Yu Fuxu. Her growth speed was simply jaw-dropping. Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and the other cultivators at the mid-stage of the Kai refinement realm had also benefited greatly from clearing the 7 outer checkpoints. At least they had increased their combat experience time and time again. That was a real battlefield. Yu Fuxu and the others took a short rest at the 7th outer checkpoint. At this moment, Mao Yao came to Yu Fuxu's side again. She didn't speak to Yu Fuxu about the trial, but about other things. If we're both still alive, can one go to your Shenju Institute? As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Fuxu wasn't surprised. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were surprised. What? Is Mao Yao joining the Shenju Institute? She's a mid-stage Kai refinement cultivator. She's equivalent to a big shot from the other world above LV 25. That's someone who has transcended the secular world. Why would she think of joining the Shenju Institute? Then have you thought about it? The founders of the Shenju Institute are not simple. The netizens all knew that the Shenju Institute, and even other companies from other worlds, had been established 28 years ago, when the 5 alternate worlds had descended on Blue Planet in the form of dungeons. The netizens knew that the elders of the Shenju Institute were all big shots standing at the peak of mortals. However, the netizens did not know if there was anyone in the Shenju Institute who was stronger than those elders. This was like comparing a shareholder and a major shareholder. Although the Shenju Institute was not a so-called capitalist enterprise, this did not rule out the possibility of a mysterious major shareholder existing. Back to action. Yu Fuxu said, "Do you want to join our Shenju Institute?" "Yes." Mao Yao nodded. Yu Fuxu took a deep breath and said, "Actually, according to the normal procedures, you can also enter the Shenju Institute as you." "Please," Mao Yao said. "I want to be in the same department as you." Yu Fuxu immediately knew what Mao Yao was thinking. Yu Fuxu wasn't stupid. She just couldn't be bothered to think about things that she wasn't interested in. Yu Fuxu knew that Mao Yao wanted to join the Shenzhou Institute for 3 purposes. Her first goal was not to be restricted by others. Her second goal was to find a quiet place, and the Shenzhou Institute was the most suitable. The third and most important goal was to obtain higher-level cultivation-related information. Why did Mao Yao think that the Shenzhou Institute had high-level cultivation-related information? Yu Fuxu couldn't understand. Either, because Yu Fuxu didn't know if the Shenzhou Institute had any information about cultivation realms above the middle stage of Kai refinement. Yu Fuxu looked at Qin Beiguang. She had a feeling that if they could complete this 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial alive, Qin Beiguang would also join the Shenzhou Institute. After all, Mao Yao and Qin Beiguang were both mid-stage Kai refinement cultivators, and they had similar goals. Moving forward, after resting for more than an hour, Yu Fuxu and the others were about to set off again. They were about to break through the first of the 7 inner checkpoints. Compared to the devil kind guarding the 7 outer checkpoints, the devihumans guarding the 7 inner checkpoints were several times stronger. Getting past them was not as easy as clearing the outer 7 levels. However, with the strength of Yu Fuxu and the others, they could completely crash through the 7 checkpoints. Who knew how much they would have to pay? Though, in terms of physical fitness, Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were no different from ordinary girls. They did not have the strength to face the devihumans head-on. They naturally couldn't fight the devihumans head-on like Yu Fuxu, who cultivated Devil Dao. Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin could only command their familiars to fight. Once the familiars and everyone left, Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin would face a huge crisis. If they were to participate in a chaotic massacre, Feng Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin's chances of survival would not be high. In the chaos, only Yu Fuxu had a higher chance of survival. There was no other reason. It was because Yu Fuxu was a fiendish cultivator, and could continuously become stronger during the slaughter. At the same time, Blue Planet, Dragon Country, Shenzhou Institute, a bald man and a man with a big belly were chatting about Mao Yao. Old wank, why do you think she wants to join the Shenzhou Institute? Liu Hai felt that Mao Yao's motive was not simple. After all, a powerful cultivator would definitely have other motives for joining an otherworld organization. Moreover, Liu Hai felt that Mao Yao's motive was definitely not simple. Wang Changzhen said, "No matter what the purpose is, it will be of great help to our Shenzhou Institute. We won't reject a Kai refinement stage cultivator, regardless of whether Mao Yao's motive was pure or not. The Shenzhou Institute would not reject her, just because Mao Yao was too strong." Yu Fuxu was a core elite of the Shenzhou Institute. If Mao Yao joined the Shenzhou Institute, she would definitely be a core elite. It mainly depends on what the higher-ups think. Liu Hai slowly exhaled. Actually, Liu Hai and Wang Changzhen were not elders of Shenzhou's organization. They were just the heads of various departments. Not only were there elders above them, but there were even higher-level figures. However, these department leaders did not know who the higher-ups were. Chapter 191 Chapter 191 Terrifying. Yu Fuxu leveled up twice in a day. Chapter 191 Terrifying. Yu Fuxu leveled up twice in a day. In the 9 Nether Demon Cave of the Devihuman world, Yu Fuxu and the others arrived at the first inner checkpoint. There were no defensive walls in front of them, only a fence. There were very dilapidated houses on both sides, looking like stone houses that had been abandoned for many years. However, 2 devihumans walked out of the 2 stone houses. These 2 devihumans did not have green faces and fangs, nor did they have horns on their heads. However, their faces were purple. At a glance, they did not look like humans. After all, they were devihumans, not humans. The aura emitted from these 2 devihumans was very strong. It was several times stronger than the aura emitted by the devihumans at the 7 outer checkpoints. They were LV 22 devihumans, so they were naturally not something LV 21 devilish creatures could match. Since there were only 2 devihumans guarding the first checkpoint, Yu Fuxu and the others could naturally deal with them. In fact, Yu Fuxu alone could deal with a LV 22 Divihuman. As for Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and Yuan Zhao, they could also easily deal with LV 22 Divihuman. Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were commanding their familiars to fight together. They could also deal with LV 22 Divihuman. As for whether Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang had the ability to fight one anon with such an opponent, it was unknown. However, if Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang joined forces, they could also deal with LV 22 Divihuman. It began. The two Divihumans crossed the fence and began to strike first. They didn't care if Yu Fuxu and the others had a pass. Just because Yu Fuxu and the others weren't Divihumans, they would attack Yu Fuxu and the others without hesitation. The two Divihumans released their magic almost at the same time. It was neither Black Worm spell nor Skull spell, but an even more powerful spell. In the two balls of Devil Kai, it was as if a huge abyssal mouth had appeared, trying to kill Yu Fuxu and the others. However, how could Yu Fuxu and the others be killed so easily by a LV 22 Divihuman? Yu Fuxu was the first to meet the attack. The moment she rushed over, it was as if she had been swallowed by a huge worm. However, the Devil Kai in Yu Fuxu's body was released from the huge mouth produced by magic. The Giant Maw spell immediately expanded in 3 seconds. Then, it gradually shrank and actually entered Yu Fuxu's mouth. She was devouring magic. This was because she had the ability to devour other people's magic with the enhancement of her power of devil devouring. However, when she swallowed this Giant Maw spell, Yu Fuxu didn't look too good, and black stripes appeared on her body. As for the other ball of magic, it was split open by Qin Beiguang's kitchen knife. Mao Yao's 3-section stick hit a Divihuman. After knocking him to the ground, Qin Beiguang dealt the finishing blow. The blade Kai from a kitchen knife hit the fallen Divihuman from 5 meters away. In just an instant, a LV 22 Divihuman died under Qin Beiguang's kitchen knife. Yu Fuxu didn't suffer the Giant Maw spell's rebound, and the black spots on her body immediately disappeared. It was because the magic power in Yu Fuxu's body suppressed the backlash of the Giant Maw spell. Yu Fuxu dashed forward, and when the flower burst spear in her hand passed through the head of another Divihuman, it immediately exploded. In less than 3 minutes, the two Divihumans guarding the first of the 7 inner checkpoints were also killed by Yu Fuxu and the others. Mao Yao walked to Yu Fuxu and asked, "Are you alright?" Yu Fuxu took a deep breath, put away the flower burst spear, and shook her head. "I'm fine." When Yu Fuxu swallowed the Giant Maw spell just now, she only felt that her body had been beaten up. That was the effect of the backlash of the Giant Maw spell. However, Yu Fuxu suppressed it, so the effect of the backlash disappeared. The magic that she had devoured had also transformed into her own magic power. At this moment, Yu Fuxu's strength could completely be considered to be at LV 22. Yu Fuxu had originally only been at LV 20 when she had been teleported to the 9 Nether Demon Cave Otherworld Instance Dungeon to train. It had only been a day, but she had grown by 2 levels. These 2 levels were not to be underestimated. Her strength had increased by several times. This time, no one rested. They went to the 2nd level of the 7 inner checkpoints next. Qin Beiguang and the others, who were training with Yu Fuxu, had long discovered something. The 7 inner and outer checkpoints were actually a way to increase the strength of their familiars. Of course, there was also Yu Fuxu, who cultivated Devil Dao. Qin Beiguang believed that after passing these 7 inner and outer checkpoints and completing the trial, Yu Fuxu's strength might be extremely close to LV 23. If Trial 4 was really a chaotic massacre, and Yu Fuxu could survive the chaos, her strength would definitely reach the level of a heavenly devil. In the world of devilkind, heavenly devils were equivalent to LV 25 LV 30. It couldn't be helped. This trial was located in the home ground of Yu Fuxu. If she was placed in the 4 alternate worlds outside the Divihuman world to train, Yu Fuxu would definitely not be able to increase her strength so quickly. It was definitely a good thing for Qin Beiguang and the others that Yu Fuxu's strength could increase so much. After all, Yu Fuxu wasn't a cold-blooded woman. She wouldn't leave everyone in the lurch. As long as Yu Fuxu could save someone, she would save them. Of course. In battle, Yu Fuxu was more like devil kind than a devihuman. Moving forward, about 2.5 hours later, the second of the 7 inner checkpoints. The devil pond here was actually empty. There was not even a straw hut. However, there was a devilish creature squatting at the intersection. It was a devilish creature that looked like a rat. Its fur was bristled, but it was twice as big as an adult. Weasel devilish creature. Its fur is black. That's the black rat devilish creature. A LV 22 devilish creature. Back to action. This black rat devilish creature immediately burrowed into the ground. In less than 10 seconds, 4 purple figures flashed out from the 4 holes in the ground. Only then did Yu Fuxu and the others understand. It turned out that the devihumans of the second checkpoint lived underground. It seemed that the black rat devilish creature had dug an underground house for them. Not only that, but the black rat devilish creature was undoubtedly the familiar of one of the 4 devihumans. If it was not a familiar, then there would be no need for the devilish creature to serve the devihumans. Yu Fuxu and the others, as well as their familiars, all attacked. If they could attack in a group, why did they have to fight the enemies one-on-one? It was not a one-on-one duel. Moreover, group combat offered a huge advantage to Yu Fuxu and the others. Furthermore, the danger level had decreased greatly. Thud. In an instant, someone threw a bomb. It blew up the black rat devilish creature in the tunnel. Actually, Tang Dejiang had thrown a thunder pellet into the hole. It should not have been so powerful that it could overturn the holes in the ground. However, Tang Dejiang did not care about martial ethics. He threw a thunder pellet into every hole. Chapter 192 Chapter 192 Modernization of the Tang Sect. Chapter 192 Modernization of the Tang Sect. There were a total of 5 thunder pellets, so they could naturally overturn the cave. Oh, it's actually not dead. Tang Dejiang had underestimated this black rat devilish creature. The explosive power condensed by the 5 thunder pellets in the cave could increase by 2 to 3 times. But it actually did not kill the black rat devilish creature. We can't underestimate a LV 22 devilish creature. Tang Yingji threw something out. Seeing this, Tang Dejiang immediately shot a light red hidden weapon at the black rat devilish creature. It did not look like a flying needle. It was a red bead. After hitting the black rat devilish creature, the red bead actually burned. At the same time, Tang Yingji threw something that looked like a wine bottle forward. Boom! When the water in the bottle touched the black rat, it actually exploded. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could not tell what tricks Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang were using to deal with the LV 22 black rat devilish creature. Could it be a chemical reaction? This series of operations stunned me. As the Tang sect also modernized, isn't it normal to keep up with the times? In the impression of the netizens, the Tang sect was a sect that used all kinds of hidden weapons, such as flying needles and arrows. However, this time, the netizens saw a different method of the Tang sect. Less than 10 minutes later, the 4 devihumans and the devilish creature were killed by Yu Fuxu and the others. At the moment, no one from Yu Fuxu's group was injured. However, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang chose to rest here for a day. Yu Fuxu asked for the reason at first. However, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang did not say the exact reason. They only said that they would make hidden weapons here. That was understandable. After all, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang didn't have many pills left. But Yu Fuxu didn't think so. It wasn't that she had guessed Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang's thoughts, but her intuition told her that Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang planned to stay here for an entire day, surely because they would be fiddling with something. However, Yu Fuxu and the others didn't ask too much. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang told Yu Fuxu and the others that they would join up with them when the latter passed the 4th checkpoint. Half an hour later, Yu Fuxu and the others had already gone to the 3rd checkpoint. As for Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang, they stayed at the 2nd of the 7 inner checkpoints. They were moving the corpses of 4 devihumans and the mangled black rat devilish creature. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were very puzzled. What are Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang doing? Burning the bodies. Wouldn't that be unnecessary? It's definitely not like that. Then what are they doing? The netizens could not guess what Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang were up to. The netizens only saw Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang fiddling with the 4 human corpses, hitting a nail, acting the fool, drawing blood. What are they doing? The netizens were confused again. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang couldn't possibly be venting on the corpses of the humans. Right. Time passed bit by bit. More than 6 hours passed. The corpses of 4 humans and the corpse of a black rat devilish creature stood up. The corpses had been modified. Only then did the netizens understand. I didn't expect Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang to be modifying the corpses of the humans. What potion did they pour into the devilkind's corpses? I don't know. As the netizens discussed, Tang Yingji snapped his fingers. The corpses of the 4 humans and the black rat devilish creature actually released strong devil kai. It's done. Tang Yingji heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Dejiang's expression was not that happy. He said, "This is our first time trying to transform bodies into a puppet. And it's even with LV 22 devilkind. One worry we will lose control. In short, we have to be careful. Well, only be at ease after a few more tests. Okay. Let's start to test it carefully next." Tang Yingji nodded. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were enlightened. I always thought that the Tang sect was a sect that was proficient in hidden weapons. One didn't expect it to deal with transformation. Don't forget the origin of the Tang sect. That's right. It's the inheritance of the Mohist school's hidden weapons lineage, and has been brought to greater heights. The Tang sect will definitely use the puppet technique among the Mohist school's secret techniques. Impressive. With 4 puppets transformed from human corpses and a devilish creature puppet, Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang's strength will increase greatly. Of course, the netizens knew that Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang were not ordinary people from the Tang sect. Moreover, they had combined various modern chemistry and physics with their techniques. The netizens even wondered if Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang had also modified themselves. If that was really the case, it would be simply too terrifying. The netizens' evaluation of Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang increased by another level. They were also lamenting that the chosen ones who entered the Otherworld Instance dungeon this time were too awesome. Not only was there the legendary trump card of the Dragon Country, Yu Fuxu, but there were also 2 cultivators at the mid-stage of the Kai Refinement Realm, Qin Beiguang and Mao Yao, as well as a strange person with divine strength, Yuan Zhao. Not only that, even Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlun, these 2 supernatural ability users, were quite powerful when they worked together. The netizens believed that if the 4th trial and the 5th trial were not much different from the 3rd trial, the 9 surviving chosen ones would be able to successfully complete the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial. Didn't that mean that this would be the Otherworld Instance dungeon that had the most chosen ones who passed the trial in history? It was clearly a 9 nether demon cave dungeon with a 5-star difficulty factor. But now that they thought about it, it was a little too early. The 3rd trial wasn't particularly difficult for Yu Fuxu and the others, but it would be relatively difficult if they did it solo. Moreover, they didn't know how terrifying the 4th and 5th trials would be. If the 4th trial was a chaotic massacre in 9 Nether Demon City, the chances of them surviving would be very low. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang were testing the modified puppets. This could only be considered a half-finished product, but the strength of the human who had been modified into a puppet was definitely LV 22, or even higher. There's nothing wrong with this human puppet. There's nothing wrong with the human puppet I tested. Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang were carefully testing every human corpse that had been transformed into a puppet, as well as the corpse of the black rat devilish creature that had been transformed into a puppet. This was a matter that concerned their lives, so they had to be careful. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream suddenly discovered a sudden situation in another livestream. It wasn't the live broadcast of Yu Fuxu and the others, but of Su Kainqian. Chapter 193. Actually, Su Yang is extremely strong. Currently, Su Kainqian had appeared at the 7th checkpoint. She had arrived here with the blue cat devilish creature 10 minutes ago. She and the blue cat devilish creature were surrounded by a group of devihumans. The devihumans guarding the 7 external checkpoints had already been killed by Ufuksu and the others. The 12 devihumans who surrounded Su Kinkian and the blue cat devilish creature were not in charge of guarding this checkpoint. This group of devihumans did not have fangs, and looked more like humans. However, their ears were very long, and there were long, black horns on both sides of their heads. An even stronger devil Kai was released from the 12 devihumans. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were very surprised. Who are these 12 devihumans? From the looks of it, they seem to be stronger than the devihumans guarding this place. They are all LV. 22 devihumans. What? The netizens were very puzzled. Why would a group of LV 22 devihumans appear at the 7th checkpoint? Since they couldn't figure it out, they quietly watched Su Kinkian's live broadcast. One of the male devihumans spoke. Kuman girl, are you the one who destroyed devihumans at this checkpoint? Hearing this, Su Kinkian was still candid. She shook her head, and said, it wasn't me. Hearing this, the group of devihumans began to talk. Captain, should we report this matter? We're just a supply team. There's no need to pay attention to it. In any case, we'll send other devihumans down soon. Captain, it's rare to see a human girl with such powerful magic power. This group of devihumans sensed the powerful magic power hidden in Su Kinkian's body. However, they did not seem to be afraid. Instead, their eyes were filled with greed. This greed was born from bloodlust, and not any other emotion such as hunger. Su Kinkian completely ignored this group of devihumans. She and the blue cat walked to the side to find something fun. As expected, the so-called supply team made up by devihumans actually attacked Su Kinkian. After all, killing could increase their strength. It was also because Su Kinkian's body contained extremely powerful magic power. This group of devihumans thought that no matter how powerful the magic power contained in a human girl was, it was impossible for her to release magic. After all, it was difficult for humans to control magic, let alone cultivate devil Tao and master spells. Therefore, this group of devihumans thought that Su Kinkian was a two-legged EXP bag. Just as this group of devihumans attacked, the blue cat devilish creature stood behind Su Kinkian. Meanwhile, Su Kinkian had already walked to the back of a house. She followed a special fragrance to the back of the house. But in front of the house, cold devil Kai appeared. Thud. In an instant, the blue cat devilish creature pounced and bit. It actually bit and killed a devihuman on the spot. This group of devihumans had coincidentally released magic on the blue cat at that moment. There were 11 giant maw spells attacking the blue cat devilish creature. However, miraculously, the surroundings of the blue cat devilish creature were like a nebula blooming, isolating their magic. It was the devilish barrier released by the blue cat. What was the source of magic power? It was fear. The devihumans who existed in the devilkind world were born with magic power. However, the innate source of magic power was ultimately the fear of the devilkind. It was the same for devilish creatures. Crack. 1, 2nd, 3rd, and even the 11th devihuman were beaten and bitten to death by the blue cat devilish creature. They were clearly LV 22 devihumans, but they could not withstand the attack of the blue cat devilish creature, and all died here. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were shocked. Damn, is the blue cat devilish creature so strong? In less than 10 seconds, it killed 12 LV 22 devihumans. That's not right. What's wrong? The netizens kept sending out pop-ups on Su Kinkian's live broadcast screen. Is the blue cat devilish creature stronger? Or is Su Kinkian, the owner of the blue cat devilish creature, stronger? Su Kinkian's body contains powerful magic power. She has also sealed the familiar contract, making the blue cat devilish creature very powerful. You are all wrong. It's not that the blue cat devilish creature is powerful, nor is it that Su Kinkian is powerful. It's Su Kinkian's father, Su Yang, who was ridiculously powerful. None of the netizens retorted. It was precisely because Su Yang was ridiculously strong that he could give Su Kinkian a warming treasure with powerful magic power. That made the blue cat devilish creature very powerful. All the netizens had already guessed Su Yong's strength. He was 100 above LV 29. More than 90 of the netizens felt that Su Yong's strength was at LV 30. That was a level that was even more powerful than a heavenly level divi-human. What was so unbelievable about such a big shot from the otherworld being able to give Su Kangqian a warming treasure that contained powerful magical power? However, the netizens could not understand why Su Yong was so powerful. Meanwhile, Su Kangqian walked out from the back of the house with a purple flower in her hand. This purple flower bloomed very brightly. Moreover, the petals were in the shape of a crescent moon, and emitted an extremely special fragrance. It was this flower that emitted a strange fragrance that attracted Su Kangqian. When Su Kangqian walked around the house and arrived in front of it, she saw a large group of divihumans lying on the ground. Her small head tilted slightly to the left. After seeing the blue cat squatting on the spot as if nothing had happened, she did not think about why this group of divihumans was lying on the ground. Blue bristle. This flower is so beautiful. Su Kangqian asked the blue cat to look at the purple flower in her hand. The blue cat nodded, as tame as ever. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream did not think so. How was this a gentle cat? It was simply a terrifying and murderous devilish creature. The blue cat devilish creature was only very docile and obedient in front of Su Kangqian. The netizens also discovered that the strength of this blue cat devilish creature was definitely not lower than that of a LV 23 divihuman. Didn't this show that the magic power contained in Su Kangqian's warming sticker treasure was at least at a heavenly devil's level? The netizens sighed in their hearts. They had never seen Su Yong before, but they were all impressed with his strength. About 10 minutes later, Su Kangqian wandered around the 7th level, but she did not find a second purple flower. She left with the blue cat devilish creature. At the same time, Yu Fuxu and the others had just passed the 4th level of the 7 inner checkpoints. As expected, they still killed 8 LV 22 divihumans guarding the 3rd of the 7 inner checkpoints. After resting for a while, Yu Fuxu and the others saw 2 figures appear behind them. They were Tang Yingji and Tang Dezhang. Not only that, but there were also 4 divihuman puppets and a devilish creature puppet with them. Chapter 194 Chapter 194 Su Kangqian is a moving experience bag. Chapter 194 Su Kangqian is a moving experience bag. Yu Fuxu and the others immediately understood. It turned out that Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang had stayed at the 2nd of the 7th inner checkpoints to transform the divihuman corpses into puppets. As for why Tang Yingji and Tang Dejiang knew the secret puppet technique, Yu Fuxu and the others knew very well. It was like the Great Tao was originally one family. While resting, Yu Fuxu said to everyone, in the 4th of the 7 inner checkpoints, we faced 17 divihumans and 2 devilish creatures. It seems that the number of opponents at each of the 7 inner checkpoints is not fixed. So what if there's 1 or 2 more? Yuan Zhao said. Since Uncle Yuan said so, it doesn't matter. Yu Fuxu glanced at Qin Beiguang and the others. Her caution was because she was thinking for Qin Beiguang and the others. Yu Fuxu said, then let's discuss if the 4th trial will be a chaotic killing after passing the 3rd trial. Now that they had passed the 4th of the 7 inner checkpoints, there were only 3 more left. Moreover, with everyone working together, there was basically no suspense in passing the last 3 checkpoints. Indeed, we should discuss this problem properly. If the 4th trial is really participating in the chaos of 9 Nether Demon City, how should we deal with it? How should we complete the 4th trial? Fuxu, what do you think? Qin Beiguang and the others looked at Yu Fuxu. Yu Fuxu said, there are only 3 days left until the mayhem in 9 Nether Demon City. Therefore, one think the probability of the 4th trial being participation in the chaotic fight of 9 Nether Demon City is very high. Yu Fuxu continued, we all know very well that even though we don't know about Trial 4, the goal of subduing the devilish creature at the beginning of the trial and passing the 7 inner and 7 outer checkpoints was to pave the way for Trial 4. Qin Beiguang nodded and said, that's right, I agree with you. Even if the fourth trial is not participating in the chaotic free-for-all of 9 Nether Devil City, it should have a lot to do with it. Yu Fuxu said. The chaotic killing is an opportunity for the Devihumans. For us. Huh. Mao Yao finished the sentence for Yu Fuxu. It's a disaster for us. Why did she exclude Yu Fuxu? Because to Yu Fuxu, the chaotic killing in 9 Nether Devil City was also an opportunity. However, the premise was that Yu Fuxu had to survive the chaos. Yu Fuxu said, if we're in 9 Nether Demon City, we should try our best to be at the edge and walk together. Even if they had never experienced such a chaotic scene, they could still imagine it. It was a scene of the Devihumans and devilish creatures fighting each other. As humans, if they appeared in 9 Nether Demon City, they might become the first target of those Devihumans and devilish creatures. Even though the strength of Qin Beiguang, Mao Yao, and the other cultivators had reached a heavenly devil's level in the devilkind world, they did not have the strength to defeat 10 Dinyanya enemies alone, not to mention 10 Dinyanya true devils. Even if more than 100 LV, 23 NLV, 24 true devils attacked, Qin Beiguang and the others would not be able to deal with them. Moreover, there were heavenly devilival devihumans and devilish creatures in 9 Nether Devil City. Yes, I agree. Only then can our survival rate be higher. Fang Xiaoling and Mu Lanlin were the first to nod and agree with Yu Fuxu. Yuan Zhao and the others could not deny it, because they also knew that if they traveled alone in 9 Nether Demon City, they would almost certainly not be able to survive. What was the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial? What was its goal? Its fundamental goal was to make the Chosen Ones stronger. Didn't all the Chosen Ones who passed the trial alive become stronger? However, Chosen Ones who could not complete the trial could only die. They could completely link the trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon to an opportunity to change their life. Opportunities often coexisted with crises. Where there was opportunity, there was definitely danger. That was why everyone could guess that the fourth trial would be related to the upcoming chaos in 9 Nether Demon City. An hour later, Yu Fuxu and the others had already gone to the 5th checkpoint. On the way, they saw Su Kainqian and a blue cat devilish creature. But soon, a whirlwind passed in front of Yu Fuxu and the others. Su Kainqian rode the blue cat devilish creature and ran more than 300 meters in front of Yu Fuxu and the others. Yu Fuxu and the others didn't understand. Little Kainqian, Su Kainqian, she. Yu Fuxu and the others couldn't understand why Su Kainqian ran so fast on the blue cat devilish creature. Yu Fuxu and the others knew about Su Kainqian's situation. She should still be at the 2nd of the 7 outer checkpoints. How did Su Kainqian catch up in just a day? The blue cat was flying at an extraordinary speed. However, Su Kainqian, who was riding on the blue cat, did not suffer any bumps at all. She's going to pass the next checkpoint alone. I don't think so. She won't treat the trial as a life and death test at all. How can a 5-year-old girl think so comprehensively? Then why? Yu Fuxu and the others were very puzzled. But the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew the reason. Why was the previously carefree Su Kainqian in such a hurry to go to the 5th of the 7 inner checkpoints? Actually, Su Kainqian's destination was not the 5th checkpoint. Yes, her destination was 9 Nether Devil City. When Su Kainqian found out that there was a 9 Nether Devil City, she headed there out of curiosity. If it were anyone else, the netizens would definitely think that they were crazy, and that was why they were in such a hurry to die. However, this person was Su Kainqian, who had a father with the strength of LV 30, so she might not be courting death. However, there were still some netizens who felt that if Su Kainqian really went to 9 Nether Devil City, she would probably die. The netizens also learned that 9 Nether Demon City was only 3 days away from starting a chaotic massacre among the Devihumans. No matter how strong the trump card Su Yang left for his daughter was, she could not be safe in 9 Nether Demon City. It was not about dealing with 1020 Devihumans, nor was it about dealing with a heavenly devilival Devihuman. Instead, it was about facing the entire 9 Nether Devil City. Furthermore, Su Kainqian's body contained powerful magic power. Didn't that mean that Su Kainqian was a moving experience bag? then wouldn't a large group of ferocious devihumans rush towards Sukenkian? It was undeniable that Sukenkian would really become the first target of the devihumans. After all, the temptation was too great. In less than 10 minutes, Sukenkian arrived in front of the 5th checkpoint. A large group of devihumans and 3 devilish creatures attacked Sukenkian and the blue cat devilish creature. The 33 devihumans and the 3 devilish creatures guarding here also sensed the huge magic power contained in Sukenkian. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.